In the sky, above the clouds, there was a man with several swords flying around him. A helicopter hovered in the area, watching the man. A group of reporters was present, and the man with glasses asked the cameraman if he had managed to capture it, as this was a live broadcast to the entire world. He responds that the broadcast was already running. "Hello everyone. It's been 2 hours since a strange guy appeared in the skies of NY City. The individual with long hair is wearing odd clothes and has a piercing gaze, like that of a demon. We have no idea where he came from, but we know he's already defeated 26 heroes in these 2 hours. It's been centuries since the appearance of heroes, and as a result, the forces of evil have drastically declined. It's rare to witness a scene like this today. Let's give a round of applause to this mysterious man, and also root for our heroes. Justice will triumph over evil." This broadcast is being brought to you by BB News. For more details, follow my account on Weibo, WZH Baronafon. The live broadcast was going viral on the internet, with many comments saying he was handsome, that they were on his side, while others asked who he was, and some called him cool. The Class A hero, Plastic Man, watching the scene, jumps from a building with his arms open. As he falls from the building, parts of his armor automatically attach to him. At the end of his transformation, when the last pieces of the armor join, they cause an explosion with the final transformation. When he lands on the ground with the armor, its system announces it is activating 10%, 20%, 40%, 70%, 90%, until the system reaches 100%. Thus, he takes off at high speed towards the protagonist, cutting across the city in mere seconds. The reporter on the broadcast mentioned that it had been half an hour, and wondered which hero would challenge him next. When he sees something approaching at high speed, he tells the pilot to get out of the way. When the reporter sees what it was, he shouts, announcing that it was Plastic Man, and thus announces on the broadcast, "Ladies and gentlemen, Class A hero Plastic Man has accepted the challenge. I didn't expect the next challenger to be a hero from the top 5 Class A heroes in the world. Plastic Man has shown great potential since his debut. I believe this is the end for the young man. Let's have 3 seconds of silence for the poor guy. We hope Plastic Man doesn't go too hard on him." The protagonist says he was the leader of the Tenjin sect from the Xuan continent and asks if the hero could tell him where this place was, addressing him as Sir. The hero tells his armor to increase the power. The system asks him to input the power level, and he shouts, "Maximum power." The blonde reporter said that Plastic Man was going all in right from the start. He even boosted the power level to the maximum. His opponent is in trouble because, after increasing the armor's power, Plastic Man will focus all his strength into his fist, and Plastic Man's signature move, the Hurricane Punch, can penetrate 300 meters of the ground. No one would survive that. It seemed like things were going to end right there. The protagonist asks the hero if he knows how to speak the human language. He replies that it's always the same pattern during battles, those who died horribly and those who talked too much. As he gathers power into his fist, the hero asks if he wants to know why those who fought him died. He says it's because he doesn't waste time with nonsense, and then charges at full speed with his power loaded. As he gets close, the protagonist replies that he talks too much, and slaps Plastic Man across the face, destroying his helmet. The hero starts to fall unconscious. The leader of the Tenjin sect sighs and says he was just asking for directions because they were all seeking death. The reporter with glasses, in shock, begins to stutter and says that Plastic Man has lost. When he snaps out of it, he announces on the broadcast, "Quick, someone call an ambulance, fast." Plastic Man fell. He is very powerful. So powerful that he defeated Plastic Man with a single blow. Ladies and gentlemen, our peaceful lives have come to an end. The strongest villain in the world has emerged. A few centuries ago, the Earth was still shrouded in darkness. A bunch of eccentrics, monsters, and evil scientists appeared in the world, enraged. They ended up causing destructions all over the planet until the emergence of their heroes. Thanks to their great willpower, the heroes were able to defeat the villains. 11 years had passed, the world was finally at peace, and the heroes out of the spotlight. The remaining monsters had become the heroes' pets. There were even heroes who needed to work to stay alive. The cameraman shouts at the reporter to stop the damn narration and points his finger asking if that was who he thought it was. The reporter shouts to the broadcast, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Class S hero Macho Man has appeared. He is a Class S hero. Class S heroes hardly appear. Since one has appeared, the fight should be very interesting. I never thought I would have the chance to meet such an honored hero. I am ecstatic to witness everything from the front row." Thus, the cameraman yells at him to stop the narration as he was blocking the camera. The protagonist looks at Macho Man and thinks that another one had appeared. The Class S hero says he always follows his principle of never wasting time talking nonsense during fights, so he would go straight to the point and says he would be no match for him, and says he recognized his strength after defeating Plastic Man, but they were in completely different dimensions, and if he agreed to become his pet, his rank would go up, and that would save a lot of trouble. The reporter announced, screaming, "Did you hear that, folks? Macho Man offered him an invitation just like that. It seems that Macho Man does not plan to attack, but to turn him into his pet. We'll see what the boy's decision will be. If he accepts, Macho Man's rank will rise considerably." The protagonist questions him and says he was afraid he had to inform him that he was not interested in men. The hero, with a serious look, responds that his decision was not smart at all. Thus, he begins to emit a murderous intent, leaving the reporter shocked. He said to the broadcast, "The boy refused Macho Man's offer, and that seems to have enraged him." This is the aura emitted by Macho Man. It's so strong that it doesn't even allow the helicopter to get close. The Class S hero tells the protagonist that he was not one of the smartest, and that it could have been resolved easily. He asks what he was planning. Macho Man says he would beat him until he gave in and thus rushes towards the protagonist at high speed, throwing a punch. He dodges the hero's blow with ease and counterattacks, punching him right in the stomach, sinking his hand into his belly, making him vomit and throwing him far away. The hero, flying away, ends up hitting the helicopter's propeller, thus causing a small explosion. The hero falls towards the city, hitting a building and falling unconscious. The protagonist, with a strange face and his fist clenched, says that there are always people with weird hobbies, no matter the world, and so he walks away. The blonde reporter, falling with his parachute, said to the broadcast, "Ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't capture anything from just now. Our helicopter was destroyed and the boy disappeared from sight, but what happened? And where did Macho Man end up?" 2 months later, the protagonist cultivated on the edge of a cliff high in the mountains. His name was Yan Sem, and he was 2,603 years old that year, a cultivator from the continent Xuan. It had been 2 months since he unexpectedly finished. He learned more about that place. That world was called Earth, a blue-green sphere. Despite a small world, it contained 10 times more inhabitants than the continent Xuan. People there could fly without using swords. It was intriguing. They also did not need any magical apparatus to move quickly. He heard they call these things planes and cars. The women there showed their legs, and he says it's a good thing the spiritual energy there was dense. He wouldn't know how he would tolerate living in that world. In a forest, an injured girl, all bandaged up, was in pain, while her younger friend told her to hold on just a little longer, as the bleeding was almost stopping. The older girl thanks her. The blonde says they were classmates. There was no need for thanks, and says they would be safe once they crossed the gorge. Walking a bit further, she sees on a wall Celestial Connection Tower. She asks if it was a tourist spot. The name was giving her secondhand embarrassment, and continues walking until she finds a hot spring. She tells her senior that they would rest a bit. The injured senior sighs and says she understood. The blonde says she would look for something to eat and tells her to wait there. The senior asks her to be careful, and she replies that she could leave it to her. The injured girl notices that when she put her foot in the spring, her wounds had disappeared and says that the spring could heal wounds. She looks around and thinks it was a pretty desolate place. There shouldn't be anyone nearby, and thus, she begins to undress to take a bath. Yan Sem was bathing in the hot spring without a care. The senior, with no clothes on the edge of the spring, wondered why there was a hot spring there if there were no volcanoes nearby. It was very strange, and it could even heal injuries, and so she begins to back away in the hot spring when she bumps into Yan Sem. They both turn around quickly. The protagonist, annoyed, loudly asks who she was and tells her to disappear from there, throwing some stones in his hand, leaving her blushing and without reaction. Her blonde friend comes running and asking what had happened. Yan Sen stands up, going toward the senior, who, embarrassed, asks who he was and what he planned to do. The protagonist calls her Miss and says he would not question how she managed to get there and would not delve into that matter, and asks her to leave that place immediately after finishing her bath. The younger friend arrives asking who he thought he was to send them away. Yan Sen begins to dress and asks if they hadn't noticed the words on the rock wall before entering there, and says that it was his home and they were invading. The blonde, embarrassed, says that it was his home then, and says they thought it was a tourist spot. He, fixing the collars of his clothes, says that now that they were aware. The senior, with a serious face, asks Xiao Ying to grab her clothes, that they would leave. She replies that she understood. She asks the senior why the rush and says they could ask him to let them rest there a bit longer, as she didn't think the protagonist was a bad person, and says he wouldn't do anything to them. He just dressed and spoke strangely. The senior replies that he wouldn't help them, and it would be very shameless on their part. Suddenly, a helicopter was heading their direction. Yan-sem, with his eyes closed, notices. When the blonde girl asks what that sound was coming their way, the reporter appears screaming that they had found him and begins to announce, "A month ago, an unknown man appeared in the skies of NY City. We had lost track of him after he defeated 10 heroes, and today we found him in this canyon. Who will be the next to challenge him?" The blonde reporter asks the hero if he had said everything right and calls him Steel Beetle. He replies that it was perfect, and while he portrayed him as a powerful opponent, he would become invincible in the eyes of the people after defeating him. The reporter asks if they were waiting for his team. He says it wasn't necessary, as he would face him alone, and so he jumps from the plane, landing in style on the ground, causing cracks. The blonde thinks he was a professional hero, and thus starts running to the hero saying they were saved. The senior holds her hand and tells her not to get close to them, and asks if she wasn't seeing that they were preparing to fight, and says the hero was Steel Beetle, one among the top 10 in the world, and asks what a hero of that caliber was challenging that guy and wonders who he was. The hero, facing Yan-sen, says that after a month of searching, they finally found him. He admits that he was indeed powerful, having defeated Plastic Man and the others, but his arrogant attitude irritated him. He couldn't fly, but as long as the fight remained on the ground, he would easily defeat his enemies, and underestimating others would put him at a disadvantage. The protagonist tells him to be quiet. Steel Beetle says he could fly, but he would give him a 3-strike advantage if he promised it would be a fair fight on the ground. Yan-sen uses his Shunpo ability and quickly appears in front of the hero, landing a kick and knocking him to the ground, leaving him in disbelief. The protagonist, angrily, asks why they kept ignoring what others said, thus leaving everyone shocked and in disbelief. Steel Beetle, on his knees on the ground, starts coughing. The hidden blonde asks her senior if she saw that, as it was very fast. She thought that even if it was a sneak attack, that speed and power clearly surpassed a rank 7 hero, and she wondered where exactly he came from and why he had such strong superpowers. The blonde says that Yan-sen was very powerful and that perhaps he could win. The veteran responds that it was not certain, despite his attack surpassing the power of a rank 7 hero. It still wasn't enough to defeat the Steel Beetle, because she heard that in terms of strength, the Steel Beetle was in the top 10 of the God class rank when he was fighting alone. The hero says he was indeed powerful, and comments that if it had been Plastic Man who took his kick, he probably would have wet himself, and thinks it's a shame because he was one of the 10 God class heroes. An aircraft was coming towards them. The pilot says that this was from the Steel Beetle monitoring team, and that all functions of the Steel Beetle were fully operational, and that they could transfer his armor to him. The hero responds that it was excellent, and tells the protagonist that he was going to show his true power to him. And so he strikes a pose, and his belt begins to glow, and he shouts, "Steel Beetle," very loudly with his hand raised, and thus begins to gather several beams of power coming in his direction. Yan-sen, seeing that, makes a strange face and remains silent. Steel Beetle, with the power gathered, takes his morpher and places it on his belt, and says it was time to morph, and thus some beams of power start shooting out in all directions. The veteran, seeing this, thinks that she remembered seeing Steel Beetle's transformation on television when she was a child, and never imagined seeing it in person. The reporter in his helicopter announced on the broadcast, "Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? The Steel Beetle has transformed. After 11 years, we are seeing the best armor ever made again in action. I still remember 11 years ago the Steel Beetle became famous by defeating hundreds of monsters wearing this armor. This man made the Steel Beetle transform. This will be an exciting battle." The hero, after morphing, says that it was done, leaving the veteran and the guy with glasses silent. He tells the protagonist that they would continue with the fight. He sighs and responds that so be it, and says that since he was being so persistent, he would accept the challenge. And so Yan-sen draws the sword of sacrifice and says that he had a body that was at the point of ascension and asked for his contribution. The hero responds that it was great, as things were getting more interesting, and tells him to come at him. The protagonist responds as he wishes, and thus the two of them charge at each other, exchanging several blows at high speed, hardly able to see properly around the whole terrain. The hero Steel Beetle says that this was addictive and, laughing, says that he had finally found someone on his level and says he had never been so excited. When suddenly, Yan-sen uses his Shunpo, appearing behind the hero. Then he puts his hand on his head and throws him all the way to the ground, embedding Steel Beetle's head in the earth. The veteran, seeing that, remains silent. The hero gets up from the ground, while the reporter with glasses announced on the broadcast. All the viewers saw that. But what an interesting duel. It's a battle of pure emotion. They rose hundreds of meters in the air. This is definitely one of the best battles of the last 10 years. Steel Beetle, sweating coldly, thought and wondered what had happened, as he hadn't even seen what occurred, and he thought the person didn't look strong at all, yet he questioned why his aura made him shudder. The hero, fearful and with a trembling voice, said that he was Steel Beetle, the man with the most powerful armor known to man. No one could scare him. Thus, he began to gather his energy, creating several rays around him, loudly declaring that he would make him experience his legendary ability, and used his plasma cannon ability towards the protagonist. The veteran, hidden among the rocks, put her hand on her face and held onto the rocks, as the power of the plasma cannon was very strong. The protagonist, unreactive, stood still without worry. The hero activated the maximum power of his cannon, yet Yansen stood still and used his chi sword protection, defending the blow easily without taking any damage. Steel Beetle, shocked and disbelieving, asked how he managed to stop that. The blonde asked her older friend if that had been Steel Beetle's ultimate attack. She just nodded while staying focused on his fights, and wondered if it was possible that this young man could defeat the hero, and thought that stopping the plasma cannon had put Steel Beetle in a tough spot, as he had nothing left to do to defeat him, and thus said that after the protagonist defeated the hero, he would become a sensation all over the world. Steel Beetle said that since they had come to that, he began to gather his power around him, causing a strange air in that region, alerting others. Xiao Ying asked what the hero was planning to do. His ship's pilot loudly said that it was dangerous and asked him to stop that right now, as that move was still in the testing phase and had uncontrollable strength, and his body could not withstand it. The hero, gathering energy in his morpher, responded that no, because he needed to defeat that arrogant bastard and would make him understand that this world belonged to the heroes and that, in that world, heroes were invincible. The reporter in his helicopter said to his broadcast, "Dear viewers, the battle has reached its climax and both sides continue with everything. What is Steel Beetle doing? He is emitting a yellow light. Could this be the hero's ultimate ability?" The pilot told Steel Beetle to reconsider, as his strength capacity had already exceeded the maximum limit, and said that he was still not able to control that power. He would lose control. The pilot, seeing him gather that tremendous power, wondered if he was trying to kill himself. The protagonist stood still without moving. The hero said that the move was still in the testing phase and said that he would use it in the fight against Rainbow Man and did not imagine that he would have to use it there, and said that he would be his test subject and told him not to worry because he was powerful and would spare his life, and thus used the plasma burst towards the protagonist. He pointed 2 fingers towards the plasma burst and used the chi sword materialization, thus reflecting the plasma burst back to Steel Beetle, which ended up destroying all his armor and clothes, leaving him naked. With the power of the plasma burst, a great pressure was caused, making him fly and be thrown very far away. The 2 friends were shocked and wondered what had just happened. The reporter couldn't believe what had occurred. Yansen said his opponent was too weak. In the northern hemisphere, in a city, several people gathered wondering who that person was and how he had fallen from the sky, while others commented that he resembled Steel Beetle quite a bit. A woman with her boyfriend asked if he wasn't in the middle of a duel just earlier. The hero, lying on the ground looking at the sky, said he had lost. At dusk, in the forest, the protagonist was on top of a rock, cultivating with his sword. Nearby, the 2 girls were around a campfire roasting fish to eat, and they wondered what was wrong with him, as he had been sitting there almost an entire day, without eating or saying anything, and asked if he wasn't hungry. They agreed to give him some of their food. The protagonist, while cultivating with his eyes closed, heard someone calling him. When he opened his eyes, he saw a roasted fish in front of him. The blonde said he had been sitting there all day, and told him to eat something, handing him the roasted fish. He replied that he was not hungry. The blonde sat near him and questioned him, saying he wasn't from their world. He asked why she thought that. She asked if she needed to say because with his strength, he could do whatever he wanted with her world, and nobody had any idea who he was. And, despite his powers, this only proved he wasn't from there. Curious, she asked where exactly he came from and how he became so strong. He sighed and said his name was Yan Sen, a cultivator originally from the Xuan continent. He began his cultivation at the age of 6, and by 10 years old, he had reached the apex of martial arts, and at 12, the peak of chi cultivation rank. He reached the arts of spiritual cultivation at 16 years old, and at 17 began the training of spiritual refinement. Before even becoming an adult, he had built a foundation for the path of coalescence, became a celestial ruler in less than 100 years, having become a celestial deity. He continued his path to transform into a golden deity, and then a meta-deity. He completed the path that people couldn't even with centuries or millions of years, in just a few hundred years of his life. In his old age, he became the patriarch of the sect, passed on his knowledge of martial arts and the path to becoming a deity to the sect, until one day he felt a change in the celestial plane, realized he had reached the highest rank within the celestial limits, the imperial deity, and so that the sect could continue and achieve limitless forms of refinement, he chose to cultivate in isolation. He never would have imagined that there would be no change despite his long period of seclusion. While in isolation, hostile forces led by the Koyu sect came to steal the precious treasure of his sect, the Halbert Sky Tremor, and also completely eradicate his sect. Remembering the tragedy of his sect, the people from the Koyu sect were ordering to kill everyone, while the people from the protagonist's sect were telling them not to panic and to maintain formation. The cultivators from the Koyu sect told their leader that the central formation had been destroyed. The leader ordered everyone in his sect to leave no one alive, and in one night, the skies were dyed crimson. They humiliated his disciples and murdered every member of his sect. Amid the massacre, people begged him to save them. Yansen's disciples were killed, and their bodies hung on the gates of their sects and also exposed to the sun for 300 years. When he returned from his isolation to reassume his place in the world, although continuing only as a semi-imperial deity, it was enough to be considered an invincible existence. With the image of the dilapidated gate of his sect and the bones scattered on the ground, he could not suppress the flaming fury within his heart. With the raising of one of his hands, he annihilated half the celestial population. The brutality of his revenge resulted in an attack by the alliance of the Divine Kingdom with the demonic clan. They had loudly announced that he would be executed in a rural area. In the end, they only managed to seal him in the deity confinement tower, which cost them 5 of their 5 most powerful cultivators, 100 transcendental deities, and the lives of hundreds of meta-deities, and thus they threw him into a dimensional rift, still within the deity tower, to ensure that he would never be able to return for all eternity. And as soon as he woke up, he was in that unknown world. Yansen, after telling his story to Xiao Ying, asked her if there was a problem. She replied that his little story was absurd, but she kind of liked it. The veteran, sitting on the other side, asked what he planned to do from now on. The protagonist replied that his original plan was to rebuild his sect while waiting for the recovery of his spiritual energy. He would open the celestial dimensional gates and return to the celestial realm. However, that world was more complicated than he imagined. The veteran asked what he meant by complicated. He said that this world had something called technology, and there was no place for deities there. She was speechless. The blonde said that was where he was mistaken and stated that this world needed someone powerful like him. Yansen asked if she was serious. She responded by asking why she would lie and said they were students at Jiazia, the Academy for Superhumans. If he was interested, he should visit their school and become one of the instructors. She asked if he didn't want to recreate his sect, as they could help him understand that world. The protagonist pondered, looking at that, and the blonde said that Sister Meng Qi's father was the director of the academy. She would help with the entry procedures, and said he didn't need to decide now, and that he could think about the matter. Yansen said there was nothing to consider, as he would go. Xiao Ying said he had already decided, as she was thinking of various ways to try to convince him. Meng said that, by the way, he had defeated 2 major superheroes consecutively, and recommended that he change his style of dressing, as reporters would not leave him alone if he walked around like that. The protagonist wondered if he had to change his style while looking at his clothes. Xiao Ying stood up and declared it decided, as classes would start in 2 weeks, and she asked him not to forget to submit the entrance application, adding that they would wait for him at the academy. 2 weeks later, Yansen, on the train, thought that to recreate his sect, he would go to Jiajia, the Academy for Superhumans, to become an instructor. The train driver announced over the speakers, "The train is heading to the Superhuman Academy Jiajia. Please remember to keep your belongings close to you." The protagonist, having lived for thousands of years, never imagined he would set foot in a school again. Although he had been informed that he would teach the ways of cultivation, he had no idea where to begin due to the concepts of that world. The train stopped at a station, and a school-uniformed girl entered. Looking at the protagonist, he thought he was a strange guy. Looking at her, he commented that she was a charming young lady when he noticed she had a bit of spiritual energy within her. Suddenly, a perverted man approached her from behind, making her uncomfortable, and then he grabbed her and began to touch her. The protagonist, seeing this, wondered what that was and questioned if it was sexual harassment, thinking that doing such a thing in public was degenerate. The girl, utterly embarrassed with a trembling voice, begged for help and pleaded for someone to rescue her, looking to the protagonist for assistance. He closed his eyes and thought that the years he lived on the Xuan continent taught him not to meddle in other people's affairs, when suddenly a loud voice cursed at him. Seeing the protagonist's attitude in not helping against the pervert, the girl called him a scoundrel and said she would never accept such a wretch as a hero. The man with glasses asked Sister Lan not to get agitated, as he was someone recommended by Hu Mengqi, and moreover, he had defeated God-class heroes. She replied that she didn't care and argued that thinking he wanted a hero license and also wanted to teach at the academy with that kind of attitude, he would only enter over her dead body, and said that with unemployment rates so high, there was an 80% chance that someone was supporting him. All the news of him defeating God-class heroes must be pure nonsense. She angrily said she refused to believe that that wretch was capable of such things. The man with long hair and glasses said it couldn't be. She responded that there was no lie in what she said, and those God-class heroes would take any job, from unclogging toilets to spending money to spread fake news, would be something easy for him to do. The man said he was still recommended by Hu Mengqi, and that could end up causing problems for them. Sister Lan said she recommended anyone. She had lost count of how many times that had already happened, and they didn't even know his true capabilities. The chances of letting him in through the back door were out of the question, and so she grabbed the walkie-talkie and ordered them to teach him a lesson. The man playing the role of the pervert spat on the protagonist's boot, angering him. The man and woman watching the broadcast wondered if he had gotten angry and asked him to show what he was truly capable of. Sister Lan, with a sarcastic smile, said things were about to get serious after all. They were dealing with someone who had defeated God-class heroes. The protagonist stood up and walked towards the actor, confronted him, and spat back as the train stopped at the station, and he got off, leaving everyone else stunned. Seeing this scene, Sister Lan became furious, rolled up the sleeves of her shirt, and shouted loudly that she would finish off that scoundrel, saying it was the first time she had seen a superpower user act that way. The man with glasses told her to calm down because he had connections with the director's daughter. Irritated, she slapped the man with glasses, telling him to get lost, questioning if he had gotten in through connections and saying he was the type she hated the most, and today nobody would be able to stop her. Angrily shouting, she said if she didn't finish him off, she would retire and find a husband. The man with glasses, frightened, said she was going after the guy, and that meant he was done for because she was Lan Chi, a God-class hero ranked number 7, and if he didn't want to show what he was capable of, she would test him herself. The man with glasses said it wouldn't end well. He needed to think of a way to stop her, as that woman was uncontrollable when angry. The actor, pretending to be the pervert on the train, cried and said with a trembling voice that it was clear she was a woman, so there was no need to treat her that way. The girl comforted her, asking her to calm down because it was okay and that she would console her. Over the train speakers, the man with glasses told the two to stop chattering because Sister Lan was furious. She had gone after the guy to start a fight, and they needed to stop her, or they would be in trouble, possibly even losing their jobs. The girl asked if Sister Lan was in charge, and commented that she had even felt a shiver down her spine. The actress posing as a man asked what they could do. He replied that he would look for the guy, and that the two of them should stop Lan Chi, and then he ran off saying he had to hurry. They would split up and resolve the matter, and so he used his lung capacity enhancement power and ran at high speed. As Yansen walked, he commented that he had the feeling someone had been watching him for some time. Looking around, he thought the atmosphere meant another fight was coming. When the man with glasses appeared, shouting and asking him to wait a moment, arriving breathless, he said he had finally caught up to him. The protagonist asked if he was speaking to him, and he replied yes, started talking very fast and stuttering, and at the end, said that was a summary of things, and asked if he had understood. With a confused face, he replied that he hadn't understood a single word he said, and that if it wasn't something important, he was leaving. The man with glasses asked why he couldn't understand and said there was no help for it. He would repeat. Yansen placed his hand on the head of the man with glasses, who, startled, asked what that was when he noticed he had fully recovered and asked if Yansen had a healing ability. Yansen replied that if he were a healing user, then defeating Sister Lan would be an impossible task for him because her ability was perfectly suited for combat, and he asked the protagonist to let him explain again. Yansen said it wasn't necessary because he knew what was happening and commented that there indeed had been someone watching him for some time. The technology of that world was truly incredible. He hadn't felt any fluctuation in spiritual energy. The man with long hair asked if he could also read minds and commented on how someone could be blessed with so many abilities. Yansen replied that it was known as the soul probing technique. He also injected some spiritual energy into him. The man with glasses commented that if Yansen had so many abilities at his disposal, he would surely be able to obtain a hero license. The problem was that Sister Lan was not at all accommodating and asked what he thought about taking another path. The protagonist asked why, since the young woman promised him that she would make him one of the academy's instructors, and that would be the first step towards re-establishing his sect. The man with glasses explained that without a hero license, he couldn't become an instructor at the academy, and was sure that he would get the license when someone else was in charge. Then, he stopped in front of the protagonist, pleading. Yunsen responded that it was okay, and that he would take another path. The man with glasses, excited, asked if he was serious, and thanked him. Suddenly, Lan Chi used her ground-stomping ability, causing a huge explosion in front of them. The man with glasses wondered what had happened. She replied that she had heard everything, and affirmed that he would never get a hero license. The man with long hair was incredulous, wondering how she had gotten there so quickly. Behind Sister Lan, the girls arrived. The four-eyed man shouted, asking how she got there so fast, and questioned if he hadn't sent the two to stop her. The girl in white told him to take a look at them and asked if he thought they could stop her alone, with their faces all swollen. He, surprised, said that woman had no limits and said he had to do something, as he couldn't let her go crazy there, since his job depended on it. He asked the protagonist to forget the idea of getting the license, saying it was not a joke and that he couldn't defeat her. Lan Chi yelled, telling the four-eyed to shut up, or she would beat them both up, leaving him scared. Yunsen asked what the lady wished. She replied that she would finish him off, and then announced that it was showtime. She made a gesture with both hands saying transformation, and the power of the stars began to come towards her and envelop her body, transforming into a pink suit, changing her hair color to blonde, and giving her a heart-shaped magic wand. The protagonist, confused, asked what kind of technique that was. The four-eyed man with a nosebleed asked how she could transform right off the bat, as it was a lot of stimulation, and said he had no idea how Yunsen had managed to defeat God-class heroes like Steel Beetle, but it didn't matter whether it was through bribery or force. The person in front of him was on another level. He then ran off, saying he had said all he needed to. Yunsen, confused, asked what was so special about her, as he couldn't perceive any difference in her compared to previous heroes. She took her magical staff and asked him to show what he was capable of, stating that there weren't many people in that world who could make her fight seriously. He, with a look of boredom, asked why the warriors of that world were so peculiar, questioning if they ignored him when he spoke, or just charged at him looking for a fight, and asked if she had something against peace, questioning if it was so difficult to resolve things through conversation. Lan Chi asked what he meant by resolving things through conversation, and explained that this is a world of superpowers, where power is all that matters, questioning if he hadn't read the manual before coming here. He asked if she was going to shoot beams like Steel did before. She replied that she had to disappoint him, as she was a battle mage and charged at him, attempting to grab him. He easily dodged, and when she turned her hand and said magic explosion, the four-eyed man ran off and told the other girls to stay away. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred with the magic explosion ability, and in the middle of the dust smoke, she leaped out and launched a blast towards the protagonist. Yunsen slapped the blast away into the lake, leaving the four-eyed man frightened. Lan Chi commented that he was an interesting boy. He replied that indeed, she was more powerful than the others. She yelled that she was just warming up. The four-eyed man admitted he was wrong to underestimate the guy, saying he even made Lan Chi get serious. The girl in white commented that all she knew was that Sister Lan always beat up people who wanted the hero license, and asked why she was so angry. He explained that they were newbies, and recounted that when he met Lan Chi 3 years ago, she wasn't like this, and at that time she was what one would expect from a magical warrior. 3 years ago, Lan Chi greeted the four-eyed man saying they would be colleagues, and that she wanted to do her best in recruiting and training the next generation of heroes, leaving him all embarrassed. During this period, Lan Chi and he met all kinds of people, but none were normal. They saw various strange techniques, and compared to them, his lung capacity enhancement technique was incredible. Lan Chi changed over time, challenged all the weirdos, and even began to reject the idea that a magical girl needs to be cute, vowing to end anyone who said that. The girl who had pretended to be an actor commented that it's no surprise that Lan Chi had a strong temper, while the other observed that she didn't look like a mage. Lan Chi, excited, told the protagonist that he was getting her excited, and mentioned that she had waited 3 years for someone like him, starting to summon magical lightning spheres around her. Yunsen said that in that case, he might accept the eccentric license, but she angrily responded that for that, he would have to prove the full extent of his powers. He, bored, expressed concern that she would be scared if he really showed what he could do. She laughed and called him arrogant, saying that no one had ever intimidated her. With the magical spheres ready, she challenged Yan Sen to try and scare her and launched the energy spheres at him, advancing afterward at high speed, using her magical power at 100%. Yan Sen apologized for the transgression and with a swift gesture slapped her face. The protagonist thought that immortals did not appreciate violence, but the magic spheres she had launched ended up causing a huge explosion, leaving Four Eyes and the girls shocked, and they wondered if Sister Lan was still alive. With the power of the magic spheres, a huge crater was formed in the ground. Lan Chi-Chi, all wounded, emerged from the debris caused by the explosion, used her healing spell, and jumped out of the crater. She called him a scoundrel and questioned how he dared to hit her right in the face. The girl in white asked Four Eyes what ability Sister Lan had, questioning whether she had always had such an ability. He explained that it was known as the healing spell, and that it had been a long time since Sister Lan had used that ability, which, during the time when the heroes faced the monsters, had made her popular among team members. She was famous in the world of superhumans precisely because she possessed high critical damage, long-range magical attacks, and healing buffs. And when the heroes emerged victorious, she not only received the title of God-class hero, but also gained a legion of fans among the heroes. The actress girl asked if she was that overpowered and questioned Four Eyes why he was so uneasy. He, terrified, explained that if Sister Lan was forced to use that ability, it meant she was having difficulty facing her opponent, whose strength was well beyond expectations. Lan Chi-Chi then asserted that if 100% was not enough, she would go beyond, and began to gather power in her fists again. Suddenly she noticed that Yan Sen appeared in front of her, using his shunpo, leaving her in shock. She wondered how he was so fast that she had no time to react, being at least 500 meters away, and in less than a millisecond, he appeared right in front of her, a speed that was above the speed of sound. Irritated, she thought that was scientifically impossible. The protagonist then said he would explain and grabbed her by the collar of her shirt and threw her with great force into space, saying that this was called a martial technique. He used his shunpo again and appeared in space in a millisecond. She, flying at high speed, called him a damn. When she approached him, he used spiritual pressure, giving the impression that he and his palm were giants, and threw her back to where she was before. When she was getting close to the ground, Yan Sen used the shunpo again and appeared before her. The heroine realized this and turned her fists, using her magical power, exceeding it by 500%. As soon as her power collided with the ground, it caused a huge, gigantic explosion of magical energy, leaving Four Eyes and the girls terrified. Lan Chi-Chi fell to the ground, rolling several times. When she stopped, she was completely out of breath, saying she had made a mistake, as he had disappeared in the blink of an eye. The protagonist had used his shunpo again to appear in space, and thus he stated that this was only 1,000th of his spiritual energy, and launched a 2-finger slash toward her, cutting everything in its path and creating a massive hole straight through, slicing the lake and the ground, startling Four Eyes and the girls. They said they would be dead if that attack had been intentional. The heroine, with her trembling and terrified voice, called him a wretched scoundrel. The protagonist returned from space, asking if he had scared her. She stood up and yelled that she wasn't scared, saying something like that wouldn't frighten her, and called him a jerk, leaving Yan Sen confused. Four Eyes asked Sister Lan to stop fighting, as that young man was on a monstrously different level. Angrily, she responded by shouting that she wasn't in the mood, and that the world was peaceful today thanks to their determination. She questioned him whether he wanted her to admit defeat, and said she would only admit it over her dead body. Trembling with rage, she said that if 500% wasn't enough, she would use 600%, and if that didn't work, she would use 1,000%. She would not lose, as her determination was unbeatable, and thus she said they would go back to the fight, her fist clenched to strike a blow. The protagonist extended his hand, telling her to stop, and commented that it was okay to be temperamental, but he had passed that phase a long time ago. He explained that where he came from, it was common sense to attack in a group or flee as soon as possible when facing a more powerful opponent. He told her to understand that blind determination wouldn't help in the vast difference in powers, and if they were on the Zhuan continent, she would probably be dead within a few hours. The heroine replied that this was not his world, but Earth. He then mentioned that since his foundation stage was not enough to convince her, he supposed there was no choice but to show his true strength. Everyone around, shocked, began to ponder his true strength. Four Eyes thought that he didn't seem to have exerted much effort in launching that previous destructive attack, and wondered what would happen if he used all his true strength, fearing the damage it could cause. Lan Chi-Chi expressed that she would finally see him using all his strength. He replied that it would be just a small fraction of it, and with a bored expression, commented that, well, he thought he was going to develop a golden pill inside him. They questioned him about what that golden pill was. The girl in white asked the glasses guy what that golden pill was. He responded that it was probably some technique with some kind of golden explosion, and so he began to gather his spiritual energy, causing his ceiling tower to crack. The glasses guy asked what was happening and why it had darkened. Yan-sen told the heroine to prepare for what was coming. She asked what that electric current was. He replied that they were not electric currents. They were thunders of calamity, and told her not to worry, as there would be more. In Huaxia, at the Academy for Superhumans, Class 1, one of the students told the others to look through the windows as something was happening. A girl said that he looked like he was dying of fear. He said she would understand when she looked through the window. Meng Qi, hearing this, became thoughtful. A girl looking out the window wondered what that was, and if the world was ending. The boy said they had seen that thing before, but this was the first time he had seen something so large. Suddenly, a gigantic lightning bolt descended from the sky, shocking everyone. A boy with glasses pointed with his finger, saying it looked like someone was inside the lightning. The short-haired girl responded and asked if he had gone mad, as even a god-class hero would die if hit by such a thing. Meng Qi, annoyed, asked the young man if Sister Lan wasn't supposed to be in charge of today's license exam. He said yes, and asked if there was a problem for the class representative. She said it was likely that Sister Lan was facing Yan-sen at that very moment. Thus, she borrowed the equipment and took the ring from the boy's hand, and so she jumped from the high floors. The boy questioned her, saying that was his transformation equipment. She replied that it was an emergency, and she needed to rescue someone, and as she fell through the floors, she used the transformation. He asked who she was going to rescue. She replied that it was Sister Lan, and then flew off with a jetpack shaped like wings. On the other side, a rain of lightning and thunder fell toward them. Yan-sen said that this natural phenomenon was invoked when cultivators developed their own golden pills and ascended to immortality, and thus, the Calamity Thunder was also known as the Calamity Pill. He said that these thunders were 15 kilometers long, and each could burn 37 million acres. There were 99,999 thunders every 6 seconds. Thus, he said the golden pill would be ready after a minute. The boy with glasses and the girls were frightened. They wondered why they were on their knees and said they couldn't move. The boy with glasses, trembling, said there were various kinds of powers in that world, but this was the first time he had experienced something of this sort. He said he could feel it would be his end if he raised his head. The heroine, kneeling on the ground and trembling, spoke with a trembling voice that she was not scared. She said she was among the best heroes in the world. There was nothing that could scare her. Thus, she wondered why she couldn't look him in the eyes and asked herself if, in the eyes of that man, she was just a novice. Thus, she shouts to exceed the magic limit by 10,000%. She raised her head and called him an idiot looking at him. She noticed that she seemed like an ant next to him. It was at that moment that Lan Chi realized she was completely screwed. The man was right. When facing a powerful opponent, futile efforts should be set aside, and the attempt to flee should be the main focus. She noticed how foolish she had been to challenge him. That man, someone who was leagues away from her. This wasn't even a battle. To him, she was just a mere particle of dust. All he needed to do was breathe, and she would completely disappear. And it was at that moment that Sister Lan completely lost her composure and her fighting spirit. Meng Qi, as she flew to the scene, noticed that the thunder had ceased, and she no longer felt that immense pressure from before. Thus, she increased her speed and said that this was not good, and she needed to hurry. 10 minutes later, she arrived at the scene and saw where they were, but noticed there was an ambulance, so she landed and ran towards them. Upon arriving, she saw a woman on the ambulance stretcher, and asked if that wasn't Sister Lan, and how she ended up in that state. The doctor replied that it was cerebral ischemia, resulting from severe trauma, and it was likely she would have to be hospitalized for 6 months. Meng Qi said that Sister Lan was a world-renowned heroine and questioned the doctor, saying his hospital had hundreds of users of healing abilities, and asked if something couldn't be done. He replied that there was no other alternative, because besides the cerebral ischemia, the amount of energy she used in the fight far exceeded the amount she had used in the past decade. It was a miracle she was still alive. The boy with glasses, scared, said that Yan-sen was a complete monster. Not even monsters were so ridiculous. Meng Qi approached the protagonist and asked what he had done to Sister Lan, since she was a heroine. He asked why she was giving him the role of the bad guy, as it had been her who wanted to see him at full strength. Somewhat awkwardly, he said that all he did was develop a golden pill, and questioned, asking how he was supposed to know she would get so scared to the point of being in that state after only 2 thunder shots. She, annoyed, said that despite having no idea what he was talking about, but judging by his facial expression and tone of voice, she bets that guy was bragging. She put her hand on her head and said it was better to let it go, as no one was seriously injured, and so she asked if he had passed, as she forgot to mention that he needed a hero license to teach at the school. He replied that he had no idea, and thus he asked the boy with glasses if he could now receive that license. Trembling all over, he said yes and that the license was his, as he never wanted to see his face again. Yan-sen said he had passed and asked what he did now. She replied that since he had somewhere to go, she would take him to the staff hostel, where the academy housed the instructors, and said he could start working tomorrow. The girl who had pretended to be attacked by a pervert approached, trembling, and told Meng Qi to go together, as she was planning to return to class when she finished her part-time job. She noticed and said it was Chen Kei-shan. Coming closer, she hid behind Meng Qi. As they returned to school, she asked the protagonist why he was flying. He replied that why walk when you can fly? Yan-sen said he had a question and asked what was the purpose of that class, as he still could not quite understand their customs. She replied that the abilities of that world were separated into classes and that these classes were based on the levels of their abilities. Superpowers were normally divided from Class 1 to Class 10, and above Class 10, they had the Legendary class, Mythical class, Demigod class, and God class. Meng Qi says that the God class heroes are the most powerful heroes in the world, and that he had already defeated 3 of them: Macho Man, ranked 68, Steel Beetle, ranked 10, and Lan Chi Chi, ranked 7. The protagonist says that in that case, the ability users of that world were quite weak, and says that he could defeat them alone even in his pathetic state of the Foundation realm, and if he repeated what he just did, it was quite likely that all of them would have died like flies. The girl says that she had already understood that he was powerful, but that the people of that world were not as weak as he thinks. According to the records, there is another class above the God class. He asks another, and the girl replies yes, and that they were called ancestral heroes, whose abilities were quite different from theirs because they depended on superpower equipment through mutations. It was said that besides having individuals among them who could control time, there were also those who could use the energy of the sun and stars. Indeed, members of this class were capable of creating extremely complex worlds. Yan-sen, surprised, says that mortals who possess the power of conception were interesting. He would love to capture one of them for experiments. Meng, in disbelief, asks which part he did not understand, that it was just legends, and says that, according to historical records, they were the first humans to awaken superpowers, which means they were the ancestors of all superhumans. The protagonist replies that he had understood, and says that it was no wonder they had no idea what cultivation was. The girl tells him to forget about that and says that the last time they saw each other, he had said he would like to re-establish his sect, and so she asks why someone as powerful as him would care about something like that. He says that before his esteemed master passed away, he left the sect under his care, and the words he had said at that time were still fresh in his mind. The protagonist begins to remember when his master told him that although he had become one of the most powerful deities, the punch from earlier revealed that he needed to improve in various aspects. Thus, he thanks his master for his mercy. The master begins to say that he had lived among the deities all his life, and despite this, he never managed to become an imperial deity, and thus his decaying body was no longer able to absorb the spiritual energy around him. The protagonist says that it would not happen, as the master was one of the most powerful deities in the world. He would not die at all. He replies that that day would come, as only the emperor of the deities was eternal, and says that he would pass on his title of sect leader to him, and thus he hopes that Yan-sen would lead his sect to true immortality, and asks him to remember his words. Never take things to the last consequences. A deity should not put someone under strong pressure. He replies that he would follow his teachings with honor. The master says that was fine. He could leave now as he was getting sleepy. Yan-sen tells Meng Qi that this was what his master had told him. She says she understood, and then he says that it was his recklessness that resulted in the destruction of his sect. With a determined look, he thinks that this is why he must re-establish his sect and fulfill his master's dream. The protagonist begins to speak as if it were no big deal, saying that, in fact, there was another way to recreate the sect. The girl asks what other way, and he replies that, for example, he could destroy the tower of confinement of the deities, and then find some suitable place to create a world, then create life, perhaps even make them born with golden pills in their bodies, and resurrecting the entire sect would only take 2 seconds. The girls, shocked and in disbelief, wonder how to create new lives. The protagonist sighs and says that it was one of the unprincipled methods. He felt that his esteemed master would not be proud if he recreated the sect in that manner. The girl, incredulous, asks loudly if he was joking and asks if he was really capable of creating life artificially. He replies that he was not joking and says that a mystical being was already capable of creating hundreds of worlds, and it would be easy for an imperial deity to create newborn cultivators with golden pills already embedded in their bodies. The girl responds that he was quite the cheater and questions him, since he was so powerful, how did they manage to seal him? He, a bit embarrassed, gives a light laugh and says that it was somewhat shameful to report. There had been retaliation at the time of his return from seclusion and the conquest of his title as emperor, and it was inevitable that things got a bit out of control. So he begins to tell how it happened. When the retaliation occurred, the surrounding area was completely destroyed, with an ocean of magma around the ground. An old man, lying injured on the ground, said that he was the legendary imperial deity, the monarch of all immortals. Even with all the celestial deities and the demon clan combined, and 20 of them were mystical beings. With a single strike, he had killed 5 and mutilated another 10. In disbelief, he begins to punch the ground, calling him a scoundrel, saying that countless others had also died. The celestial realm was doomed, and he questions Qiyu why he had destroyed other people's sects for no reason. The old man told the protagonist that, despite having attained the title of imperial deity, he was no match for the Tower of Confinement of Deities. It was a magical treasure of his that took 2.6 billion years of refinement in the celestial realm to be created, and he would never be able to escape once confined. Yansen asked the old man if he believed he could trap him using his mere scraps. The old man then challenged him, asking if he had the courage. So, the protagonist agreed and entered the tower. The old man shouted loudly that the boy had been tricked, and thus he sealed him and quickly opened a dimensional rift, throwing the Tower of Confinement into it, sending him away. And then the old man screamed for all the mystical beings to work together to close access to other worlds. Yansen says that's how he mysteriously ended up there. They also hid the celestial realm in countless smaller worlds, so he couldn't find them. Irritated, he says that the old man dared to trick him, and that once he recovers his strength, he will show them they messed with the wrong person. The girls are left speechless after hearing that story. As they walked, Mengqi mentions that the school is just ahead, and that the instructor's dormitory is at the back of the academy. In front of the school, there were several reporters waiting. They said that in a few days, the academy would be holding graduation exams, and there would be several reports to be made. A man with a square haircut asks the woman if she thinks anyone would graduate that year. She replies that it's hard to say, as the examiner that year was the highest-ranked God-class hero, and no student had graduated in 6 years. Then, the man with the square haircut points with his finger, asking who the person coming was, and she says, "Isn't that the man who sent the God-class hero flying straight to the northern hemisphere?" The girl puts her hand on her head and says it's those kinds of people again, and tells the protagonist that she had already told him he needed to change the way he dresses. He, with his arms crossed, replies why he would do that, since he hadn't done anything wrong. In the blink of an eye, the reporters surround him and start interviewing him. "Hello, I'd like to ask how you feel after defeating so many high-class heroes. When you first met Steel Beetle, what did you think of him? Do you feel any pressure when fighting God-class superheroes?" The reporter with the square haircut says that currently he has 1 billion fans worldwide and asks if he would like to say something to them. Yansen, confused, wonders what fans are. The reporters continue with the questions. "By the way, what's your name? Where are you from?" He replies that his name is Yansen and that he's from the Xuan continent, also known as the Celestial Realm. The reporters continue the interview. "Is your superpower some kind of physical enhancement? Why is it so powerful?" He replies that it's not called a superpower, but an immortal technique, and so the barrage of questions continues. The girls, in disbelief, say that it's the first time they've seen someone so patient and mention that he has a great temperament. Suddenly, a group of people appears. When the reporter with the square haircut notices, he shouts that the Rainbow Rangers had appeared. The people were shocked to hear that the Rainbow Rangers were there, and everyone turned in astonishment. Yansen, confused, wonders, "Rangers, what?" People shouted that those were the top ranked in the world, the 5 God-class heroes. Red Ranger ranked 2nd God class, Blue Ranger ranked 3rd God class, Black Ranger ranked 4th God class, Pink Ranger ranked 5th God class, Yellow Ranger ranked 6th God class. The reporter with the square haircut says he's not dreaming and runs toward them, saying he'll be the first reporter to interview a top-tier hero. So the Red Ranger shouts to the others to start, and they begin to yell, Red bamboo, black bamboo, blue bamboo, pink bamboo, and yellow bamboo. We are the Rainbow Rangers. And then they strike poses. The girls and the protagonist feel secondhand embarrassment. The reporter with the square haircut comments that the Rainbow Rangers still remain quite peculiar. The red leader says that although things have changed, the rules remain the same. The reporter asks if the Rainbow Rangers came for the Superhuman Academy's graduation exams. He replies that yes, they would be the main examiners that year, and they eagerly awaited the new generation to take on their responsibilities and protect Earth. Meng-Chi comments that they gave a "protect the Earth" speech, but they had already eliminated all the powerful monsters and wonders if they came just to pass the time. She, irritated, says that she had seen this many times, but still feels secondhand embarrassment. The reporters asked if it was true that they would be the examiners, how powerful the monsters they captured this time were, what their powers were like, and if the students would be able to withstand 10 seconds of the exam. Yan-sen, confused, asks if they've gone mad, and wonders what was wrong with the people of that world, as they all had strange aspects. The girl explains that he had only recently arrived in their world, so it was natural that he didn't know anything. Several years ago, all the heroes, including the Rainbow Rangers, Sister Lawn, Steel Beetle, and others, were the main characters of this world. They protected the world through willpower and an unbreakable spirit, always on the front lines whenever Earth faced danger. After the defeat of the Monster King, the world finally entered an era of peace. That's why they were so popular, and it was natural that the reporters were excited since the world was now at peace. But this brought some negative impacts. Many heroes found themselves with nothing to do after peace arrived. Some became otakus, while others began using their superpowers to work in the cities. However, the superheroes with combat powers were in a disadvantaged position, so to pass the time, they kept the remaining monsters as pets. Meanwhile, high-class heroes like Steel Beetle and the Rainbow Rangers continued to secretly compete. The Red Ranger told Steel Beetle that he had heard he had the best terrestrial armor, and asked if it was true. Steel Beetle replied, "Of course not. He was just a little more powerful than him," as heroes hated to lose, so this situation was common. Meng-Chi commented that over time, their world had become a place where the powerful were admired. The girl next to Meng said she never imagined they would be the examiners that year, and was sure they wouldn't pass. Meng replied that indeed, they hadn't even passed the mythical class exam, let alone the god class. The girl, crying with a trembling voice, said she would never graduate. The protagonist commented that the exam they were talking about seemed similar to the sect test in his world, which he found interesting. Meng explained that it was somewhat like that. He needed to pass the exam to graduate and then become a hero, and according to the rules of the Superhuman Union, students could only participate in the professional hero graduation exam when their superpowers were above level 10. The professional heroes used the monsters they kept as pets during the exam, and students who managed to defeat them would graduate. Meng-Chi mentioned that, in fact, her superpowers had long surpassed Class 10. The energy she released was roughly at the legendary class level, and yet she still couldn't graduate. He said it was strange, since her superpowers had already reached the minimum required. She replied that it was because the heroes were competing over students, and asked if he could imagine how far their battle had escalated. They were even fighting over students. The heroes boasted to others that they had more students than the other, while the other argued that their students were more powerful. Yan-sen said that the people in her world were really weird. Meng said that many students who couldn't graduate last year left, and that she could already see the hard work her father would go through that year. The protagonist said that, since he had come there to become an instructor to re-establish his sect, he would do something about it. Nothing extravagant, just a small help, and thought he would teach her a technique that would help her pass the exam. Excited, she asked if he was serious. He replied that yes, immortals didn't joke about serious things. Pink Ranger told her leader to take a look over there, saying it was the guy in the white robe who had become extremely popular in the news, and they said he had instantly defeated several superheroes. Blue Ranger said you couldn't trust those reports. It wasn't the first time the media made a big fuss to promote a hero. Black Ranger mentioned that Steel Beetle had lost to him. Yellow Ranger added that his combat power was still an unknown in the superhero world. The Red Ranger leader said that Steel Beetle was only number 10 in the God Class hero rankings, and each of them could easily defeat him on their own, so he told Yellow Bamboo to check his combat power. She replied, "Okay," and activated the superpowered battle system, beginning to analyze the protagonist with the system. Height, 1 meter and 92 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Age, unknown. Superpower, none. Type, none. Combat power, 5. Yellow Bamboo, in disbelief, says that he didn't have superpowers. Black Bamboo questions her, pointing out that he was floating, and asks if something went wrong with her superpower. She responds that no, even if he was using some kind of equipment, he would still need to use his superpower to boost his power core, and her system, which was extremely powerful, could detect the existence of superpowers. She insists that he didn't have any. Black Ranger then says that it was likely some kind of flight device powered by batteries, adding that he always knew the guy was all about marketing. Blue Ranger asks their leader if they were going to go greet him, but he replies that they should let it go, as they had more important things to do. Meng Qi asks the protagonist if they could learn his superpower, and he says yes. She recalls that he said he would teach them a technique, and asks if it was powerful, wondering if they would be able to pass the exam with it. He responds that it was quite likely. A girl calls them to quickly enter the academy. As they were entering, Yan Sen and the leader of the Rainbow Rangers, Red Bamboo, bump into each other, and the two stop, staring at one another. The reporters notice and comment that something interesting was about to happen, predicting that tomorrow's headlines would be explosive. The reporters wonder who would be the first to pass through the academy gate, some saying they had no idea, as it was rare to see powerful people facing off, especially in an era where the competition for first place was intense. Meng Qi, in disbelief, wonders how they bumped into each other, and questions if they were going to start a fight. When the protagonist steps aside and stretches out his hand, gesturing for Red Bamboo to pass, he calls the others to go along with him. The reporters are baffled by what they had just witnessed, noting that they had never seen anything like that, and remarking that he had been courteous, something no one from their world would ever do. A reporter with a square haircut, shocked, says that if anyone showed courtesy to the Rainbow Rangers they knew would mock him, and so they conclude that these were not the Bamboos they were familiar with. The girl tells Yan Sen that she thought he was going to fight them, and he replies that their leader, Bigode, was really powerful. The girl becomes thoughtful, while the protagonist comments that the one in the red suit was the most powerful person he had encountered since arriving in this world. The girl, surprised, says it was the first time she had ever heard him speak so highly of someone. Yellow Rainbow asks Blue Rainbow what was wrong with their leader and why he was silent. Blue replies that he hadn't said anything when he bumped into that guy just a moment ago, noting that it was unlike him. Yellow questions if it had to do with the guy behind him, insisting that it couldn't be. The leader yells, telling her not to turn around. He was scared, thinking she would be killed. Blue Rainbow asks what he meant and questions if he was saying that this guy. The leader interrupts, saying yes, and that he was very powerful, admitting that he was no match for him, leaving the other rainbows in shock. Rosa asks if he was joking and questions how he couldn't be a match for him, considering he was the second most powerful superhuman in the world. Blue, feeling uneasy, says they had just checked, and the guy didn't have any superpowers. The leader responds that his instincts told him that this person was extremely dangerous. Red Rainbow, with a slight smile, says that numbers or superpowers, none of them could describe how powerful he was, and admits it was frustrating, but it was true that he couldn't defeat him. Yellow Rainbow loudly declares that it couldn't be true, that he was just trying to scare them because the superpower system had never failed, and says that in that case, he would check once more. When he turns around, he realizes that the protagonist was staring at him, causing him to tremble all over. He thinks it's better to leave it for another time and walks away, calling the others to follow. Yan Sen remarks that the people of this world were quite hostile. It seemed they would need to learn some manners before they began their cultivation. Meng Qi then takes the leader of the Yan sect to the instructor's dormitory, even explaining to him the rules and treatment for becoming an instructor hero in that world. Yan sect leader's first day of work would begin the following morning. The protagonist, inside his room while cultivating, hears his doorbell ring several times. Meng, at the door, asks if he's awake. He opens the door shortly after, saying that immortals don't sleep, and then remains silent. She then tells him two things. The first is about his hero license, saying that he successfully kicked Lan's sister out of her spot, making him the number 7 in the God class of superheroes. The other thing is about the controversial weakling hero, mentioning that his reputation had taken a nosedive as she shows him a newspaper with a photo of him giving way for Red Rainbow to pass, with the headline, "He chickened out," claiming his strength was pure fabrication. Yan Sen, seeing the newspaper, says it's no problem and tells her to let people say what they want, as he doesn't care about it. He then asks how many people were currently in the class. She responds that there were a total of 42, 22 men and 20 women. He opens his license and sees that it reads, God Class Number 7, Yan Sen, Man in the Black Cloak, and he thinks that title was strange. Meng Qi tells him to be grateful for receiving a name and says it's his fault for not telling them what hero name he wanted right after passing the test. She comments that he was the only one on the planet to become one of the top 10 heroes in the God class without having to defeat the king of monsters and save the planet. The girl adds that she told their colleagues that the reports were fake and that should save him from a lot of explanations. She even mentions that she might be able to handle the noisy reporters, which would speed up the re-establishment of his sect. Yan-sen says it wasn't necessary because cultivators shouldn't be impetuous. He was prepared to take a few hundred years to re-establish his sect. The girl is speechless and tells him that his nonsense has gone too far, and she's heading to class. She informs him that she already spoke to the professor in the academy's office, so he wouldn't need to register before going to the classroom. In the superpowered class, the students were talking about whether they had heard that they got an awesome new teacher. The class representative said the reports were fake and that his superpowers could be learned. It was the first time Yan-sen had heard that superpowers could be learned. Ran Zihao, a combative student age 17 with the angry fire superpower, said it had been 10 years since he came to study in that damn place, and he still hadn't graduated. He hoped the new teacher would surprise him. His classmate said that with his superpower, he really thought he'd graduate just because of an extremely strong teacher. This year's exam would be administered by a God-class hero, Lan Bin, whose superpower was long-range ice combat. Also 17, he joined the academy at 6 and still hadn't graduated. Ran asks if he wants to die and calls him Four Eyes. Sun Xiaolu, with the wind superpower, also for long-range combat, also 17, entered the academy at 9 and still hadn't graduated either. She told the two to stop fighting, as their chances of graduating in this lifetime were nil. Anyone would do, as long as they had good looks, and so the class time arrives and the bell rings. The students, all seated, wonder if that man was their new teacher. Some said he was tall. Others said it was the first time one of the top 10 ranks of the God class came to teach there. The protagonist, in the classroom, introduces himself to the students and says his name is Yan-sen and that he would be their sect leader from now on. He says his presence means that everyone there has a chance to become cultivators, and he hopes that they can all set aside their worries and work hard to become true immortals. He then states that, as the first batch of disciples of the Tianshen sect, they would all learn the basics in their first class: manners, etiquette, and getting accustomed to the sect's rules. A week later, Zihao, a student from Class 1 of the superpowered group, thought that the mysterious teacher would give him hope of graduating, but he never imagined that the teacher would make them copy over 36,000 damn sect rules over the past week. He says he's already copied them over 200 times. He also said that, to train their minds, they would have to keep copying the rules. But that was nothing. Everything changed when he arrived there. That was their classroom, and that's how it looked afterward, and their uniform ended up like that. He's been enduring those things to train his mind. He's a teenager who received modern education, but this teacher has been blowing his mind since the first day of class. Everyone knows that the earth is round. It's what they were all taught. But still, on the first day, the teacher told them it was flat and divided into two layers where two types of people resided: mortals and immortals. The immortal world, immortals, and the mortal continent. He also mumbled a bunch of things that no one understood. Yan-sen explains that cultivation for immortals is divided into 4 stages. 1. Qi cultivation. 2. Spirit cultivation. 3. Spiritual refinement. 4. Deo coalescence. And then, the establishment of the foundation on the path to Deo coalescence. Immortals are also divided into 4 ranks: foundation establishment, celestial divinity, golden pill formation, golden divinity, nascent soul state, meta divinity, and spirit transmutation, which corresponds to transcendental divinity. Those above transcendental divinity are not called divinities, they are called mystical beings. A bald student wonders what Yan is talking about because he doesn't understand anything. Meng asks the protagonist what immortals are. He replies that immortals are those who can ascend to the heavens, descend to Hades, and destroy the world. This is immortality. Upon becoming an immortal, one would possess the longevity of heaven. He then asks the students why they cultivate. A girl with a determined voice says it's to graduate and become the most powerful heroine in history. He responds that she's wrong, hits her on the head with a book, and says that cultivation is not about prevailing over others, but that the pursuit of Tao is to achieve the Tao of eternal longevity. Meng Qi tells Mr. Yan that he said they would have the longevity of heaven when they became immortals, and asks why they would need to keep cultivating. He replies that he will ask her a question: what if the heaven disappeared? She becomes thoughtful. Ran, irritated, says he doesn't understand anything anymore, but to graduate he will endure it. The protagonist says that although mystical beings can create heavens and spiritual energy, they will still die, like the 5 he killed in a single blow. Ran, Even more irritated, says he will endure it. The teacher says they will only achieve true eternal longevity when they become the emperor of divinities. Suddenly, Ran Zihao shouts that he can't take it anymore. Angry, he stands up and, raising his voice, tells Mr. Yan that he's just been spouting a bunch of nonsense and hasn't taught them anything useful. He says that he even made them copy a ton of rules, and that in that world, the poor rely on mutations and the rich on technology, so common people like them have to work even harder. As a teacher, he should be teaching them how to use their powers, not going on and on about some nonsense like longevity. Frustrated, he throws his hat on the ground and says to hell with cultivation, that he's done. His friend asks where he's going. He says he's going to hit on some girls, that he can't waste time with this, and storms out of the classroom, slamming the door, leaving Yan bewildered. His classmates say that lasting a week was an achievement for him. He must really be on his way to graduating. Another says that the teacher is 7th in the God class, and any other teacher would have been furious if one of their students had done that during class. The protagonist says he will continue. The students, surprised, wonder if he isn't angry. The other replies that he doesn't even seem to care. Lan Bin asks how Zihao expects to graduate with that kind of perseverance. Apparently, in that regard, he was a bit stronger than him. Other students said that only Bin would dare to speak like that about Ron in class. Another added that it was because they had the same strength. But indeed, Lan Bin had more perseverance. In his mind, Bin thought he just wanted to go home. Finally, the class ends, and the students say it's over at last. After the class, Meng Qi tells the protagonist that the area at the back of the academy was a large, empty field for students and teachers to use their superpowers. She asks Yan not to be mad at Zihao's behavior, as he had been wanting to graduate for a long time. He responds that he wasn't mad, and explains that the success rate in cultivation also depended on luck, and he couldn't force anyone into it. The girl comments that it's no wonder he's so calm and asks if that place would work, and if the technique he mentioned was really powerful, and if it would really help her pass the exam. He reassures her that she didn't need to worry. It was a cultivation technique that any martial artist could use, the most compatible one for her, and it would definitely help her pass the exam. She then asks him to teach it to her quickly, since the exam was only a month away. He replies that first, she needed to feel spiritual energy. Ran Zihao, still irritated, was walking behind the academy, tossing a stone into the lake to vent his anger. As he walked away, he muttered that the teacher wasn't the number 7 of the God class, that it was all a lie, and that he was actually powerful. He continued, saying that the class representative had deceived him, and that he didn't need her to graduate. When he noticed 2 people in the distance, he wondered if that wasn't the class representative, and what she was doing in the field at the back with the teacher. He thought something strange was going on and decided to follow them. As he got closer to where they were, he hid behind a rock and wondered what they were doing. He overheard the girl saying it was difficult, and then she hugged Yan, saying she could feel the spiritual energy. Yan replies that the spiritual energy in her world was extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, normal people would take decades to feel it. The girl, seeing several lights, thinks she's glowing and says she didn't know something so miraculous existed in their world. She then asks the protagonist if spiritual energy is like air. He replies that many people believe it's the air that immortals use in the celestial realm, but in reality, it's life. He comments that the fool hiding couldn't feel the spiritual energy. Ran, hidden behind the rock, wonders why they're standing there doing nothing. Meng Qi, with her eyes closed, tells the protagonist that she can feel the spiritual energy and asks what to do next. He instructs her to observe him. She, confused, turns to watch. Yan Sen, forming the yin and yang symbol with his arms, begins to explain to Meng that everything in the world contains yin and yang, and he tells her to use the Qi's ability to sense the changes of yin and yang within the spiritual energy, combine them, and they will become authentic life. As he brings his hands together with the yin and yang energies, he gives life to 2 yellow dragons. Ran Zihao, seeing that, exclaims, "Holy crap!" in disbelief, wondering what the heck that was. Meng Qi, stammering, says she can see it. Yan replies that this was the form of spiritual energy when it comes to life. Ran trembles, still unable to believe it, thinking to himself what kind of superpower that was. He had never seen anything like it before. The protagonist begins gathering yin and yang energy at his fingertips. The girl asks what he's doing, and he responds that he's about to make fireworks. Then, with the energy gathered, he shoots it forward, releasing a giant burst of energy with 2 dragons swirling around it, which then circles the world in mere seconds. Ran, watching, asks what that thing that flew off was. The protagonist's fireworks explode, causing a massive blast. The explosion's pressure flings Meng away. The boy hiding behind the rocks grips them tightly to avoid being blown away. Meng, who had been thrown by the blast, calls out for help. and the teacher effortlessly stops her in midair, holding her with his energy. The boy, holding on for dear life against the force of the explosion, mutters that no normal person could pull off something like that. Meanwhile, the academy students fall to the ground, wondering what's happening and whether it's an earthquake. One of them shouts for everyone to look out the window, and they all gasp in shock, asking if that was a nuclear bomb, while Bin just says he wants to go home. Meng-Ti asks Yan if he's the devil, saying it's too much craziness. He replies, "As they say, the greater your chi capacity, the more powerful the destructive force. That was just a small fraction of his ability." The girl, trembling, asks if he could stop talking for a bit, as she was still trying to calm down. Ron, after witnessing the scene, remains in disbelief. Yansen explains that the key to the technique is that the person doesn't need to use their own spiritual energy, chi capacity, or their elixir field. Instead, it utilizes the life force of the external spiritual energy to release a massive amount of energy. The technique can be executed as long as the person's qi capacity can feel the spiritual energy and grasp the subtleties of yin and yang. After all the explanation, Meng says she still doesn't understand. He hands her a scroll and tells her to read it, saying she'll understand. Looking at the scroll, she reads in her mind, "Dragon Formation Technique of Qi Capacity." She opens the scroll and begins to read, "The Supreme Technique of Cultivators." It doesn't require the person's internal spiritual energy. The power it releases can defeat anyone who is not an immortal. She turns to him and asks if this technique didn't use her stamina or spiritual energy, and if it was Yan who had developed such an absurd technique. He replies that he developed it when he was 6 years old. He had just been taken to the sect by his respected master and had to participate in the sect's internal disciple exam. He wasn't even in the chi cultivation stage, so he had no choice but to develop that absurd technique. She finally understands why his master never let him fight with full force. He was afraid Yan would end up killing someone. The protagonist reflects on this, while Ron is still in shock. The next day at the classroom door, Ran was on his knees with a flag on his back, apologizing to Yan and asking him to teach him how to cultivate. The students, seeing this, wondered what had gotten into him and why he was kneeling, while another said that he had just said yesterday that he couldn't take it anymore. Someone else remarked that they wouldn't be able to enter the classroom with him blocking the entrance. Irritated, Zihao shouted for them to stop with that nonsense and use the other door if they didn't want to be turned into toast. The frightened students called the others to leave, while he remained kneeling with his head bowed. He noticed there was still someone in front of him and, still annoyed, asked why they hadn't left yet and if they wanted to become toast. When he looked up, he realized it was the teacher and Meng. She asked why he was on his knees. Embarrassed, he tried to explain, but Yan told him to get up and come inside because disciples didn't need to kneel. Crying, he responded by saying Yan was a great person. Ron stepped aside, letting the teacher in first. When Yan-sen entered the classroom and instructed everyone to prepare for the lesson, Meng, with a suspicious look, asked why Ron was acting so nice. The teacher said it was likely because he had seen them cultivating. Zihao recalled what he had witnessed and said it had been incredibly powerful. Yan had only moved a finger, and a massive amount of energy was released. Yesterday's explosion was still etched in his mind. He added that he couldn't let Bin find out about it, or Bin would graduate first. Inside the classroom, Ran's friends commented that he smelled bad. He told them to shut up and explained that his anger yesterday had made him throw his uniform in the trash, and when he went to retrieve it, he couldn't find it. So, he had spent the whole night at the dump looking for it, and spent the entire morning washing and drying it. It would be strange if he didn't stink. Lan Bin remarked that it was impossible for Zihao to have come back, given his personality, and said something fishy was going on. A short-haired student mentioned that Bin might not have heard, but Zihao had been kneeling in front of the door until the teacher let him into the classroom. Bin thought about that. The student said it was time for class, and another day of copying rules. Yan-sen told them that after copying the rules so many times, he might acknowledge that they had memorized them, and they would take a break from copying. Two excited students stood up and shouted that they would finally stop copying the damn rules. At the end of the class, the teacher instructed those two to write the rules from memory, and said he noticed no one had used the model while copying. He asked them to write the 36,000 rules in reverse order. And so, sect leader Yan made his disciples write the sect's rules in reverse order, from memory, over and over again, until the day of the graduation exam. On the day of the graduation exam, at the stadium, the reporters announced over the loudspeaker, "This is the live broadcast from BB. Welcome to my show, folks. Today is the day everyone has been waiting for. Today is also the day of the graduation exam at the Academy for Superhumans." One of the commentators questions the other, and the reporter with glasses responds that, wherever there are battles, he'll be there to broadcast them. He then begins to announce again, "It's rare to see a battle that creates so much anticipation, especially since we are in a peaceful era. That's why, even if it's just students fighting, we won't miss the chance to show it. I'll put my life on the line to broadcast this live for everyone, so please don't forget to follow my WB account, WHZ #1 fan. Besides, it's been 21 years since a student graduated from the academy. It's well known that the students are desperate to graduate. If no one graduates this year, it'll be a new record for the academy, and it'll become a laughingstock in the hero world. Not to mention that the academy will go bankrupt." Wu, the director of the Superhuman Academy and father of the class representative Wu Mengqi, was crying. With a trembling voice, he said that his daughter would have to work hard for her father's sake. The reporter with glasses asks the commentator what he thought of this year's candidates and whether they had a chance. He replies that he didn't think so, and explains that, considering this would be the most difficult exam ever, with the Rainbow Rangers as examiners and the controversial hero Yan Sen, the man in the black cloak, as the candidate's teacher, those students would never pass the exam. The reporter with glasses says he understood and mentions that he saw the strength of the guy with his own eyes. He couldn't believe there were still people who thought Yan Sen was a fraud and says they were a bunch of idiots, adding that it was a good thing Yan came here. The commentator tells the reporter with glasses that if he wasn't mistaken, it was him who had broadcast Yan Sen, the man in the black cloak, during his debut. Then he asks him what he thought of Yan's strength and whether he believed it was all nonsense. The reporter responds by saying the commentator could believe whatever he wanted, but his job was to broadcast live. And with that, he says the exam was about to start and asks where the Rainbow Rangers were. Elsewhere, Red Rainbow, standing on a hill with a stopwatch, told the others to begin. Blue Rainbow then launched himself at Black Rainbow, delivering a flying kick, saying he had been looking forward to this. Black Rainbow countered with a kick to Blue Rainbow's stomach, throwing him upward, saying that even though they were all brothers, he wouldn't show mercy during their fight. He then used his flash ability, appearing behind Blue Bamboo and delivering a powerful punch, sending him crashing down. Then, Pink Bamboo appeared, using her firepower coverage ability, launching a set of bombs toward Black Bamboo. Black Rainbow dodged and kicked the rocket back at her with great force, leaving her in disbelief. Yellow Bamboo then used her healing and strength enhancement powers on Blue Bamboo, boosting his physical strength again. Blue Bamboo charged at Black Rainbow, delivering a heavy punch to him, but it had no effect. Black Rainbow stood still, arms crossed, not moving from his spot, and said that even with Yellow Bamboo's enhancement, his punch was still as soft as cotton. Blue Bamboo says that his power is physical enhancement. He can withstand even a nuclear bomb, but even though he's a tank, he wouldn't dare take a punch with enhancements. And yet, as a speed-type superpower user, he took one head-on. Black Bamboo replies that sometimes, when a superpower is strong enough, it ends up ignoring certain types of other powers. He then uses Flash, appearing in front of Yellow Bamboo, saying he found her, and acknowledging that her superpower was really troublesome in battles. Yellow Bamboo wonders how he appeared there, while Blue Bamboo is left wondering where Black Bamboo went. Yellow Bamboo admits defeat, saying he won and that he had improved again. She then asks him why he is ranked number 4 when he's clearly stronger than the other 3. He replies that Blue Bamboo is older than him, so he had to be number 3 in the God class. Red Bamboo stops the stopwatch, saying it was previously 10.1 seconds, but now it was 7.3 seconds, remarking that Black Bamboo had improved significantly. He then says he almost forgot, and presses a control, making a transmission robot appear. He mentions that the military said they weren't responsible for that massive nuclear explosion in the Pacific Ocean last month, and even asked them to investigate it. He then asks the robot if it discovered anything. The robot, a God-class mechanical eye monster captured by the Rainbow Rangers 10 years ago, whose superpower is investigative laser vision, responds to Red Bamboo, saying yes, it finally found something after analyzing all security cameras and battle footage on Earth. The robot reveals that the explosion was caused by human hands. Red Bamboo asks what happened, and the monster replies that it would be easier to show the video. The video shows Yan Sen setting off the fireworks. Watching it, Red Bamboo questions what the young man was doing. When the video ends, he sees the tremendous explosion Yan caused with no effort. Red Bamboo goes silent and says that man was more powerful than he had imagined. In disbelief, he says that was just a fraction of Yan's power, and that he was insane. The monster adds that it also investigated, and it seems Yan wasn't using superpowers but something called cultivation. It then asks what they would do. Red Bamboo replies to send that footage to the hero department and report that the investigation concluded it was a hero setting off fireworks. He also tells the monster to stop spying on Yan, as it might get itself killed. Yellow Bamboo mentions that the graduation exam is about to start and asks which pet they were going to use. Black Bamboo replies, saying of course they would use his. The Black Bamboo said he had investigated and discovered that most of the academy students were of the combative type. They had not been able to pass the exam. The Yellow Bamboo commented on the nightmare of graduation again and asked if they couldn't go easy on them. He replied never, saying he had entered the academy at 5 years old and even at 20 hadn't managed to graduate. He added that they had only spent 10 years there and asked how he could let them graduate so easily. She loudly responded that he was just seeking revenge. The Red Bamboo said the games were over and that the graduation exam was about to begin. He ordered the Bamboos to prepare, and they stood at attention, responding that they understood. Back at the arena, where the graduation exam would take place, the reporter and commentator announced, "The annual student graduation exam is starting, and there will be simultaneous broadcasts on 20 large-scale television stations worldwide. The whole world will witness the birth of new superheroes. Let's wait and see what will happen." The crowd around the arena cheered, excited and enthusiastic, wishing the students good luck, while some told them to try to graduate that year. When all the old heroes die, they would be the new saviors of Earth. The commentator questioned the old man, asking how he had the courage to say such a thing. The blonde-haired reporter announced over the loudspeakers, "All right, enough small talk. Time to welcome the candidates and their instructor. Welcome the Class 1 of Superpowers." The euphoric spectators wondered who the teacher was, and soon they called him Yansen, the man in the black cloak. The protagonist thought the title was very strange. The man with glasses asked if that professor wasn't the controversial hero, and said they had no idea he was the instructor of Class 1 of Superpowers. He asked if anyone believed his students could pass. The man in the blue shirt questioned if he was crazy, and asked if he really thought his students would pass, even if he wasn't a fraud. He further asked if he had forgotten who the examiners were that year. Suddenly, on top of the billboard, the Rainbow Rangers appeared. The spectators screamed, pointing upward, saying they had arrived. The reporter announced, "The Rainbow Rangers have arrived. Film them. This is the first time I've seen the Rainbow Rangers. I've only had contact with their costumes." Meng Chi said it was quite pretentious to position oneself so high. Ran commented that he had been seeing that scene for 10 years. The Red Bamboo said this year's exam would be different, and instead of one-on-one matches, they would switch to team fights. There would be 4 people per team, and Class 1 and Class 2 could form groups together. The reporter began speaking over the loudspeaker. Who would have imagined that this year it would be a team battle? It's the Rainbow Rangers. It's natural that they would choose team fights. The Red Bamboo said they would even help the students, as there would be a time limit for the exam, and those who could hold out for 3 minutes would pass. The excited students were saying that only legendary class monsters were allowed according to the rules. Besides being a team fight, there was also a time limit, and they said they would pass if they lasted for 3 minutes. Ran, irritated, shouted at them to shut up and asked if they were idiots, saying that if it were that easy, they would have graduated a long time ago. The 2 students hung their heads, agreeing that this was true. Meng said she was really nervous because of Professor Yan, as it was very difficult to perceive the yin and yang of that technique. She still couldn't use it, and wasn't sure if she would pass the exam. He replied that cultivators don't become impatient, and told her to cultivate her mind first. He also said that if she couldn't pass that year, she could try again next year. She responded that this year was very important. Then, he placed his hand on her head and said that maybe something unexpected would happen if she freed herself from her fixations, causing Meng to blush. When he removed his hand from her head, she noticed she was no longer as nervous. Thinking to herself, she wondered if Mr. Yan was trying to reduce the pressure she was feeling. She thought that everyone said he was the devil in the classroom, but that he also had his caring side. The protagonist told his disciples there was no reason to be impatient since they had become immortals. If they didn't pass that year, they could try again the next. And if they didn't pass the following year, they could try again in 3 years. He said he believed they would all pass the exam within 100 years. The 2 students who always wrote down the rules said they couldn't take it anymore. 5 minutes later, 2 students from Class 2, superpowered, greeted Xiao Lu and Xiao Yi, saying they had heard their teacher was very strong. One of them asked if they had learned anything useful. Xiao Lu replied that yes, he had learned to copy rules and could transcribe 36,000 rules 5 times a day. Xiao Yi said he was 10 times faster and even dreamed about it. The 2 students, in disbelief, looked astonished. They said it didn't matter if they hadn't learned anything because they knew which monster the Rainbow Rangers would use, and they invited them to form a team. Their types of superpowers could suppress that monster, so if they could last for 10 minutes, it was guaranteed they would graduate. Xiao Li asked if they were serious, as the Rainbow Rangers had 100 monsters, and he wondered if they were sure they could predict which monster would be used. The student replied yes, he could bet on it, as he had spent 3 sleepless nights researching the Rainbow Rangers exam. It was going to work, he could trust that. And then he pushed Xiao Li, saying they would be the first to graduate, while Xiao Li told him to stop pushing. The reporter with glasses announced, "The exam is about to start, and the students have already formed their teams. Which monster will the Rainbow Rangers use? Everyone is curious, myself included. All right, enough small talk. We're here to see the fight. The exam has begun." And so the students followed the professor, and the bamboos started the test by summoning the monster inside the arena. The spectators were wondering what monster they would use, while some said they hoped the students could last at least 5 seconds. The reporter began announcing, "The first team to face the challenge consists of 2 pairs of twins from Class 1 and 2, Lu Xiaolu and Lu Xiaoyi from Class 1, and Wu Shenkui and Wu Shenshu from Class 2. I'm quite curious to see how they'll do. As far as I know, their superpowers don't really have offensive capabilities." Lu Xiaolu asked Wu Shenkui if he was sure the Rainbow Rangers would choose that monster, since they teamed up with them, rookies, because they were betting on it. Wu Shenkui reassured him that there was no need to worry, that it would be fine, and so, the monster that the bamboos summoned started speaking in the middle of the arena, saying it could give those brats a beating before they graduated and became heroes. That was the key for a monster like it to become famous, and as the dust settled, Paul, the fugitive alien, appeared, greeting them. Yansen, astonished, wondered what that was. Meng, perplexed, shouted that it was the nightmare for physical combat type users, the explosive green turtle. The protagonist asked what she meant by nightmare for physical combat type users. She explained that it would be really difficult for combat type users to defeat that monster, comparing it to the difficulty of a fire-based superpower beating a water-based superpower. This was called power-type suppression. The green turtle's superpower was to absorb oxygen and turn it into carbon monoxide. A large explosion would occur when someone touched it, and it would quickly recover through cellular regeneration. In short, it was impossible to defeat it with combat types. The protagonist said that in this case, they couldn't touch it, or it would explode. Meng confirmed this and added that they weren't ashamed of using such a monster, considering most of the academy students were combat types, and she wondered how they were supposed to beat it. The spectators were commenting that the monster this year would be the explosive green turtle, and that it looked like no one would graduate again. The commentator began speaking. "Did you see that, folks? The Rainbow Rangers used the explosive green turtle. The students are in trouble. It's going to be really hard for them to graduate." Wu Shenshu said the commentator was just talking nonsense, because they were going to win, and he remarked to Xiaolu and Xiaoyi that they were right. It was indeed the explosive green turtle. They started laughing, saying it was amazing. The explosive green turtle began using its superpower, an explosion of unprecedented scope. Wu Shenshu, in disbelief, said the timer hadn't even started yet, and then he exploded, causing a huge blast in the arena. The pressure from the explosion threw several people. The glasses-wearing reporter, while flying through the air, announced over the loudspeakers, "Oh my goodness, folks. Who would have thought that the monster would use a technique like that right off the bat? The explosion might have affected the judges' area, which is 100 meters above the ground. Not to mention, this isn't the energy of a legendary class monster. Is this some kind of joke? This level of power isn't from a legendary class monster. There's a second explosion, and everyone in the stadium is in danger." Yansen, seeing this scene, stretched out his hand toward the explosion. The girl, not understanding, wondered what he was going to do. Then he launched the explosion upwards, creating a hurricane that sucked up the entire blast, protecting the people. The Rainbow Rangers, holding on to each other, wondered if that had really been an explosion, questioning what kind of air pressure they were feeling. The leader told the black bamboo that the green turtle might end up hurting the audience. He responded that he hadn't expected that either, and they questioned it, as the air pressure was clearly more powerful than the explosion. It had even neutralized the second blast. They wondered where the air pressure was coming from, while the red bamboo, sweating nervously, looked deep in thought. The spectators said they had been saved, but wondered what had happened. One of the students asked Sun Xiaoli if she was the one with the wind superpower, and if she had done that. She replied that if she were capable of creating that kind of air pressure, she would have graduated decades ago. The student laughed and agreed with her. Sun Xiaoli thought to herself that they hadn't noticed, but both the representative and Mr. Yan were the only ones in the stadium who hadn't been thrown back. It was obvious that it hadn't been the representative who did it, so that left only the professor. The commentator and the reporter were saying, "Folks, the force of the explosion clearly exceeded the legendary class. The difficulty of this exam is beyond the student's abilities. The monster told the commentator that he was beyond the exam requirements, that he was indeed a legendary class monster, and that he had just made some preparations beforehand to gain fame in the monster world. He asked the black bamboo to throw him into the swamp covered in poisonous gas. The foul odor was still stuck in his head, and then he said he would show them the power of his explosion after a few months of buildup. He began to grow super muscular, telling them to come at him as he would finish them all off. The spectators wondered what kind of ripped form that was, as they had never seen anything like it before, while others questioned whether the green turtle had such a technique. They commented that it seemed it wasn't just the students who had been preparing for the graduation exam. The monsters had been getting ready too, and they said that in this case, no rules had been broken. The twins from Class 2 told the green turtle to shut up because they were going to graduate, and said it would end up in obscurity instead of becoming famous. The twins from Class 1 told them to stop talking nonsense, as even though they could fuse the surrounding rocks into one, it still hurt when the explosion hit the rock. The twins from Class 2 reassured them, saying they didn't need to worry, as they would heal the turtle and graduate once the 3 minutes had passed. The glasses-wearing reporter, seeing this, shouted loudly on the broadcast, "Do you see this, folks? Who would have imagined that the students would come prepared too? It seems they predicted which monster the Rainbow Rangers would use. The only pair of twins in the academy, one with healing powers and the other with defensive powers. This is a perfect formation against the green turtle. It might be possible for them to graduate. Bravo, the climax is near." The spectators were commenting that they seemed like a strong team and that they could graduate if they held out for 3 minutes. Meng Chi said that pair of twins was incredible. She had always thought they were nobodies. The protagonist remarked that if the monster came prepared, it was very likely it had already thought that some students would try that tactic. The green turtle laughed and said it already knew that some would attempt that, and then claimed it would show them its new technique. Suddenly, it began to contort, and from its mouth, an arm started to emerge, leaving the audience in shock. People were disgusted, while someone commented that the technique looked familiar, thinking they had seen it in some manga. The green turtle, out of breath, asked what they thought, and then a copy of it came out from inside, and the copies began generating others, each smaller than the last. The crowd, irritated, asked what the hell that was, and wondered if it was some kind of Matryoshka doll, saying the monster had to be joking. One of the twins, spying through a hole in the wall they had created, surprised, said it couldn't be real, while the other told him to stop peeking because something strange was coming. The green turtle gave the command for the other copies to attack the stone shelter, and they started self-destructing, causing several explosions. The twins, Xiaolu and Xiaoyi, began saying that it was hurting them. The twins from Class 2 told them to hang in there, that they would graduate soon. The twins from Class 1 replied that it was easy to say, since they weren't the ones being hit. Wu Shun responded that it was really unfortunate, but he was just a healer. Suddenly, a voice behind him greeted him. Wu Shankui turned, shocked, and saw that it was a small clone of the monster. The monster said, "Hallelujah, brothers," and self-destructed, causing an explosion inside the shelter, destroying it, and throwing everyone into the air. Meng Ti asked what had happened, because they were doing well until then. Yansen commented that it seemed they had been defeated. The twins from Class 1 said they wouldn't have done that if they had known what was going to happen, and called the healers useless. The system sounded, indicating loss of will, exam failure. The glasses-wearing reporter, confused, said, "What did they do?" and wondered if they had really failed since they had been praised just moments before. The audience, also confused, wondered what had happened, as many didn't even see what had occurred. While some said the monster was powerful, others commented that even though it was just a legendary class monster, not even a god-class hero could withstand that much energy accumulated over months. But now the question wasn't whether they would pass the exam, but whether they would leave alive. So, the monster called for the next group to enter the arena, and so, throughout the afternoon, more than half of the candidates failed the exam. With the Green Turtle's unilateral victory, the exam became completely monotonous. The spectators sighed and commented that the students were being defeated in seconds. There wasn't even any suspense. Some said they were going home to watch the recorded programs. The exam was supposed to last 3 minutes, but the students couldn't even last 3 seconds. It seemed that, besides no student graduating, there wouldn't be any fights either, as the Green Turtle was too strong. It was more than clear that they weren't on the same level. During the break, the spectators commented that, even though there weren't any fights to watch, at least the school was offering free food. During the break, at the back area of the academy, Ren, Meng, and Yan were gathered. Ren was trying to do what the professor had told him, release fireworks. He said that graduating only depended on him and wondered why the technique was so difficult. Out of nowhere, he let out a shout, leaving Yan and Meng in disbelief. The professor, shocked, said it would be the end if he really managed to release it. The girl handed a lunchbox to the professor, saying she had prepared it for him. The professor thanked her and commented that, apparently, eating wasn't just to satisfy hunger. When he looked to the side, he noticed the girl was excited. Yan-sen sighed and asked her what was worrying her. She responded that his technique was very difficult and that she knew he had other powerful techniques that were easier to learn. She asked if it wouldn't be possible for him to teach them those techniques. Ren, from a distance, wondered if he really knew other techniques. Yan replied that that was the only technique from the celestial realm that didn't consume spiritual energy. Other techniques required the consumption of spiritual energy, which was impossible for them to learn since they hadn't yet reached qi cultivation. Meng Qi, astonished, replied that it couldn't be, and asked how with thousands of years he had only developed one technique. She questioned him if he was going to let the students be humiliated in front of the entire world. Ren suggested that he create another technique that didn't consume spiritual energy, saying that with the professor's talent, he could certainly create an invincible technique that could be learned instantly. He responded that, indeed, it was true that he could create a technique that would allow them to pass the exam immediately. Ren and Meng, amazed, asked if he was serious and said he was incredible. He replied that, honoring his master, he had been warned never to create techniques again, and for that reason, Yan-sen affirmed that he would keep his master's words in his heart and never violate them. Meng asked what was wrong with him. He replied that they should not speak ill of the Grandmaster. Ren then asked why his master forbade him from creating techniques. More than 2 millennia ago, his master was talking with a friend, saying that it was the technique his disciple had just created. He mentioned that it didn't consume spiritual energy, nor did it require physical strength, and it could be used without restrictions. There was only one such technique in the entire celestial realm. The master's friend, called Mystic Lu, replied that his disciple was only 6 years old, and even comparing him with all the disciples of various sects, his disciple would still be 1,000 times better than the others. Annoyed, the master's friend responded that he didn't care and called him a shameless old man, stating that the disciples recruited by the large adjacent sects were either geniuses or demons, unlike him, who had recruited a freak. He asked if the master wasn't afraid of the great repercussions that could arise in the future. The old man replied that he didn't care about that. What mattered was that his disciple was powerful. The friend said he didn't care either and that he was leaving. He told the master not to look for him anymore and said to go play chess with the freak he called a disciple. He added that next time, he would bring Yan-sen with him. At that moment, the master realized he had lost his apprentice's technique and wondered where it had gone. In the end, the technique he created caused great turmoil in the secular world. The flames of war spread throughout the celestial realm. Some overly confident mortals dared to challenge immortals using that technique. All law and order in the world were destroyed, and chaos reigned for hundreds of years, causing more loss of life than when he entered his state of fury. After that incident, his master forbade him from creating techniques and even confiscated his brush. He also reflected on his actions. Because of his youthful vigor, he had brought devastating chaos to the people of the celestial realm. He saw himself as a sinner. Therefore, he would not try to create any more techniques and asked Ren and Meng to stop trying to convince him to create new ones. The students tried to question him, but he told them to stop. No matter how much Meng and Ren tried to persuade him, the sect leader Yan-sen remained unwavering. Their dreams of learning a powerful and easy-to-master technique crumbled to dust. Time passed, and the second part of the exam began. The glasses-wearing reporter spoke to the audience. "Welcome back to the BB Live broadcast, folks. After the earlier battles, the overwhelming power of the Green Turtle continues to triumph. For the safety of the audience, the Rainbow Rangers have released the God-class monster, Mechanical Eyes, to seal off the exam area with lasers and prevent the explosions from affecting other areas. That's very considerate of them. However, it also means that the students inside are in an even more dangerous situation. All right, enough talk. The next team is the strongest in the academy, the 4 most powerful students chosen by the director. It seems the director is putting all his chips on the table. The director, crying, said they were a bunch of wretches because they had to use that type of monster. The reporter continued, "Who are the academy's most powerful students? They are Ran Zihao, Lan Bin, Wu Menqi, and Sun Xiaolu. Their superpowers are pyrokinesis, cryokinesis, aerokinesis, and telekinesis." The monster asked if they were the academy's most powerful representatives and said that in that case, he could go home to eat after defeating all of them. The audience, disheartened, said that no one could defeat the green turtle, that they would only win by some miracle, while others said the students already seemed ready to give up. Some spectators also mentioned they were going home to watch downloaded shows. Bin said they wouldn't be able to defeat the green turtle even if there were 10 of them, that defeating it in that scenario was practically impossible, and that the best option was to surrender. Meng replied that she wouldn't give up yet because she wanted to try to defeat it. Bin asked if she was going crazy and if she didn't realize they were at a disadvantage. She asked them to give her a minute. Ren asked if she was going to try that, and she replied yes. Xiaolu wondered what it was, and Meng said she couldn't guarantee it would work, but it was their only option, and she would do everything possible to make it succeed. Ren said they would risk their lives to give the representative time to launch the nuclear bomb. Bin, stunned, asked what nuclear bomb they were talking about. Someone in the crowd pointed out that the 4 members of Class 1 still hadn't given up and seemed to be preparing for something. Another commented that they should know they were at a complete disadvantage and wondered if they had lost their minds. The student said the fight was about to begin and told the representative to stay behind them. The green turtle asked if they still wanted to insist on fighting and told them to try again next year. Then it sent its clones after the students. Ren at the front line told Xiaolu to fire a gust of wind, and she replied that she understood. Ren then used his fire ability to the sides, along with the gusts of wind, creating a hurricane just like their professor had before, sucking in all the clones. The glasses-wearing reporter shouted as he narrated the fight for the spectators. "This is the battle we've been waiting for." As expected from the combat-type users, their reaction speed is extraordinary. It was smart of them to use the flames to neutralize the explosion and the wind to divert the shockwave. The wind intensifies the flames, creating a massive wall of fire. However, it's really unfortunate that the combat-type users have to use their powers defensively. It's still uncertain if they'll be able to hold out for more than 3 minutes. If they succeed, they'll graduate and become the first group of students to graduate from the academy in over 20 years. Not only will they go down in the academy's records, but they'll also be remembered in the history of heroes. Let's all support them. The monster commented that they used the wind to intensify the flames and wondered how long they would hold out. Then it started creating more clones, forming a swarm of tiny clones. Ren, seeing this, was stunned and wondered what that was. The glasses-wearing reporter remarked that this was a dirty trick, while the spectators said it was over the top. The green turtle sent its clones at them, saying it was time to finish them off and show those rookie heroes its strength. The clones began self-destructing one after the other, causing explosions. Xiaolu told Ren that his flames were weakening, and he replied that it was getting harder to maintain them. Ren then asked Bin if he was just going to stand there and do nothing, leaving all the work to them. He said that despite their disagreements, he believed their crazy desire to graduate was mutual, and told Bin to help. Bin replied that he wanted to help, but they needed to remember the laws of physics. His ice would extinguish Ren's flames. He explained that his ability was to turn the air around them into ice, and since they were in an upward air current, he would only cause friendly fire if he used his ability. His power was a burden in that situation. The green turtle, being a villain with years of experience as a punching bag for heroes, said that he had learned that only idiots drag out a fight that could be finished in a single move. He then began inhaling a large amount of air, becoming even more muscular, and called out to the rookies, telling them to try again next year. Ren, surprised, said that he was about to use the unprecedented large-scale explosion. Xiaolu, with a trembling voice, said she couldn't hold back that technique. Ren asked the representative if she was finished yet. Amid all the chaos, Meng thought that she needed to calm down and relax. She needed to find her previous peace and free herself from her fixations. She then started to remember what her professor had said when she asked if there was any secret to learning that technique. He responded that she needed talent, which worried her. The professor explained that cultivators needed talent, and the same was true for learning techniques. He added that some people could learn just by a simple glance, while others would never be able to learn in their entire life. Meng Qi, perplexed, asks how they discovered who had talent. He replies that she would find out once she learned to free herself from her attachments. She, recalling her teacher's words, opens her eyes and notices that she is in a different space, with a yellow dragon in front of her. Realizing that this was the technique Master Yan had developed, she comments on his immense vitality. In her thoughts, she wonders if this meant she had talent for cultivation. The spectators said they couldn't see anything because the wind was covering the students, while others questioned whether the representative was going to do anything, asking if her telekinesis power wouldn't be a good choice to prevent the explosions. Yan, seeing Meng in the arena, gives a slight smile and thinks she was extremely talented. The crowd told each other to watch the monster, stating that the explosion it would cause would be worse than the last and that the students would be seriously injured. The green turtle, laughing, tells the students to try that crap next year and then uses its ability, causing an unprecedented large-scale explosion. Bin, seeing this, comments that he didn't care and used his power at full strength. Sun Xiaoli warns Bin that the representative was still behind them. Thus, the monster's ability explodes, causing an even bigger blast than the previous ones. But the monster that the bamboo had released earlier to help protect the spectators uses its ability to contain the explosion, preventing anyone from getting hurt. He then tells the audience not to worry, as with him there, they wouldn't suffer any injuries. Yan, observing the scene, remains silent. The commentator and the reporter wonder if the students were okay, as the attack had been massive and it was impossible to see anything through the smoke. The commentator, trembling, remarks that it seemed no one would graduate that year and wonders how the students were, until the reporter notices that they were all fine. Ren says that Lan Bin used his power at just the right moment, and if not for that, they would have been toast. The cold was unbearable, but it was better than being torn to pieces. Bin replies that he had used up all his energy and wouldn't be able to launch another attack. Sun Xiaoli, irritated, calls them idiots and says that they protected themselves but forgot about the representative. She asks how they could forget about the representative when they launched the attack. Bin explains that the explosion was so terrifying that he forgot. The air currents had turned to ice, so the representative must have been hit. Ren comments that the representative was there, and everyone wonders how she was unharmed. Sun Xiaoli responds that she already knew the two were useless and had used her last strength to protect the representative from the explosion. Bin then says that this was why the air currents, which had turned into ice, didn't hit the representative, praising Xiaoli for being super smart. The glasses-wearing reporter starts speaking on the broadcast. My God, all the students are fine, but they seem to have used all their energy to contain the explosion. However, only 1 minute has passed. What will they do now? The audience agreed, saying they were already exhausted, and there were still 2 minutes left. Everyone wondered what the students were going to do. The green turtle commented that the students were fine because it had stored energy for months to use the unprecedented large-scale explosion to its fullest. Meng, standing in the middle of the arena and still focused, began to say that they needed to free themselves from their attachments and combine yin and yang. Around her, the air began to experience some tribulations. The audience and the monster, looking at the representative, wondered what was happening. Meng Qi started using the Qi Dragon technique, creating yin and yang energy with her arms. She combined the two energies, causing 2 giant yellow dragons made of yin and yang energy to appear, leaving the green turtle incredulous. The people in the audience, surprised, wondered what that was and if it was a superpower, as it was the first time they had seen something like that. The reporter with glasses said, "Dear viewers, the representative of Class 1, Wu Mengqi, has done something incredible." The audience, still in shock, questioned whether it was really a superpower, as they had never seen anything like it before. Meng's father ordered Secretary Liu to bring the family manuscripts. Upon examining the manuscripts, he noticed something strange and commented that there was nothing like it in them, wondering what kind of superpower that was. Ren shouted, telling the representative to stop showing off and finish off the monster while it was still stunned. The green turtle, seeing that, commented that it was a surprise and that those students never stopped bluffing, stating there was still time and that it would see what she was capable of. Meng said that if he had the courage, he should stay still and not move. She wondered if that power would destroy the whole place, but believed that with Master Yan present, there wouldn't be any problems. The monster accepted the challenge and replied that it wouldn't move, saying she was the weakest student among the 4 with combat powers and wouldn't be able to hurt it. Ren, irritated, shouted loudly, ordering the representative to launch the fireworks at the monster already, so she launched the fireworks at it. The green turtle commented that they were nothing more than fireworks. The red bamboo ordered it to get out of the way and called it a green idiot. The monster became confused, wondering what was going on. As the blow approached, the dragons merged, transforming into a giant dragon with sharp teeth, heading toward it. Realizing that the situation was going to get ugly, the spectators and the green turtle started running, getting out of the way of the representative's power, leaving even the other monster incredulous at the strength displayed. The fireworks began to destroy everything in their path, devastating the exam arena, circling the earth, and causing destruction. The explosion was similar to a nuclear bomb, leaving everyone shocked and in disbelief. The explosion was so powerful that it exceeded the planet's center of gravity. The blue and black bamboo, in disbelief, wondered if that energy had really been unleashed by a student. Monkey's father, mouth agape, remained silent, while the glasses-wearing reporter, trembling all over, announced through the loudspeakers with a shaky voice, "Dear viewers, I've been a presenter for over 10 years, and this is the first time I'm at a loss for words." The audience remarked that she was just a student, while others said they wanted to leave. Meng stood in silence, unable to believe the power of what had just happened. Bin, with a trembling voice, told everyone to look at the size of that mushroom cloud. The representative said she had made a mistake, intending for the explosion to only hit the lower part of the stadium. Ren asked her what had gotten into her, and why she didn't aim at the lower part, questioning why she was afraid since the teacher was there. She replied that she didn't know what had happened, that everything happened too quickly, and she didn't know she needed to detonate it manually. Amid all the dust, a voice insulted her, and when everyone looked, they saw the monster missing part of its body, furious, saying that it couldn't believe it couldn't regenerate, and that, if the red bamboo hadn't alerted it, it would have been done for. The representative retorted that he was the one acting all tough, and that it wasn't their fault. Ren remarked that she managed to hit it dead on. The monster, enraged, said it was pissed off. Ren told the representative not to waste time and asked if she could do it again. She replied there was no problem, as the technique didn't consume energy, so she could use it countless times, and said she would try again. The reporter spoke through the loudspeakers. "I can't even describe this fight anymore. Wu Menqi has just launched an attack with the force of a nuclear bomb, yet only half of the green turtle's body was hit. The battle has reached a critical moment, with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. When he noticed, he asked what she had said, and questioned if she had really said, countless times. The monster, trembling, asked if that was serious. The audience wondered if she was joking. Ren commented that she had left everyone astonished. When he looked, he saw that she seemed a bit off and asked what was wrong. She replied that she didn't know. The audience said that the class representative didn't seem well and that she appeared to be in trouble. One of the students asked the teacher if the technique she had used had any side effects. He replied that it wasn't a side effect and explained that the technique requires the user to maintain a serene mind at all times. He added that she had been shaken up a moment ago, which disrupted her chi flow, but reassured the student that she would return to normal in a year or two. The students wondered how things had ended up like that, until one of them asked the teacher how he knew that, since the students were always copying the rules and didn't know that the technique was a creation of Master Yan. The green turtle, laughing, told them to get ready and questioned her, asking if she was trying to scare it by saying she could fire the technique as many times as she wanted. It claimed that its explosion, on the other hand, was truly unlimited. Meng called it a bastard and commented that if the explosion had hit it fully, it would be done for. Ren asked the representative if she could launch the fireworks again. She replied that she wasn't sure if she could, as her mind was unstable and it would take some time to recover. Ren responds that they didn't have time for her to recover and comments that without her, graduation was already lost. Meng Ti says she was able to transmute the dragon, but thought that was it. She didn't know she had to keep her mind calm. Her pride had gotten in the way, and so she apologized. The green turtle begins inhaling air again and says that it seemed it was its destiny to win that battle. Sun Xiaoli replies that she wouldn't be celebrating if she were it, while Bin and Ren turn around asking what on earth she was talking about. When they notice, their mouths drop open, shocked. Xiaoli was gathering yin and yang energy with her arms, leaving the monster in disbelief. What was supposed to be a simple graduation exam without anything exciting had turned into something unbelievable after the class representative, Wu Menqi, launched an attack with the force of a nuclear bomb, creating a chaotic scene with everyone present completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Ren and Bin, irritated, ask Xiaoli if she could do it too, saying it was very unfair. She replies that it wasn't that hard. She got the hang of it after watching for a bit, and says she still wasn't fully used to it. Ren tells her to stop bragging, as he couldn't learn even with the professor's help, and she had managed to learn just from a glance. She responds that he and Bin couldn't stay calm, and that the representative had a deep neurosis. She adds that the professor had said that cultivators needed to be patient, and asks if even after copying the rules over and over they still hadn't understood them. They say Xiaoli wasn't worried about graduation, and since she had a calm personality, it wasn't strange that she had learned easily. Ren says that in that case, he would try too, and Bin says he would as well. Then they notice the spiritual energy, and Ren asks if that spiritual energy was also coming from Bin, questioning if he had also managed to learn it. Bin responds that while he stayed low-key the whole month, he was observing and then saw that cultivation technique, saying he didn't know it had the power of a nuclear bomb. Ren then says he wouldn't lose to him, and Bin replies telling him to first get a handle on his ambitions. The representative, seeing this, says she wouldn't be left behind either. Yan-sen, surprised, says that when the scroll fell into the mortal continent, not everyone was able to use it. Only geniuses could learn it in a short time, and he thinks he didn't expect to find 4 of them there. Happily, he says he was very lucky. The protagonist thought that, however, they were still novices, and the transmutation of chi energy into a dragon took a considerable amount of time, and he thought the enemy wouldn't give them the chance to use the technique. The protagonist looks at the green monster in silence and sees that it was inhaling more and more air. He thought he couldn't allow the students to get hurt, as potential immortals like them couldn't be cut down by a simple test like that. The glasses-wearing reporter announced through the loudspeakers, "Dear viewers, the battle has reached a critical point. Both sides are accumulating energy, and only 30 seconds remain. Will they pass the exam?" The green turtle cursed the students, saying they would soon find out who was faster, them or him. The reporter suddenly asked what was flying in the middle of the arena and realized it was a piece of white cloth, announcing that Class 1 had surrendered. He repeated the announcement, declaring that Class 1 had forfeited, and the exam was over. Bin, in disbelief, questioned if they had really given up. Ren asked why Master Yan had done that, and he responded that it was for them to try again next year. The spectators were surprised by the outcome, and the monster protecting the civilians said it would never witness another academy exam again. Bin, still in shock, stated that their professor had given up, while Ren lamented, saying they were so close. Sun Xiaoli told them to forget about it and come back next year, adding that waiting another year wouldn't kill anyone. Bin remarked that she was far too calm, which explained how she had learned the technique so easily. Sun Xiaoli, arms crossed, asked if they were stupid and if they couldn't use their brains, explaining that while the technique was powerful, it took too long to execute, and the green turtle was faster than them. The professor didn't want them to get hurt. Suddenly, the monster used its unprecedented large-scale explosion ability. The reporter yelled that the exam was already over, that Class 1 had surrendered, and then a massive explosion occurred, leaving the audience in shock, wondering why it had happened. The reporter, voice trembling, noted that the students were still there. As the dust from the explosion began to settle, the green turtle said it felt much better, but then noticed something. The students were in the sky, covered in chi. The representative said she couldn't believe they had come out unscathed. Ren looked down and saw Master Yan there, asking if he had been the one to protect them. Suddenly, everything began to shake. The confused spectators said it was an earthquake. The audience held on, wondering what was happening and why an earthquake had started at such a moment, noting that this quake didn't seem normal. The green turtle questioned what was going on and what kind of power that was. The air was incredibly heavy with a tremendous pressure, and the once clear sky had turned a dark red. The monster, choking with a trembling voice, said it couldn't breathe. The protagonist, nervous, let out a small sigh, and the monster realized that the pressure was coming from him, wondering what immense energy this was. Yan-sen replies that he didn't need to be so courteous and asks if he was seeing that one right there, telling him to teach her a lesson. The bamboos inside the ancestral mecha, startled, wondered if he was an expert in that type of skill. The red bamboo says he knew. The ancestral mecha states that after all those years he finally remembered him. He responds that they never had a worthy opponent, but now he has appeared, standing right in front of him. The Great Spirit, the sovereign god of the sword, tells the prota that he only needs one cut from his blade to eliminate him, while the ancestral mecha tells the red bamboo to give him a few seconds, and he would split them in two. The shocked commentator exclaims that this is going to cause trouble and says someone needs to stop them. The bespectacled reporter slaps the commentator and says, "Stop what? Even if the world is annihilated, that fight is going to happen." He, excited, claims that life can't just stop, just like the battles, and the heroes of the association will have to figure it out later. He is a professional presenter. He will put his life at risk to describe that wonderful battle for all of them, and turns to say that everyone there is in danger, urging everyone to evacuate the premises. When he realizes it, he sees that the place is completely empty and wonders where everyone is. Ren, running in front, shouts that everyone has already evacuated because there was no one stupid enough to stay. Moments ago, the mayor of City Y had asked all citizens to evacuate to a remote part of the city, on a cliff far from City Y, where all citizens and students were gathered. Ren remarked that it was just a simple graduation exam and questioned how things ended up like this, while the reporter announced live, "Dear viewers at home, this is already a shocking scene, and the battle hasn't even begun." The ancestral mecha, drawing its sword, states that there is a saying in its world, "Go straight to the point without beating around the bush." The Great Spirit, the sovereign god of the sword, unsheathing his sword, agrees, and so they both charge at each other at high speed, declaring that they will unleash their power to the limit. The representative tells everyone to duck, while the people watching the live broadcast are in shock. The Great Spirit, the sovereign god of the sword, unleashes his absolute spiritual cut, while the ancestral mecha strikes with its ancestral cut, cutting everything in its reach. The bespectacled reporter nearly loses his head, going into shock. The students watching are equally stunned. The sword spirit, with a slight smile, remarks that the big guy hasn't suffered any injuries and says he is interesting. The mecha responds that if one cut isn't enough, then he should make another, and so they begin exchanging several sword strikes. The bespectacled reporter continues to broadcast live, saying, "Dear viewers, it's a simply epic battle scene. Their abilities have shortened the height of the mountain range, yet their gigantic bodies remain intact. Their large size doesn't prevent them from moving with speed. Every movement they make surpasses the sound barrier. This is beyond the reach of mere humans. As they fought, they destroyed the entire city." Citizens, crying, exclaimed that the city was being destroyed, while another lamented that he still had his mortgage to pay. The ancestral mecha, while battling the sword spirit, exchanged several sword strikes until their swords clashed and flew apart, landing embedded in the ground. The mecha tells the bamboos that it needs more energy. The bamboos respond that they understand and say they will give it their all, and thus it flies into space. The Great Spirit, the sovereign god of the sword, watches as the prota tells him to forget the sword, as he won't need it. He will help him fly and urges him to hurry up and finish him off. He responds that he understands and flies after the ancestral mecha. As the ancestral mecha flew in space, the yellow bamboo noticed and said he could fly too, exclaiming how fast he was. The sword spirit commanded him to stop fleeing. Annoyed viewers wondered where they were, as they couldn't see anything, and they expressed a desire to witness the fight, questioning who was broadcasting and demanding negative analyses. The bespectacled reporter, shaking his mechanical eye, asked where they were and urged him to transmit. He replied that he should stop shaking him, as he had already understood, and remarked that all humans were strange, questioning if they would risk his life just to watch a fight. He then used energy tracking and stated that they were connected. The twins, watching the broadcast in disbelief, exclaimed that they had gone into space. One of them expressed a desire to become immortal in cultivation. The pink bamboo remarked that the sword spirit was very powerful and was getting closer. The ancestral mecha declared that it was time to stop running and unleashed its ancestral cut. The Great Spirit asked if he still had a blade, then used his body protection aura to shield himself. The strike hit him, sending him hurtling back to Earth. One of the citizens exclaimed that something was falling. Yansen asked if everything was all right with the sword spirit. He replied that he was fine and got back up, landing upright in the city, thereby destroying several parts of City Y. The mayor, witnessing this, fainted, worried about his city. The mayor's guards asked what was wrong with him, while another said not to let him die. The Great Spirit picked up a huge chunk of the city and hurled it toward the ancestral mecha at high speed. The pink bamboo screamed that this wasn't human. He had thrown half the city out of the atmosphere. The mecha responded that it was no problem and sliced it in half. When he cut it, he realized that the sword spirit had used that opportunity to launch a sneak attack, delivering a punch to the mecha's face, sending it flying away and dazing it. Seizing the opportunity, the spirit grabbed it by the foot and began spinning the mecha to gain momentum, declaring that it was time for him to come down, and thus hurled the mecha back to Earth. The ancestral mecha fell into the ocean, and the spirit called it pathetic. The ancestral mecha asked the yellow bamboo for help with repairs. She replied that it was all right, and helped him repair himself. Thus, he emerges from the ocean, and suddenly the sea begins to churn violently, with lightning appearing all around. People start to wonder what is happening. One person remarks that he is an ancestral hero, so it must be some sort of special technique. The reporter tells them to be quiet, as he is checking the records, and states that according to the book, the Rainbow Rangers summoned some kind of combinable armor, and its ability was control over nuclear fission. After reading that, he is horrified. Returning to the site of the ancestral mecha, several submarines rise from the sea, leaving those present astonished. The pink bamboo says that was enough for 001. He responds that it's not yet enough, and instructs to concentrate all the nuclear warheads in the world. The mecha then uses the superpower ability of control over nuclear fission, leaving everyone in shock. The ancestral mecha hurls the nuclear warheads toward the sword spirit. The spirit retorts that they are merely fireworks and claims he can do that too, starting to use the conversion of yin and yang qi. Ren and Bin, witnessing this, are stunned, and the representative thinks it will turn into a firework competition. Then the Great Spirit, the sovereign god of the sword, unleashes his ability as well, causing the powers to collide and resulting in multiple explosions in space. The students, terrified, exclaimed that if this fight continued, they would all die. The reporter continued the broadcast. "Dear viewers, they are throwing nuclear bombs at each other in outer space. The sky is completely illuminated." The people, irritated, shouted that it was all his fault, pointing their fingers at the bespectacled reporter. The reporter replies that it's all right, the fault is his, and states that they are not dead yet, telling viewers that according to the book, the name of the armor is 001. He explains that since the Rainbow Rangers hardly ever used it, they knew very little about it, and he reiterates that he is a genuine ancestral hero, emphasizing that since he is a robot, he is a survivor from ancient times, announcing this to the broadcast. The book also states that he amplifies the powers of the Rainbow Rangers, meaning that 001 may possess more techniques that have yet to be revealed. The ancestral mecha is formed by the red bamboo, revitalization plus the blue bamboo, hardening plus the black bamboo, flash plus the pink bamboo, bombs, and finally, the yellow bamboo, healing. Thus, the ancestral mecha is formed. The ancestral mecha continues to use the warheads against the sword spirit and calls for the black bamboo. He responds that he understands and uses the flash ability to appear behind the spirit. The mecha uses the superpower, lightning strike, declaring that victory is his. The great spirit retorts that he thinks not and teleports behind the mecha to strike, but the black bamboo uses the flash to dodge the attack at the last second. The people watching the broadcast are astonished. While in space, the ancestral mecha and the spirit continue to fight, dodging each other's attacks in various places at high speed. The onlookers wonder how long they have been battling like this and question whether they ever tire. One man urges the reporter to check the book to see if there's anything relevant. And so the exchanges of blows in space continued. The battle was fierce, with both dodging each other's attacks at the last second. They then both pulled away and charged at each other at high speed. The mecha called for the blue bamboo to use the superpower ability of mechanical hardening. The spirit remarked that he also knew how to use that insignificant technique, and thus their punches collided, creating a tremendous impact, so powerful that it shook the earth. The pink bamboo asked if his power ever ran out, while the black bamboo said he was tough. The bespectacled reporter stated that he had found something in the book and explained that the superpower of the red bamboo was cellular activation, which served as fuel for the 001 motor. He addressed the transmission. "Dear viewers, the reason he is the second most powerful hero in the world is because of his peculiar superpower. Superpowers have limitations, but that is not the case with cellular activation. In other words, if the red bamboo uses itself as fuel for 001, he will possess unlimited power. As for the other big guy, I have no idea how he is managing to stay powered without losing energy." Yansen said their life cycle would come to an end, and he would still possess chi within him, urging them to enjoy it. The red bamboo told the mecha that they would merge. 001 asked if he was sure about that. The pink bamboo shouted for him not to do it and asked what if he couldn't come back. The black bamboo said it was just a fight and he didn't need to push it to the last consequences. He replied that he should give it his all in a battle. The mecha agreed with him, and he stated that he would begin, pressing the mecha's button to transform. Suddenly, a massive purple energy surged around the ancestral mecha, leaving the prota surprised. People wondered what technique that was, and urged the reporter to check the book. He replied that there was nothing in the book. After merging with the red bamboo, the ancestral mecha used the superpower of nuclear fusion control. In front of the sun, he declared that it would end there. The reporter understood. The sun was a source of atomic energy, more powerful than any nuclear bomb or nuclear fission. After the fusion of the red bamboo and 001, they could absorb the power of the sun. An irritated person grabbed the reporter by the collar of his shirt, asking how he could speak so casually about something like that when they were all going to die. In space, the ancestral mecha in front of the sun absorbed its energy, stating that it would be a contest of energy blasts. The Great Spirit, the sovereign god of the sword, replied that so be it, as he would not refuse the invitation. He told the prota that they would do the same. Yansen replied that he would give him the energy, but reminded him not to forget that there shouldn't be any deaths. He affirmed that he understood, and began to gather yin and yang energy with his hands, creating a massive genkidama with 2 yellow dragons swirling around it. The frightened onlookers exclaimed that it was over. They were going to die. Thus, the ancestral mecha unleashed its nuclear fission energy cannon. The sword spirit launched the ordinary attack of an immortal at the foundation stage. With the impact of the energy forces clashing, everything became clear. But in the end, The energy of the Great Spirit, the sovereign god of the sword, was stronger, and thus he defeated the ancestral mecha, leaving the bamboos shocked and the people in disbelief. As the power of the impact subsided, time returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Yansen, confused, wondered if he had overdone it. As the ancestral mecha fell from space, he told the bamboos that he was sorry, but he had lost. The Great Spirit, the sovereign god of the sword, told the prota that he had been defeated. Yansen, not believing it, asked if he hadn't been able to withstand that amount of energy, and questioned who had been the victor, but said it didn't matter, and told the spirit to return and rest for a while. The ancestral mecha crashed to the ground. Lan Qiqi and Steel Beetle were confused and said it was over, wondering who had won. In the remote part of the city, people were asking if everyone was all right. One person said they were alive and remarked that they should have taken shelter underground, as watching that in the open almost cost them their life. The bespectacled reporter said on the broadcast, "Dear viewers, according to science, when two energy sources collide, a shock wave is generated. It's a complete miracle that we're still alive after an impact like that." The flying eye yelled that without him, everyone would be dead. Representative Meng commented that it was terrible and thanked the fact that they fought in space. Bin said it was supposed to be a simple graduation exam, but it turned into that, and a city had been destroyed in an unbelievable way. Ren remarked that at least almost half of it remained, and since the academy was far from the exam center, it should still be intact. He replied that his house had been destroyed. A man in a blue shirt mentioned that they still didn't know who had won. The man with binoculars said there was a group of people down there. The reporter asked the mechanical eye to take him there and told him to check on his owner's condition. Xiaoli suggested that it would be better for them to go too. The representative said they should borrow a flying device from their colleagues. Bin asked how they were going to do that since they didn't know how to fly. The mechanical eye, irritated while carrying the reporter, snapped at him to shut up when he asked if he could fly faster. When they arrived and noticed an ambulance there, the reporter wondered how they had arrived so quickly. The doctor explained that it was the recovery department's job to arrive quickly at the scene, but unfortunately, they were late that time. The reporter, shocked, asked if they were seriously injured. The doctor responded that the shock caused a mild intracranial injury, an increase in acetylcholine, a reduction in cholinesterase, and elevated potassium levels. The reporter asked what that meant. He said it meant they had a concussion and would be fine after 2 years in the ICU, and told them to take them away quickly. The reporter was left in silent shock. Then, he noticed the prota was there, and soon after the students arrived, calling out to him. Yan turned and asked if they were all okay. Ren, excited, asks what technique that was and exclaims that it was incredibly powerful. Then asks if that big guy was also an immortal like him, saying he wanted to learn it too. With a slight smile, he responds that it was just a summoning technique belonging to the spiritual sword heavens, and explains that, if they wanted to learn it, they would have to wait for 40 years of chi concentration within their bodies and reach the stage of chi refinement, as that summoning requires a great amount of spiritual energy. The students, in disbelief, questioned the idea of 40 years of chi concentration within their bodies. Bin asks the teacher who won. Ren, exasperated, says he must be blind and asserts that it was obvious Yan had won. The prota responds that it didn't matter who won. What mattered was always remembering to respect your opponents. He explains that they were powerful and had the ability to summon avatars, adding that the opponent was the most powerful person he had encountered in that world. The students asked the teacher if he was serious when he said it would take 40 years of chi concentration to reach the stage of chi refinement. He replies that it would depend on their abilities, as it only took him 3 days. The bespectacled reporter was deep in thought. In the end, the battle concluded with the attack that made both giants disappear. The epic fight had reached its conclusion. From that day forward, no one ever dared to question their master's strength, nor insinuate that his power was just nonsense. Master Yansen surpassed the Rainbow Rangers, becoming the second most powerful superhero in the world. The next day, the whole world buzzed with the news, from major news agencies to flyers and advertisements, all reporting on how Yansen, the man in the black cloak, had become the most powerful combat-type superhero in the world. Fortunately, the shockwave occurred far from Earth, and our academy was saved in the process, since it was located on the edge of the city. Most of the students decided to set up tents at the academy and wait for the Department of Architecture and Urban Planning to restore the city. At the academy, classes were about to start. Meng Qi handed clothes to the prota for him to get dressed. In the classroom, Yan said they would continue with the lesson and told them not to worry, as in a few days they would have a new classroom and new cloaks. He then turned around and asked what the problem was. The students, silently, knelt in the middle of the room, asking the teacher to show them the path to become immortals through cultivation. Yansen told all the disciples to stand up, as disciples of his sect did not kneel, and thought to himself that he looked forward to the day they would stand by his side in the celestial realm. After that battle, Master Yan became one of the most powerful superheroes in the world, and Meng Qi's father, the academy director, not only paid him an exorbitant salary, but also granted him full authority over the academy. Thus, the Superhero Academy became the sect of the Celestial God Area Huaxia Immortal Cultivation Academy, while two people were busy arranging the words on the academy's sign. The Prota said that the word God wasn't aligned with Celestial and instructed them to adjust it slightly to the left. The men asked if it was correct. He replied that it wasn't yet and told them to adjust it a little more to the left. The men made the adjustment and asked how it looked. He responded that they should readjust it to the originally proposed position. One of the men, irritated, said that since he was so powerful, he could just fix it with a wave of his hand, and questioned why they were wasting time on it, asking why he didn't do it himself. He replied that all humans in the world followed a certain order. The human world was no exception, and different people performed different roles. He would never interfere with others' work. One of the men, annoyed, called him a bastard, and said that if he weren't so powerful, he'd let him taste his laser. His friend told him to stop complaining, saying that kind of job was what made them money, and besides, he had paid them double the usual amount. He asked again if it was correct, and the Prota responded that the word celestial was still slightly crooked. Master Yansen seemed very committed to the sect. After receiving full authority, the things he could do weren't limited to classroom changes. Over the months, the academy's structure, cafeteria, and main gates were completely remodeled. The academy, once known as Jia Jia for superhumans, had become the Immortal Cultivation Academy, the sect of the Celestial God. After witnessing the formidable powers of the teacher, the students stopped resisting the rules, but he still insisted they follow them for another 6 months. The Prota told the students that they were finally taking the next step towards immortal cultivation, and said that the past 6 months had been difficult, acknowledging their hard work, and welcomed them to the world of immortal cultivation. He added that from now on, he would oversee their diet, rest, and recreation, leaving everyone in shock. Yansen explained that to maintain their inner peace, he had decided to move their classroom to another location. Then, with a snap of his fingers, everything around them began to tremble, leaving the students confused. Their classroom began to float and rise into the sky above the clouds. The twins wondered if it was some kind of spatial transfer and asked where they were. He replied that from that day onward, lessons would take place there, 12,000 meters above the ground, and he hoped they would dedicate themselves to their studies. The students couldn't believe what was happening. Ren, with his mouth agape and a trembling voice, said that his mother didn't need to worry anymore because he had no way to skip classes now. And that's how Master Yansen moved the classroom to a space 12,000 meters above the ground. Any thoughts of slacking off or running away were completely crushed. In Antarctica, the Prota told his students to run with more effort, stating that he would train them for 12 hours non-stop every day. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, they would run 10 kilometers in the morning, afternoon, and evening, and he instructed them to push their physical abilities beyond human limits. In an isolated area of the Pacific Ocean, Yan said the routine would be the same for swimming, 10 kilometers in the morning, afternoon, and evening on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and asked if they wanted the power to move mountains and shift oceans, telling them to keep going. The Prota said this while lying in a boat as Bin and Ren pulled him. Bin remarked that his form of encouragement was touching. Ren said it was better than Bin's, and so the two began to argue. The sword spirit told Meng to keep alternating her legs. He said that learning to swim wasn't easy, assuring her that she had plenty of time to learn. Meng Qi and Xiao Li were taking pictures together, and the representative asked Xiao Li how she managed to stay in shape. Xiao Li replied that they were training every day. Meng said that she trained too. The sword spirit told Meng that if she didn't continue with her training, her perverted master would give her a beating. She responded that she was going back to training immediately. The Prota, teaching on the beach, told the students that the lesson would be about what it meant to be a warrior and what qi refinement was, explaining that a warrior was someone who mastered martial arts, swordsmanship, marksmanship, and other forms of cultivation. He explained that, at that moment, they were ordinary warriors who could live around 150 to 200 years if they practiced martial arts and stayed healthy. He continued by saying that when they managed to absorb qi into their bodies and use it to preserve their health, their longevity would increase. The prerequisite to becoming a qi refiner was reaching the peak level of a warrior, which was the human limit. Speed, strength, and spiritual energy would all exceed their limits, allowing them to absorb qi into their bodies. That's why they needed to exercise daily, as everyone had an elixir field. Once all aspects reached their limits, their elixir field would have the space necessary to absorb the qi of heaven and earth. That process was called qi refinement, and he explained that in his world, common people used to refer to the qi within their bodies as true qi, but in reality, it was just spiritual energy. As the days went by, they lost track of how much time had passed since they started their training. While Yan Sen was cooking, he asked the representative to pass the salt. She said she would take care of it. The representative told her friends that the master cooked for them every day and asked if they should lend him a hand. Ren, with his mouth full, said he didn't know how to cook and that his food would never be as good as the master's. Bin told the representative to join them and to sit down with them before all the food disappeared. Meng, irritated, said she felt like throwing that soup right in their faces. One of the students was holding a hamburger in his hand when another slapped it out of his hand, asking if he was crazy, reminding him that Master Yan had said they shouldn't eat outside food during their training. The surprised boy responded that it had been so long since he had eaten those things and said he just wanted to remember the taste of a hamburger and fried chicken. One of the students reminded him that the master had said that all the food he prepared contained herbs that helped them in their training, and asked if he had forgotten that when the twins took a sip of Coca-Cola, they were stuck in horse stance for an entire night. He asked if he didn't remember that, and told him to get rid of it before the master found out, saying he could eat those things after training was over. The other replied that they were going to rot like this. The prota, seeing this, gave a slight smile. Sun Xiaoli was cultivating and said she needed to maintain deep concentration. Her friends, confused, asked what she was doing. She told them to be quiet while they remarked that she was too obsessed with cultivation and asked if she really needed to do that while eating. While she was focused, she suddenly opened her eyes and, with chopsticks, caught a fly, leaving all her friends with their mouths wide open in disbelief. She said she had finally caught that disgusting fly. Yan Sen, smiling, said she was the first in the class to reach the peak of a warrior. The students had just finished eating and said they were full. Ren, annoyed, said he wanted to continue training and would swim 30 kilometers. Bin responded that he would swim 40 kilometers then. Yan told them not to waste the food and that they would return to training once all the food was consumed. Both responded that they understood. Despite Master Yan's severe training, he sometimes took them to bathe in a hot spring. The protagonist said that the medicinal spring was excellent for aiding their training. They also experienced what it was like to bathe at 12,000 meters in altitude. They were somewhat scared at the possibility of falling. While they were training, sudden changes occurred in a certain part of the world. Deep in the mountains, an old man with a hoe on his back noticed something as he looked up at the sky. He couldn't believe there was a crack in the sky with 2 swords flying through it. At the far ends of the universe, a star fleet in space had its sights set on planet Earth. They were 130 million light-years away. The leader of the star fleet, with his lightsaber, said, "Long live the Empire." In the Superhero League's headquarters, deep underground, the system alerted with an announcement, "Earth Crisis, requesting the awakening of the #1 hero in the God class. Request accepted." And thus, the system awakened the #1 hero from his slumber. 2 years later, on the athletic field, Ren and Bin were running at high speed. Ren, excited, said that this was what having qi inside his body felt like, and that it was a wonderful sensation. While Ren was talking, Bin overtook him and called him a novice. Ren, irritated, responded that he was faster, and questioned Bin, asking if he was calling him a novice. He then called him a bastard, and told Bin to stand still. The other students were also running, but were able to absorb qi into their bodies. They wondered if that was what divine talent was, while others said they didn't care whether they were talented or not. However, some commented that they also wanted to absorb qi into their bodies. Zhaolu had been the first in the class to absorb qi into her body and reach the initial stage of qi refinement. The class representative had been the second to succeed. The boys were angry because they had also succeeded, but were irritated for achieving the feat at the same time. The representative, while studying, said that she first needed to circulate qi throughout her body. Frustrated, she wondered why that ghost step technique was so hard to learn. Even though the representative was more talented than the others, she didn't seem to understand cultivation methods very well. She was the kind of person who was born struggling with math. While the protagonist rested, Xiaolu approached him, telling him to open his mouth because she was going to give him a fruit. He was confused but accepted and tasted it. She commented that it was an exclusive fruit and asked if he liked it. He replied that it was great and asked her to tell him what was wrong, as he knew she wanted to ask something, and told her not to flatter him. She said the master was very perceptive and told him that she didn't look elegant at all when practicing the ghost step, asking if he had any other similar techniques. The protagonist said she was smart and handed Xiaolu a scroll. It was the sword manipulation technique. Surprised, she wondered what he meant, using spiritual energy to manipulate the sword in the air. He replied that it was the sword manipulation technique, and that with it, she could fly. Bin and Ren, overhearing this, wondered what the sword manipulation technique was. The class representative, hearing about flying, asked if such a technique existed, but realized she still needed to learn the shadow step. Frustrated, she wondered why that technique was so difficult, and said she also wanted to learn the sword manipulation technique. Yan Sen said it was just a technique that used the sword for flight, and told them to stay at a low altitude, because he didn't want them to get hurt, while they argued with Xiaolu to let them see the technique too. Cultivation was very complicated, but to everyone's surprise, it had become quite fun after they reached the qi condensation stage. With qi in their bodies, they could use a wide variety of strange techniques. Besides that, they learned individual techniques and also group techniques. The teacher taught them how to use their abilities every day, and also taught them how to create formations, such as the lightning production formation and the 8 trigrams formation. Since these formations required a large amount of spiritual energy, they needed more people to form them. Yan Sen told the students, while they drew the formation, that it depended on the alignment between the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A formation flag was needed to modify its structure and concentration. Only then would they be able to summon the power of wind and rain. He then hit Ren on the head with a bamboo stick, saying he was in the wrong place, and warned that he would get another hit if he stayed in the wrong place again. Surprised, Ren said he understood, while Bin laughed at him from behind. The teacher asked why Bin was laughing, and said it applied to him as well. The protagonist explained that to release the power of the formation, the flags needed to be aligned correctly, and said that misplacing the flags could result in negative effects, so they should be careful. While some students were running, one of the twins said that for those without talent, it could take years to feel the qi within their bodies. Chen Kei-shan was running behind the twins, but looked very pale and breathless. While the protagonist was helping the students place the formation correctly, the twins shouted that Chen Kei-shan had fainted. Yan quickly appeared, asking what had happened. One of the students replied that it seemed to be from exhaustion. The teacher picked her up in his arms and said that all the exercises she was doing were within the accessible limit, and mentioned she must have been secretly training in her free time. He then asked the others to keep running without stopping. On a bench, the protagonist asked the girl if she was feeling better, and why she didn't just follow her training schedule, also asking why she was training in secret. She replied that they had been training for 2 years now, and one of the worst students in the class was already at the intermediate warrior stage, while she was still at the initial stage, and she didn't want to fall behind. Yan Sen started healing her to relieve her exhaustion and told her she needed to train in moderation. She responded that she understood why he hadn't revealed the results of the last spiritual root test on purpose, so their morale wouldn't be shaken, and said she knew she had an inferior spiritual root. She added that those without talent would never reach the immortal stage and asked if she was right. The protagonist thought that, indeed, there were many warriors in the celestial plane in the same situation as Chen Kei-shan. Although they emitted spiritual energy aura, their roots were damaged. It was common knowledge in the celestial plane that a warrior in that situation wasn't fit for immortality cultivation. However, that wasn't a problem for him, and with a slight smile, he told her she didn't need to worry, as he had principles, and one of them was never to give up on a disciple, no matter how underdeveloped they were. He said he could solve any type of problem, whether it was a low-quality spiritual root, a defective root, or even the absence of one. The girl, cheerful, asked if it was true. He responded that of course it was, and said he was capable of anything. Chen Kei-shan said it was like the master had said before. The path to immortality had to be paved by the person themselves, and using someone else's help would hinder that path. He replied that it wasn't exactly what he had said, and asked if she had ever heard of his master. She wondered, "Your master?" And he confirmed, saying that back then, his master was invincible, the most powerful in the celestial realm. But when he was young, he was in a far worse state than they were. He explained that his master's physical strength was the same as hers, and while she had a defective spiritual root, in his case, he didn't have any at all. He added that his master didn't give up on immortal cultivation, even though he was ridiculed, expelled from his family, and lost his fiancée. In the end, he became one of the most powerful in the celestial realm. With a step beyond the world, using the words from his world, he would be known as the protagonist, and when she said that those without talent would never reach the immortal stage, he had to disagree. Chen Kei-shan, excited, told the teacher that his master was amazing, and asked what he did to be able to cultivate. He responded that his master discovered his strengths and pushed them to their limits. She, excited, stood up and said she understood. She just needed to discover her strengths and train them hard. He replied that that was exactly it. She thanked him for his help and said her doubts were gone. As she was leaving, she turned and asked that, since the teacher's master was the protagonist, what would he be then? He replied that he was above the protagonist. The girl said she would ask him just one more thing and asked what the dimension of spiritual roots was. He replied that he hadn't discovered it yet. Master Yan-sen's words reverberated throughout the class, easing the worries of the less talented students. But one thing was unanimous. Everyone was astonished by his immeasurable power. As Bin finished placing the formation flags, he looked up and was shocked, wondering what that was now. Ren stood up and asked what all the fuss was about. When he noticed and looked up, his jaw dropped in disbelief. There was a star fleet above the sky. Inside the Imperial Star Destroyer, one of the subordinates said they were attacking Earth for the 1,316th time. However, with the Emperor of the Galaxy on board, they would finally be able to eliminate that planet that had caused them so many humiliations. The subordinate informed the Emperor that this was Earth. The Emperor replied that he understood and said it was a technologically backward planet. The subordinate confirmed this and mentioned that they had a bunch of freaks fighting in spandex, which was why they needed the Emperor's help. He added that he had verified that there wasn't a single being on that planet capable of defeating the Emperor, and that he would lead the 7th Fleet to pave the way for him. The Emperor punched the subordinate and asked if he was stupid, saying they were past the stage of landing and sending troops down there. Without further delay, he ordered the most powerful attack, issuing an alert to all troops. The Emperor then gave the command to fire the Planet Disintegrator Cannon and ordered the Dimensional Reduction Attack, commanding them to wipe out the entire human race in a single shot. A few minutes earlier, at the Superhero League headquarters, the system was alerting everyone. Extraterrestrial Civilization Invasion Alert. Extraterrestrial Civilization Invasion Alert. It's a red calamity alert. Alert all God-class heroes to report to City H. They will face the enemies. In the God-class Top 10 Hero Sector, a man was calling the Academy, asking if it was the Immortal Cultivation Academy, the sect of the Celestial God. He mentioned that the enemy fleet was vast, and they hadn't been able to contact Yan-sen, the man in the black cloak. The president said they were in trouble. The Academy's director, on the phone, responded to the man, saying he also didn't know where Yan-sen was, and explained that Yan-sen, his daughter, and his classmates had been missing for 2 years. The man urged him to find a way to locate him. The man told the president that he still hadn't been able to locate him, and asked if the situation was really that serious, pointing out that this wasn't the first time they had faced an extraterrestrial invasion. The president responded that their strength was concentrated in the 10 God-class superheroes, and out of those 10, 6 were hospitalized and 1 was missing. Their only hope was Yan-sen, the man in the black cloak, and he mentioned that there was someone extremely powerful aboard that mothership. In the hospital, Red Bamboo asked number 001 if that was true. He replied yes, and said that there was someone on the far right of the mothership who possessed immense dark power. Black Bamboo shouted that he wanted to fight. Number 001 asked how he was going to fight, questioning if it would be using his head, and said that after 2 years in a vegetative state, the first thing they wanted was to fight. He asked if they had looked at themselves in the mirror, and wondered if any of them thought they could fight anyone. Blue Bamboo said they couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Black Bamboo agreed and asked in which city they would land this time. 001, looking at the sky, said he didn't think they would do that and thought their commander seemed like someone who used his head. The director called Meng and said he had finally gotten through to her, asking where she was. She replied that she was at the academy and that they had just returned. The glasses-wearing reporter announced during the live broadcast, "Urgent news. Something terrible has happened. You are our last hope, Yan-sen, the man in the black cloak. Dear viewers, as you may have observed, there are at least 1,000 combat ships near our exosphere layer. Mechanical Eye said that there was a guy on the mothership who was extremely powerful and suggested they find somewhere to hide." The reporter responded that he didn't care and continued his broadcast. "Several powerful heroes are gathering in City H at this very moment. If they dare set foot here, they will be annihilated by our heroes." Mechanical Eye said he didn't think they were coming here to fight fairly like they had in the past. In space, the subordinates told the Emperor that the cannon was at maximum energy. He ordered them to fire, and the Planet Disintegrator Cannon shot toward Earth, releasing a dark red beam of energy. The reporter, terrified, wondered what that was, while the superheroes said it was cheating. The president, seeing this, said it was the end for them. 001, witnessing the event, said he knew this would happen and ordered the system to force a reboot, but the system warned. Reboot failed. The hero checked if his equipment had battery power, then leaped, flying into space, breaking through the floors of the building and leaving a hole behind, causing a tremor and frightening people, who wondered what had happened. Once in space, he charged at the energy beam fired by the planet disintegrator cannon, reflecting it. The Emperor's subordinate ran to show him that a UFO was approaching, and the Emperor punched him in the face, telling him to back off. The hero, without wasting time, began to destroy the ships of the space fleet, using his heat vision to blow up several ships. The Emperor's subordinate reported that their ships had been destroyed and wondered what that thing was. The reporter in his helicopter exclaimed, "Jesus Christ," and asked what that was, saying it was a miracle they hadn't been hurt after being attacked by such a massive energy blast. The reporter told Mechanical Eye to check who had saved them. He replied that he was assembling the image and it would be ready in a few moments. One of the twins said they were doomed, while the other said they were fine. Ren responded that nothing bad would happen to them as long as Master Yan was with them, then noticed and asked the professor if it had been him who saved them. The professor, in disbelief, said it wasn't. Ren said they managed to survive and asked who had done it. The president said it couldn't have been him. The secretary asked what he was talking about. He replied that it was a God-class hero. 001 said it seemed like they owed an old friend. Pink Bamboo asked 001 who it was. He replied, "Who else could it be?" and said it was the #1 God-class hero, Light Bu, the superhuman. Black Bamboo, in disbelief, asked if that perverted guy who almost walked around naked wasn't dead. Pink Bamboo, shocked, remembered spending a night with Light Bu and angrily called him a bastard, blushing, and said he was still alive. The aliens, terrified, were screaming for help, saying it was a massacre, while one of them, in a trembling voice, said that thousands of combat ships had been destroyed in an instant and that Earth was a terrible place, wishing to go home. Light Bayou, in space, said that the aliens had used their most powerful attack right from the start and that he was going to make them taste their own medicine. He then began to extract energy from his battery and said that since they had gone to the trouble of coming there, they might as well enjoy the show. He used the release of immeasurable radiance, creating a huge flash, leaving everyone astonished, and destroyed all the surrounding ships. Mechanical Eye said that all the alien ships had been destroyed and commented that this was the power of the #1 God-class hero, Light Bu, the superhuman. The glasses-wearing reporter, in disbelief, asked if he wasn't dead. In space, the Emperor, with a trembling voice, admitted that he had been hasty and had no idea there was still someone so powerful on Earth. Light Bu, seeing the Emperor, said he was still alive and deserved congratulations, calling him worthy of the Emperor's title, but compared to him, he was just a rookie. He added that it had been more than proven that Earth was the best civilization in the universe. Ren, in disbelief, said that the #1 God-class hero was still alive. The glasses-wearing reporter shouted that the #1 God-class hero wasn't dead, he had returned. People were saying that, indeed, the #1 God-class hero, Light Bu, the superhuman, was still alive. Excited, they said he was the one who had protected them. One of the twins, surprised, said it was really him and mentioned watching his live-action shows as a kid. The other brother asked if he didn't know about his feats. Yan-sen asked who he was and why everyone was so excited. Ren replied that he was the #1 hero in his world and that he was one rank above him. It was said that the #1 God-class hero, Light Bu, the superhuman, was an android who had been transformed into a more advanced human in their world, and it was rumored that the power within his body could surpass the powers of an ancestral hero. They thought he was dead because of what happened 10 years ago when he fought against the king of kings of the monsters, and the world finally entered a peaceful era. Yan-sen commented that, so that was it, and said they were really quite peculiar. Number 001 questioned, mentioning surpassing the powers of the ancestral heroes, and said they had no idea how terrifying the ancestral heroes were. One of the bamboos said that he was an ancestral hero and couldn't defeat him. He turned to the side and said it was their fault, accusing them of not supplying enough energy, and mentioned that he was powered by nuclear energy, but lost to a guy who ran on electrical circuits and oil, adding how humiliating that was. He said that if Yan-sen, the man in the black cloak, were his master, he'd never need them again, leaving all the bamboos silent. Light Bu, feeling proud, said he had made a grand entrance and joked that it was a pity he couldn't give himself a kiss. Then, noticing something, he wondered where the extraterrestrial emperor had gone. The emperor, fleeing in his X-Wing T-ship, laughed and said, "See you later," while calling him a sucker. As they fled, the Emperor's subordinate called him reckless and told him to wait, saying that after a brief recovery, they would meet again, and showed him the middle finger. Light Bu tried to catch up, flying after them. The Emperor said he had no idea that there were beings so powerful on that planet. His subordinate told the Emperor not to feel intimidated and reminded him that they had failed hundreds of times, saying it wasn't that bad, and promised they would face them again after regaining their strength. With that, they used hyperspace jump to escape from Light Bu. The hero admitted he had messed up and said those two losers took the opportunity to flee. Meng Qi told Yan Sen that they couldn't let them escape, suggesting they could launch a destructive attack on their planet, hundreds of thousands of light years away, which they wouldn't be able to defend against because it would be impossible. Xiaolu agreed with the class representative and asked the teacher not to let them escape. The protagonist became thoughtful. The Emperor asked his subordinate if the hero would be able to follow them. He replied no, explaining that if the hero could make a space jump, he wouldn't have had such a surprised look on his face, adding that they would already be light years away without him even realizing it. Light Bu noticed something and wondered what it was. The Emperor and his subordinate were in disbelief when the Emperor remarked that he thought he had heard the subordinate say the hero couldn't follow them, and asked how he managed to become his assistant. The subordinate replied that he didn't know how the hero had done it, and said he thought he couldn't make a hyperspace jump. In disbelief, he mentioned he had seen Earth, and then realized it wasn't the hero following them, but rather, they were moving in circles. The Emperor asked if the ship was damaged. His subordinate replied that it didn't seem to have any issues, but he couldn't understand what was happening, so he said he would use full power. As they began to move in circles, they wondered why they couldn't escape. Yan Sen, using his consciousness, was toying with them. Light Bu wondered what they were doing when he noticed something. The mayor's secretary was confused, while 001 knew exactly who was messing with them. Meng Qi told the master to stop playing with them. He agreed and said the aliens should at least apologize before leaving. He then sent fireworks toward their ship, easily destroying it, leaving everyone shocked. Light Bu, seeing that the attack had pierced through space, was stunned. The aliens, realizing there was a supreme master present, apologized, saying they were sorry. Light Bu, confused and in disbelief, remarked that there was a crack in space and that there was still such a powerful hero on Earth. He wondered how he hadn't known about this. The protagonist, looking bored, remained silent. 001 said there was no need to waste any more time there. Black Bamboo asked if it was over, to which he replied that Yan Sen, the man in the black cloak, was more powerful than he had imagined, and that if he'd known Yan was there, he wouldn't have even worried. Yellow Bamboo commented that he had become a fan of the guy. Meng Qi asked Yan if it was over, and he confirmed, telling them to return to cultivation. Ren, excited and laughing, said the master was incredible. As Light Bu returned to Earth with the Emperor and his subordinate, they remarked that Earth was terrifying. The president rushed to the roof of the headquarters, asking Light Bu if it was really him and saying he was still alive. Light Bu replied, "Well, if it isn't the president," and said he'd leave the two aliens to him. The president asked what had happened, as everyone thought he was dead, and ordered the secretary to take the two to Agan prison. Light Bu said he had survived by luck, and asked the president who the person was that had managed to create a crack in space. The president replied that he thought it was a technique executed by the number 2 God-class hero. Light Bu asked if it was Red Bamboo. The president replied no, and said he was talking about the newest hero who had taken his place. Light Bu, intrigued, said that was interesting, and mentioned that the small ancestral hero had also been defeated. He said he needed to find a way to have some fun with this new hero. The president shouted for him not to do that, reminding him it had been 2 years since his last battle with other heroes, and said half the city was still floating in space. He added that the superheroes needed to stop fighting among themselves. Light Bu said he was just joking, and besides, he had things to do. The president asked what he had to do, then jokingly asked if he had fallen in love with another heroine. Light Bu told him to stop with that, and asked if he thought he was some kind of playboy. The president hesitated to respond. Light Bu then asked if the world-renowned monster hunting event was about to happen. He replied yes and explained that this year was the one in which the monsters appeared every 3 years, and there were only 2 months left until the event. He added that, besides being a celebration for the heroes, it was the perfect opportunity to adjust the ranks. He then asked Light Bu why he was asking, and if the number 1 hero of Class 1, Light Bu, was going to participate in the event. Light Bu responded that there would be problems since the system had alerted him that Earth was about to face a crisis, and said that he had been reactivated. He wondered who was behind it all. The president asked what crisis he was referring to, and if it hadn't already been resolved. Light Bayou asked if he was talking about the two idiots he had just defeated, saying they weren't the ones, and that they didn't even come close to the monsters that were around. The president, thoughtful, said that if it wasn't the extraterrestrials, then he noticed something and asked Light Bayou if he was insinuating something. Light Bayou said he was sharp, and added that if he was alive, then probably he was alive too. Oz, the king of kings of monsters. 2 months later, the big day of the monster hunting event arrived. At a convenience store, Yan-sen bought several bags of food. The clerk says the total is 17,000 yen. In line at the convenience store, a woman takes a selfie while 2 men comment that he is Yan-sen, the man in the black cloak. The other one agrees and asks if he will participate in the event. The bald man tells his friend that he might not know, but there's a huge debate online about who is more powerful, Yan-sen, the man in the black cloak, or Light Bayou, the superhuman. His friend responds that he thinks Light Bayou is the strongest. The bald man insists that Yan-sen, the man in the black cloak, is stronger, and they start arguing about which superhero is the strongest. When the protagonist finishes paying for the food, he uses his storage ring, sucking up all the bags of food he bought, leaving the 2 men wondering what just happened. Outside, a parade is happening in celebration of the monster hunting event. As Yan-sen leaves, he sees this and wonders what's going on. At the corner where the parade was, a reporter is broadcasting live. Dear viewers, the monster hunting event, held every 3 years, will start soon. It's time for superheroes to gather and adjust their rankings. It will be a week-long battle, and the event will be broadcast by hundreds of TV stations worldwide. The cameraman loudly says that Yan-sen, the man in the black cloak, is there, and the excited reporter starts looking for him, asking where he is. The cameraman, confused, asks where he is since he had seen him right there, but suddenly he disappeared. The reporter asks if he really saw him because she wanted to ask him if he would participate in the monster hunting event. While they search for the protagonist, he flies away to avoid being bothered. The president tells the secretary that monsters are classified according to power levels, similar to what was done with heroes. Their levels are Apprentice Master, Master, Intermediate Master, and Grandmaster. The difference is that after the King of Monsters class, which is above the Grandmaster level, there is the King among Kings of Monsters, a category above. Since the King among Kings of Monsters has only appeared once, they know very little about him. The secretary asks the president if he is still studying the monster levels with the #1 superhero of the God class present, and says they shouldn't worry about it, asking if he doesn't agree. The president responds that Oz is not an easy opponent, and that if they're not careful, the world could be destroyed. The secretary then asks the president what they should do. He replies that they should send a message to the Superhero League, as they will hold a meeting with the 10 God class members to discuss how to proceed. He says they must find Oz, the king among kings of monsters, and work together to destroy him. The secretary responds that he will do that right away, but is unsure if they will come, since it has been a long time since the last meeting with the superheroes. The president assures him that they will come and tells him to say it is something extremely urgent. At the entrance of the academy, there were 3 food stalls. The vendor shouted that he had fried dung beetle monsters, 3 slices for 10 yuan. Xiaolu was studying while flying on her sword, while the other students wondered when they would be able to absorb qi into their bodies. Meanwhile, the vendor asked if anyone wanted to try some. One of the students ordered 10. Suddenly, Ron shouted for them to get out of the way. He and 2 students were hitching a ride on another student's sword. The student carrying them said they used to take the bus without paying the fare, but now they were using his sword, commenting that the sword was overloaded. Ran and the twins urged him to hurry up since they were almost there. Meng asked the teacher if he brought all the ingredients for the upcoming trip. He replied that he did, saying he bought everything he could at the city supermarkets, enough to stock up the storage ring. Meng remarked that he must have gotten used to her world's customs. He replied that somewhat was true and asked what she was watching. She said she was watching a man boasting on a TV show and asked if he wanted to see. On the live TV channel it said, "Here are the morning news. We are very grateful for the presence of the #1 hero of the God class, Light Bayou, the superhuman, who will be our commentator today." The reporter asked, "Light Bayou, is it true that you will participate in the event?" He answered yes, stating that he would help his sisters in the competition. The reporter said it was very likely that his sisters would achieve great things this time and asked if that wasn't true. He affirmed, of course, and said they would make it to the top 10 of the competition. The reporter questioned whether his restriction had anything to do with the alien invasion. He replied no, that those weak aliens were just tools for his reactivation. Light Bu thought it was better for them not to find out about the king among kings of monsters. The reporter then commented that there was a heated debate about who was the most powerful superhero, him or number 2, Yan Sen, the man in the black cloak, and asked what he had to say about it. Light Bu responded that they had never fought and asked how he could know, saying that instead of fighting him, it was better to let him enjoy life. The protagonist, hearing this, became irritated while the representative smirked mischievously. He tossed the phone back to him and said it was boring. Yan Sen asked why everyone was so peculiar and commented that they seemed to be celebrating a holiday early in the morning, talking about some event. She explained that it was one of their competitions, the monster hunting event. He asked if they were competitions. Meng said that there was a monster invasion every 3 years and that it was similar to what he had told in class, a wave of beasts, like what had happened in his world. Yan Sen, bored, said he understood and commented that they called it an event instead of an invasion. The representative, shaking with anger, said what irritated her the most was that last time the academy came in last place in the competition and she was chased by a disgusting monster. He asked about last time and if they would participate in the event. She, crying, responds that yes, it was a nightmare. Besides the monsters wiping them out, they were also humiliated in front of the other academies. Meng shouts that they've progressed in their training and begs the master to let them participate this year, saying that this time they will defeat the academy that humiliated them in the last event. He replies that senseless violence is not good for training and asks, by the way, if there are other academies. Meng answers that of course there are hundreds of elite schools for superpowers, not to mention numerous public schools. The academies represent the future of their world. The 10 superheroes of the God class used to be students of these academies, and each academy uses a distinct fighting style. They are distributed in 4 directions, each managing a part of the globe: north, east, west, and south. The protagonist ponders. The Super Ninjas Academy to the east specializes in training ninjas, which is the fighting style of the Rainbow Rangers. To the west is the Academy of Super Wizards, specializing in training battle mages. And to the north is the most powerful academy in the world, the Academy for Superhumans, specializing in training battle junkies dressed in tight clothing. Meng comments that the last one is the Academy for Superpowerful to the south, known by all for being the weakest of them all, and says that before he showed up there, they had always been the weakest. Meng asks Yan Sen to let them participate in the event. He says that it won't bring any benefit to their cultivation. She replies that she almost forgot. If they come in first place, they will build a giant statue of him right in the center of the earth, showing that those who cultivate immortality are the most powerful in the world. She mentions that last time, it was Light Bu's academy, the superhuman, that took first place, and now it's their turn. She adds that it's not just that. They will create several handmade action figures, as well as toys and other items using his image. The Rainbow Rangers and Sister Lan love that kind of stuff, and she says the monetary value won't be measured in grams of gold anymore, but by tons. Excited, she asks the teacher what he says, if they will try. He replies no. She begins to throw a tantrum. When he tells her to stay focused on her cultivation, she tries to convince him, but he tells her to forget about it. In the sky, something was flying at high speed, screaming. A boy inside a plane points and tells his mother to look outside because there were several witches flying on their brooms. They are students from the Academy of Super Wizards. The 3 behind tell the white-haired witch to wait for them. She is Ye Rong, who screams that they are flying too slowly and says that the southern area is just ahead. The blonde witch comments that she heard their academy's name changed to Academy of Immortal Cultivation, and it seems that now the academy has a different battle system. Ye Rong says it doesn't matter, and comments that it won't be a single powerful teacher that will make all the students strong all of a sudden. Several students from her class have become masters in physical enhancement magic. However, it's still a mystery who will take first place in the competition. Ye Rong tells them to hurry up and comments that Sister Lan must be leaving the hospital today. At the hospital, Ye Rong shouts, questioning her and asking if she is going to retire. Lan confirms, saying that she will retire and that starting today, she no longer belongs to the world of superheroes. Rong begs Lan not to do that, saying she is the only battle mage at the school who is extremely versatile, and comments that if she retires, the academy will be reduced to a second-tier academy. Rong's friend tells Sister Lan not to retire, but she replies for them to give up, asserting that they won't be able to persuade her on this matter. She comments that she has already sent her retirement letter to the superhero headquarters and that her assistant is already arranging everything for her departure. The 4-eyed guy writes on a piece of paper, "Seeking husband." The witches, saddened, say that she is a top 10 member of the God-class heroes, and that she cannot do this, asking what would happen if the world fell into crisis. Lan Qi responds that the world is at peace, that there is no crisis, and comments that the monster invasion is just a way to give those bored heroes something to do. Ye Rong says they heard that the God-class hero was reactivated to resolve this crisis and asks if the problem with the extraterrestrials has not already been solved. Rong says no, it's not them, and explains that the extraterrestrials were defeated every time they invaded Earth. The blonde comments that a hero is not a hero if they haven't defeated the extraterrestrials yet and says they are very lucky that we haven't invaded them yet. Lan asks what the emergency is. Rong says that her brother is working as an assistant to the president of the Superhero Association and that sometimes she hears them talking. It's the king among kings of monsters. Incredulous, she loudly asks, "What?" and questions if this information is reliable. Rong says she is sure of what she heard. The four-eyed guy comments that he believes it's true. He received a message from the president of the Superhero Association who said he would hold a meeting with the heroes, mentioning it's an urgent matter. Lan Qi thinks that if it's true, they would be in big trouble, and comments that this is a monster that cannot be defeated by the top 10 members of the God class and that she needs to think of something. Lan Qi says they should return to the academy and wait for her call. Rong, excited, asks if she isn't going to retire anymore, and Lan replies no, at least until she finds a husband. Lan calls the four-eyed guy, who responds, "Yes?" She says he will have to go with her to a certain place. The four-eyed guy looks confused. At the Celestial God Sect Academy, the four-eyed guy shouts for Lan to stop, saying it's dangerous and that it won't end well. Clinging to Sister Lan's leg, he pleads with her not to go in, crying and scared, and comments that this is where that guy lives and they would be killed. He says she was hospitalized for 2 years and asks if she has forgotten what he did to her. Lan Qi tells him to let go of her, explaining that she didn't come there to fight, but to ask him for help, and comments that if he helps them, the king among kings of monsters won't stand a chance. The four-eyed guy, terrified, says he can't, commenting that he feels they would be killed if they dared to look him in the eyes, and begs to be released. He responds that he can feel the sinister aura all around, and that they would be killed if they set foot inside. Lan Qi tells him to stop, and observes that it's not class time, wondering why there is no one outside. Then, she notices 2 students and calls out to them. The twins say it's Sister Lan and ask what she's doing there. She replies that she's looking for their teacher and asks where Yan Sen is. They respond that she will have to go to Class 1 where the master oversees things. They are in Class 2, and their teacher is the Sword Sovereign. The four-eyed guy asks what they are doing. The twins answer that they are copying the sect rules and that they just finished their 1000th copy this month, saying they are going to meet the Sword Sovereign to hand in their homework. They say they are leaving the four-eyed guy and Lan Qi in disbelief. Lan Qi, incredulous, asks if that's his teaching method. The four-eyed guy replies that it's the first time he has seen anything like this and comments that it's a terrible thing. Coming toward them is the class representative, flying at high speed and calling out to Sister Lan. As she approaches, she stops her sword in front of them, leaving them surprised. Meng comments that it's been a while since she last saw her. Lan Qi, surprised, asks what the hell that is and questions if it's some kind of superpower. The representative replies that it's the sword manipulation technique and gives a demonstration to the two, leaving them confused. Sister Lan asks if they already knew they were coming here. Meng explains that Master Yan mentioned there were 2 suspicious people at the gates and asked her to take a look. Lan Qi and the four-eyed guy are shocked to hear this. Meng comments that it seems they are interested in speaking with Master Yan and says he is already waiting, offering to take them to him. As they walk toward Yan, they stop in fear, imagining Yan Sen's sinister aura. Meng looks back and asks if something is wrong. Lan replies that it's nothing. While guiding them, the representative reassures them, saying they don't need to worry about the master, as he is a good person and not the type to hit others over disputes, and urges them to hurry, informing them that Master Yan is in the teacher's office. Upon arriving at the location, Sister Lan tries the tea that was served to her and comments that it's very tasty, saying the discomfort she was feeling has vanished, and asks what it is. Yan Sen explains that it's a tea for meditation and body recovery, stating that she will live longer while maintaining a clear mind, joking that with one more sip, she will live another 30 years, leaving Lan Qi confused. Excited, she asks if he is serious, requests a little more, and asks if she can take some home. Yan Sen replies no, explaining that he only uses the tea on occasions of visits and rarely drinks it, commenting that it's the first time a guest has made such a request. Sister Lan Qi, embarrassed, says that she only wanted to take a little to test it and find out the components. She says that if this thing is really so special, if she drinks it a few more times, she will live forever, and asks if that isn't the case. He replies that it's not quite like that, and explains that a mortal lives only 200 or 300 years. Extending this time can only be achieved after refining qi and reaching the immortal stage. Lan Qi says she doesn't understand what he means by refining qi and reaching the immortal stage, but notes that he is very polite. Yan Sen says that this is the principle of immortal cultivation and asks what she would like to discuss with him. Lan Qi answers truth and says that she was almost forgetting. Four Eyes, surprised, asks what place this is. Meng explains that it is the inner part of their academy, the micro-world of Master Yan, and that it was originally part of Earth. Then the Master modified it, creating an enchanted barrier around it, preventing it from being seen from the outside. She adds that this is her Master's stronghold and where the students' rooms are. Four Eyes is perplexed and comments that since Master Yan turned the place into a micro-world, the space is hundreds of times larger than Earth. Master Yan also said that the floating rocky mountains are naturally formed by the rotation of spiritual energy, and that it takes about 10,000 years to reach the size of a mountain. When the students reach the establishment stage and become immortals, they will have their own strongholds. Four Eyes, terrified, with a trembling voice, comments that this academy is the most intimidating one he has ever seen in the world of the superpowered. Meng says that Master Yan likes to do extravagant things. Four Eyes asks if that is a teleportation portal. She answers that it is sort of, and explains that it is a magic portal, capable of taking anyone to any part of the world. Meng says that her master asked her to give him a tour of the academy and that there is still more to see, calling him to continue. Back in the office, Yan says he understands. Lan Qi comments that the king among the kings of monsters is the most powerful villain in their world, and that, before he appears, everyone would save the world from the monster king and achieve the top 10 rankings of the God-class heroes. She hopes that, being the top 2 of the God-class heroes, he will also protect their world. Yan Sen replies that, of course, since he intends to establish his sect in their world, it is natural that he follows the rules there. Then he asks if it is true that if the king among the kings of monsters is defeated, the world will be at peace again. Lan Qi replies yes. Yan says he will do his part. Lan then asks if he agrees to participate in the event. He, taking his tea, replies no, that it is not necessary, and comments that he can handle it right now, asking if she has anything from the king among the kings of monsters. Lan Qi, incredulous, replies that no, explaining that nothing remained after his death along with the top 1 of the God class at that time. The protagonist says that to kill him, he will need to find him using his spiritual sense, since the technologies of his world do not have energy fluctuations, and she also has nothing that belongs to him, even though she knows what the monster king looks like. He comments that if the king disguises himself, it will be hard to locate him with the naked eye. Heroine Lan agrees that if they don't know where he is, it will be difficult to eliminate him. Yan Sen says that in this case he is sorry, but he has no intention of participating in this boring event because he has many resumes to review. Lan Qi, in disbelief, thinks this guy isn't after money, fame, or women. He's impeccable and seems to have no ambition whatsoever. Suddenly she has an idea and mentions that he still has his sect. With a slight smile, Lan Qi tells Yan Sen, the man in the black cloak, that it will be great for the recruitment of his academy if they do well in the competition, and that the academy could even double in size. The protagonist says that those who will follow the path of immortal cultivation are chosen by destiny, and says he will not prevent anyone who comes to him wanting to learn, but he will also not do any kind of persuasion. He comments that not everyone has what it takes to become immortal cultivators. Heroine Lan, incredulous, thinks he is completely calm and casual about recruiting new students, and, annoyed, imagines he will go bankrupt. Yan Sen sighs and says he will ask again. Nobody will bother him anymore if the so-called king among the kings of monsters is eliminated. She confirms and says that he will be able to enjoy his peaceful life if he takes care of it. He agrees, stating that his students and he will participate in the event, and says he will follow her and do as she asks. However, it will be just this once. Lan Qi stands up and asks if he is serious. He replies that he does not joke about these things, and says he will be the guest fighter of her world, for now. She, excited, says that's great, and tells him not to worry. When the king among the kings of monsters is eliminated, she will beat up anyone who comes there to bother him, so that he is not interrupted in the process of rebuilding his sect. Yan Sen accepted Lan Qi's request. Master Yan will follow Lan Qi's orders until the event is over, and that is how Lan Qi acquired the help of an extremely powerful fighter. On another day, Lan shows Yan that the building is the headquarters of the Superheroes League, and says that they are the ones who give the superhero rankings. He replies that he understands. She comments that they have probably summoned them to talk about the matter they discussed. He says that's fine. Lan Chi calls him to enter and says they called all the high-level combative superheroes, including the top 10 of the God class, and says they must be the only ones who haven't arrived yet. He replies, okay. Inside the headquarters of the superheroes, there is a banquet with several tables and many waiters. Some heroes comment that then, the king among the kings of monsters is not yet dead. It looks like another fierce fight will take place. In this way, a hero with moss green helmet comments that it's no wonder the Superheroes League is gathering so many high-level heroes. Light Bu loudly says it's not possible and says he finished them off, comments that he heard they were hospitalized for 2 years, and adds that they are really weak. The Red Ranger, all bandaged up, tells him to try his luck there and calls him comrade. Light Bu crosses his arms and says they just have to admit they are a bunch of weaklings and they don't even need to try to defend themselves. In doing so, he notices Pink Bamboo and greets her, saying, "Long time no see, Xiao Fen." She blushes and says, "Well, you." The president's secretary asks why these heroes keep fighting among themselves. The president comments that since they are extremely competitive, it is completely plausible that fights occur from time to time, but he asks not to worry, as they will unite for the greater good of the world. Then, he asks the secretary who hasn't arrived yet. The secretary responds that Steel Beetle is missing. Sister Lan sent a resignation letter this morning, and Yan Sen, the man in the black cloak, has not been found. He says these are the 3 who have not yet appeared. At that moment, Sister Lan and Yan Sen enter the headquarters. In this way, the heroes comment, "Look there, here they come." The hero with the moss green helmet says that Yan Sen, the man in the black cloak, took less than 6 months to reach the top 2 in the God class. Some heroes, frightened, tell others not to look him in the eyes, or he will finish them off and send them to the hospital. Light Bu, upon seeing him, asks if it is him, and finds it strange that they lost to someone who does not have superpowers and whose fighting power is so low. Red Bamboo tells the others to back off. Light Bu notices Sister Lan Chi there and runs at high speed to meet her. He kneels with a flower for her and says that Sister Lan has become even more beautiful. She strikes a quick blow to the petal of the flower that Light Bu gave, making it cut a banana on the fruit table, and tells him to get out of her sight, adding that if he approaches her again, that is what awaits him, and that he should not think that all women will fall for his smooth talk. Light Bu is frightened and thoughtful about the banana scene. The president says, "All right, folks," and asks for silence, saying they were called there to discuss an important matter, leaving everyone silent and with a serious look. The president says that everyone already knows what it is about, and announces that the king among the kings of monsters is alive. A hero with a blue helmet comments that he expected it, while the hero with the moss green helmet remarks that they will be very busy. The president says that the purpose of today's meeting is to locate the king among the kings of monsters and annihilate him as quickly as possible. Yan Sen is pensive. Meanwhile, somewhere on Earth, in dark times with several lightning and thunderbolts, in an abandoned coliseum, one of the 4 kings of monsters, Lucas, says that the extraterrestrials have been defeated. Das, another of the 4 kings of monsters, comments that of course they would lose and asks how they dared to attack Earth, whether they were trying to kill themselves or what. Janaka, one of the 4 kings of monsters, comments that they have been fighting with the heroes for decades and still have not been able to defeat them, and he says it was the heroes who killed his great-great-grandfather. It is hard to believe that the extraterrestrials really thought they would wreak havoc on Earth with their pathetic technology, and comments that they are completely idiotic. Nakusp, the last of the 4 kings, yells that they have to play dirty with those superpowered heroes. Oz, the king among the kings of monsters, tells them to stop complaining and says the first thing they must do is unite. Apart from the 4 kings of monsters, the rest of the species still fears the superheroes, and they need to regain their confidence. The 4 kings of monsters acknowledge this and agree, addressing him as Your Majesty. Outside the Colosseum, 2 guards notice something in the dust. One of the monsters asks who is approaching. All that can be seen in the dust is a sword with a pendant inscribed with evil. When the dust settles a bit, 2 swordswomen appear. One monster, frightened, says it's a human, while the other tells him to wait, and comments that it might not be the case. Back inside the Colosseum, the 4 kings of monsters discuss that their monster hunting event is about to happen and ask when they will attack. Janaka says he hates the damn word event and comments that in the past it was called monster invasion, but now, in their era, it is called monster hunting event, and says it is a great humiliation for the monsters, a disgrace. Das, one of the 4 kings of monsters, loudly asks why they don't stop whining and find some hero to fight, and asks how many times he has been defeated by the Rainbow Rangers and Light Bu. Janaka falls silent. Oz asks Lucas if there is any news. He replies that yes, and says the best time to attack will be in 2 days, right after the start of the competition. According to the usual schedule, at the beginning of the competition, various heroes from the planet will be scattered across the globe, searching for monsters to turn them into pets. He comments that the 4 main academies will participate 2 days later, and that normally, the students of these academies fight among themselves at the start of the event, and they will be able to attack them at the end of that combat. Oz, excited, says that's great, and comments that this time, their invasion will destroy the world of superheroes. Janaka asserts that the heroes don't stand a chance with him there and calls him Your Majesty, saying that victory is already theirs. The monsters inside the abandoned Colosseum shout, "Kill the heroes! Kill the heroes!" The Colosseum guard addresses Your Majesty and says there are 2 monsters outside who wish to see him. He comments that they are short-staffed and orders them to be let in. The guard responds, "Yes, Your Majesty." The one-eyed monster comments that it's great that new monsters have emerged, as they are short-staffed, and says that although the 2 are weak, in tough times they need to stay united, and that any addition is a help for their victory. Upon arriving inside the Colosseum, where His Majesty of the Monsters, Oz, is located, the guard announces their arrival and informs that the king is in the middle of a meeting, discussing what they will do with the superheroes, and asks them to enter and greet him. When they enter the Colosseum, the monsters start asking if they are the new monsters, noting that they look very much like humans. While others say it's the first time they've seen monsters with such humanoid appearances, some comment that they are beautiful and ask how powerful they are. Janaka calls them novices and asks what kind of monsters they are. One of the swordswomen calls him a parrot, while the other says they are not monsters. Lucas, one of the 4 kings of monsters, tries to analyze them with his equipment, which reads, Unknown monster type, no superpowers, fighting power of 5, height 1.60 meters, weight 45 kilograms. After the analysis, Lucas says that they have no superpowers and that their fighting power is 5, and he also notes that the system cannot identify what type of monsters they are. One of the monsters in the Colosseum comments that he didn't think they would be weaker than him, while another remarks that they will only be good for mascots. Oz orders all the monsters to be silent and comments that, although their battle power is only 5, they are short on people and they might still be of some use. He says that in the fight against the superheroes, any help is welcome. One of the swordswomen asks if he is the one in charge there. He replies that he is. At that moment, she draws her sword and uses her prominence attack ability, slicing the king of monsters Oz into pieces, leaving all the monsters shocked. When the blood of Oz was about to spread everywhere, the other swordswoman stretches out her hand and throws it all up into the sky, thus clearing the dark skies and making everything clear. One of the swordswomen declares that from today, she will be their queen. Janaka, in disbelief, asks who they are. Back at the superheroes' headquarters, the president says they have found the king among the kings of monsters and that they will annihilate him, extinguishing this threat to Earth. The hero with the blue helmet comments that the president is on edge and asks if it's really that serious. The hero with the moss green helmet agrees and comments that it's not the first time the king among the kings of monsters has appeared, saying they've dealt with him once and can do it again. Yan Sen begins to smell something strange. Lan Chi notices and asks what it is. He replies that it's nothing, just a familiar scent. Lan Chi asks what familiar scent. He, thoughtful, says he thinks he smelled it 2,000 years ago and comments that, although young, he had witnessed many things, but cannot remember exactly. Back at the Colosseum of Monsters, everyone is in disbelief that their king was easily killed, leaving nothing behind. Janaka falls to his knees and says they are completely screwed. One of the swordswomen asks the other why she killed the king of monsters, as she could have become their queen without any difficulty. The other replies that it's because he was despicable. Then she takes her sword and orders the monsters to kneel and show respect, asking if anyone is dissatisfied and wants to challenge her. Terrified, the monsters kneel and call her Your Majesty. She sheathes her sword and says good. The other swordswoman, disheartened, comments that the demonic beasts of that world are very weak and that being a queen there is not worth it. She says she checked their power and that, except for the one she made into pieces, the other 4 standing have a power roughly equivalent to a large-scale demonic beast in their world. The other swordswoman asks, just 4, and comments that there are several better beasts in their world. Then she opens a portal and tells the other to forget about this place, which is boring, and calls her to leave. She agrees. Janaka comes running, pleading for them not to go and leave him behind, holding onto her leg, and says that if they leave, it will be the end for them. She tells him to stand up and give the details. Janaka explains that with the death of the king among the kings of monsters, their plans have been ruined, and that they will become pets of the heroes if she leaves. She comments that she has been in their world for 2 years and is somewhat aware of their situation, but they are not interested in participating in the event. Janaka says she cannot let her subjects become slaves to others. She thinks and comments that it makes sense, and even reminded her of those despicable cultivators, asking what their plan is. He answers that they want to attack the 4 main academies, and quotes a saying in the human world, "Children carry the future." He says they believe they have no chance of defeating the current superheroes, so they plan to destroy their future, so that future generations of monsters have a chance of victory. She asks if this means the monsters of this world are useless. He confirms that they are. Then she asks if the heroes of their world are powerful. He replies that they are more than powerful. They are superpowered, and with a trembling voice, he comments that he, even being of the monster class, is beaten every year, and the pressure is so great that he thinks about killing himself. The swordswoman comments that she heard they say their king is on the same level as the #1 hero of the world, and that this means the heroes are not so powerful after all, but from her point of view, they are extremely weak. Lucas, one of the 4 kings of monsters, comments that she is mistaken and says that the heroes are not as simple as she imagines. Das mentions that there is some kind of strange energy that helps the heroes. Lucas says everyone calls it passive ability. The swordswomen ask, passive ability? Janaka answers yes, with examples like tears of love and light of justice. The swordswomen, confused, ask what those are. Janaka says he will use the Rainbow Rangers and Light BU, the superhuman, as an example. He explains that the most powerful attack of the Rainbow Rangers is the nuclear fission cannon, and the most powerful attack of Light BU is the immeasurable radiance. These are their active attacks, but they also possess a passive ability. He comments that it's an ability that all heroes are aware of its existence, and that every time a king of monsters attacked Earth, they pushed the superheroes to their limits, or even to death, at the moment when the monsters dominated the world. Something strange would happen. The humans of the planet would gather. They cried or simply raised their hands. These 2 movements are known as tears of love and light of justice, and then the hero who was almost dead, or had already died, comes back to life full of energy, out of nowhere. Not to mention that their strength is amplified after resurrection, and for no reason at all, they manage to kill the kings of monsters in a few seconds. Over time, the monsters could no longer defeat the heroes. The swordswomen remain silent. Lucas comments that this is exactly the case, and mentions that his grandfather and great-grandfather died because of these passive abilities. He says their king fled the moment he realized the passive ability was manifesting. That's how he survived. The swordswomen respond with okay and say, "What a situation, huh?" Janaka on the ground says they tried everything to defeat them. One-on-one fights, group battles, sneak attacks, and even poisons, and yet nothing worked. Crying, he comments that the heroes cannot be killed, no matter the methods. They are always saved or become invulnerable, and there's nothing they can do about it. Dramatically, Janaka says they, the monsters, have spent many days and nights thinking about giving up, even about leaving their lives and deaths to fate. However, the more they think about it, the more infuriated they become, and he asks why. Why were we born into a world where we were reduced to mere tools for the heroes to boast about? He says they cannot accept this, not at all. With a trembling voice, he tells the swordswoman that they have to keep fighting. Someday, they will defeat the heroes and make them pay for everything the Sigwara they've done. The swordswoman says she understands him. He asks, "You understand?" She replies yes, that they are the villains of their respective worlds, and that she understands how he feels. She comments that the heroes of his world are no different from the cultivators of her world, and that they act in the same way. Thus, she says she has decided she will give them a little help, and then hands him a sachet. Janaka asks what it is. She replies that it is a sachet from her demonic world that will be of great use. Inside it are 4,600,000 demonic magic weapons, and says she thinks that's enough for all of them. The 4 monster kings repeat, impressed. 4,600,000 demonic magic weapons. The swordswoman explains that they are activated through flesh and blood, making them perfect for them. However, there are 4 weapons inside that they need to use with caution. 1 Demon King weapon, 1 Chi Deity weapon, and 2 Chi Amplification weapons. She then opens a portal to another dimension and tells them to be careful when using them, or they might end up dying before their enemies. She says all right, and announces that they are leaving, wishing them good luck. Janaka asks where she is going. She gives a slight smile and says that his world is quite fun and that there are many interesting things. She mentions hearing about a big amusement park that recently opened in the north and says they are heading there, asking him not to worry. If they have trouble eliminating them, just send a message through the demonic bird inside the sachet. The 4 monster kings, blushing, ask Her Majesty to be careful, amazed by the sachet, questioning if it really can store 4,600,000 demonic magic weapons. Nakusp comments that the death of the king among kings was not in vain and suggests they make a monument when they defeat the heroes. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the meeting, it was decided that the top 10 of the God-class heroes would be the judges of the event, while the rest of the heroes would be responsible for gathering information about the king among kings of monsters. The God-class heroes would be tasked with destroying the king among the kings of monsters as soon as they obtained the location. However, the heroes had no idea that the king among the kings of monsters had already been eliminated. Very soon, Earth would be engulfed in a fight among demons, immortals, monsters, and heroes. 2 days later, the reporter announced on his broadcast, "Hello viewers, this is the live broadcast from BB. It's great to have you with us again. Today I'll be broadcasting the monster hunting event for all of you. Please don't forget to follow me on social media. As I always say, wherever there's a fight, I'll be there. This is an event held every 3 years. I am a professional host. I would never miss such an opportunity. And rest assured that I will put my life at risk to show you the best images. This year's event is different from previous years. The God-class heroes will be in charge of searching for the monsters' locations, while the top 10 will be the judges. In previous years, the Academy directors were the judges. This time it's the top 10 of the God class. I don't know why the Superhero League made this decision, but don't worry. This year, we will focus on the 4 academies that teach ways to battle, since these students were defeated by the top 10 of the God class and did not graduate. Some of them are above the professional heroes, so it's guaranteed that this year's event will be more exciting than the previous ones. I'm curious to see which academy will come out on top. Let's wait and see. The boy watching TV says that this guy talks a lot, and that he wouldn't even watch his videos if it weren't for the excellent battles he broadcasts. A man in a suit comments that he'd love to punch him right in the middle of his face. The mess they went through before was all his fault. The presenter says he would first like to thank their camera, the Mechanical Eye, and says that the battles will be broadcasted by it. The Mechanical Eye comments that he came to work with him because he promised to pay double his salary. The bespectacled reporter tells him not to worry and says he just needs to do his job right. At the academy, one of the twins says that the event is finally about to start. He was dying for this day to come. Ran, excited, tells the superhumans, ninjas, and mages to wait for them because this time they are going to beat them all. Xiaoli calls him an idiot and asks at what point in their cultivation training their master taught them to underestimate their opponents. She tells them to stop being stupid and be less arrogant, saying that this will help on their path of cultivation. Ran and Bin fall silent after the scolding. A student comments that a person who cultivates immortality cannot be aggressive. Bin, annoyed, tells him to shut up. One of the female students asks the representative why their clothes are different. She responds that Master Yan said that the disciples of the Heavenly God sect will possess robes respective to their realms, and that she will have one too. She explains that Master Yansen's black robe is for cultivators of the immortal realm, and that there is also a female version, which is super sexy. Yansen appears and asks if everyone is present. The students turn around and see the master. He asks if they all saw the cultivation uniforms of Menki, Xiaolu, Ran, and Bin. Right. And he says that there is a rule in the sect. A cultivator will receive a new uniform upon reaching certain stages of cultivation. He says they need not be envious, as everyone will receive one when they reach the Chi refining stage. And since the way of dressing in their world follows a different standard, he made some adjustments to the original clothes. One of the twins takes a look at the representative's outfit and comments that the master knows them very well. Thus, the teacher says very well and explains that they are young and this is their first journey outside the sect. So he will say a few words. He asks if anyone remembers the precepts of immortal cultivation. Xiaoli answers, "Be courteous to the opponent and for immortality." Yansen agrees and says that courtesy is the first criterion adopted by cultivators and that they do not provoke fights. However, he explains that this does not mean they are weak or afraid to fight. He says that although they usually do not fight, if there is no other way, they will fight their opponents to the death. And he concludes, "Have no mercy." The students are confused by their master's words. Yansen says that courtesy is the first criterion for cultivators like them. However, when it comes to fighting, sneak attacks and dirty tricks are also part of their repertoire. One of the twins asks if this is how immortals fight. He replies that in the world of immortal cultivation, the slightest carelessness will cost you your life. Although they live in this world, where they don't need to do such extreme things, the rules of immortal cultivation must be maintained. Remember, if you can use weapons, don't use your fists. If you can fight in a group, don't fight alone. In the end, he asks if it is clear. The students answer, "Yes, master." Then, Yansen summons a flying boat for them to go to the event. As they fly to the location, the representative tells Professor Yan that he defeated several superheroes from the God class and didn't kill them. He replies that he was just having fun. She thinks only he had fun. Heading to the location where the event will be hosted, some people shout, "Monster attack! The monsters are coming." The monsters have put up a tape and ask the humans to line up and proceed to the underground carefully. The elderly and children should go first. They say, "Great, just like that. Give priority to them." A child asks Mr. Furry which academy they are going to attack first this year. Furry, a monster of the apprentice master level, replies that they are going to attack the Super Ninja Academy to the east. He heard rumors that this year, they will be the academy to stand out. The boy's father suggests that he go to the Immortal Cultivation Academy to the south, which has been quite famous lately. He asks if this academy is not the worst among the four. The boy's father replies that they have a new teacher who beat up most of the God-class superheroes in less than a year. Half of those heroes are still in the hospital. On top of a building, 4 monsters were roasting meats and fishes with the weapons they won from the swordswoman's loot. A dinosaur-type monster says that this world doesn't deserve villains and says that this year, he is not going to attack anyone, asking the others. The orange monster replies that he also will not, and that he is tired of being cannon fodder. He gave up fighting. The ghost-type monster says that the new king among the monster kings has already abandoned them on a trip, and the heroes are not easy to defeat. He tells them to look at the weapons they received, and says they were sent to their deaths. The ghost monster says they are not that stupid. He will work for one of the main academies, for the one that offers the best salary. The glasses-wearing reporter announces for the live broadcast, "Ladies and gentlemen, the event is about to begin. The competition will be managed by the academy that won previously, the Academy for Superhumans. The starting point this time will be 10,000 meters above the ground. As for the rules of the event, they will be the same as those used in past events. The participant will earn 3 points if they kill a level 10 monster. An apprentice master level monster is worth 5 points. A master level is worth 20 points. Intermediate master is worth 50 points. A grandmaster level monster is worth 100 points. Another rule is that the first academy to reach a city on the ground will earn 30 points. The academy with the most points will be the champion. Without further ado, let's welcome the students from the majority academies." Thus, the academies begin to arrive. In the eastern region, the Super Ninja Academy arrives on a giant eagle. In the western region, the Super Mage Academy arrives flying on their magic brooms. In the northern region, the Superhuman Academy awaits the others, and the academy that recently changed its name in the southern region, the Immortal Cultivation Academy, arrives on its flying boat. On the flying platforms are the judges. The glasses-wearing reporter says he almost forgot about the event judges. They are the heroes who are at the top of the world. Number 1 of the God class, Light Bu, the superhuman. Number 2 of the God class, Yansen, the man in the black cloak. Numbers 3 to 7 of the God class, the Rainbow Rangers. Number 8 of the God class, the Battle Mage Lan Chi Chi. They are the most powerful in their world and also the main representatives of the majority academies. But this time, they will be the judges. If academies have the same score at the end of the event, it will be the judges who will give the verdict, and they cannot choose their own academies. The audience present and those watching via live broadcast start chanting the name of the number 1 hero, Light Bu, the superhuman. He then begins to pose for the fans. The Rainbow Rangers watch this in silence. Yellow Bamboo says, "Damn it," and comments that the pervert had been dead for a long time and yet continues to be extremely popular. Blue Bamboo explains that, despite him being a playboy, he saved their world in its darkest moments, and it is completely normal for him to be so popular. Yellow Bamboo then asks where Steel Beetle is and whether he is also an alumni of their academy. Blue Bamboo says he doesn't know, but a friend told him he saw Steel Beetle wandering in the northern hemisphere last month. The Super Ninja representative, on the Eagle, grabs everyone's attention and orders them to attack the competitors as soon as the event starts. He asserts that by getting rid of the competitors from the other 3 academies, the monsters will all be theirs and asks if everyone understood. Everyone raises their swords, responding in chorus, "Understood." The blonde witch then asks Rong how they will capture the monsters afterward. Rong, with a slight smile, tells them to forget about the monsters and explains that the first step is to subdue the competitors. The representative of the superhumans tells the others to get excited and prepare for battle. Sun Xiaoli orders everyone to listen carefully, saying she will protect the front. Lan Bin will be on the left and Ran Zihao on the right, and if anyone dares to attack, they should finish them off. Ran and Bin, confused, respond that they can handle it. Sun Xiaoli calls the representative and asks her to prepare the nuclear bomb, which leaves her confused. Xiaoli explains that, among all there, she was the only one successful in using the technique and will be in charge of this task, instructing them to protect her for the necessary time for preparation and ordering her to launch it directly at the opponents as soon as the battle starts. One of the twins asks if she's sure that this won't kill someone. Sun Xiaoli asserts that it's an order from the master and says whether the opponents live or die is not their problem. The students comment on the cruelty and say that Xiaoli is becoming more and more like the immortal that the master mentioned, predicting that the heroes of the healing department will have work to do. The directors of the academies order everyone to get ready and announce the start of the event. The ninja representative jumps from the eagle, surprising everyone. Ran and Bin shout, "Holy shit, a vertical drop!" The blonde witch is perplexed. The ninja representative yells to those already heading forward and starts laughing. The superhuman representative, annoyed, complains and states that he is after the 30 points, telling him not to act smart in front of him and threatening to tear his legs off when he catches up. The ninja replies that he should catch him first and calls him a fool. The glasses-wearing reporter comments that this is why these ninjas are so far ahead of them, as they had everything planned. Even though the rules state that the starting point is in the skies, there is no definition of a specific point, and that guy is falling vertically, much faster than all of them. Ren, annoyed, calls him a wretch. The ninja, falling at high speed, taunts the others to follow him, while the superhuman flying right behind promises that he will not forget this. The reporter, laughing, announces to the audience that here comes the famous chase scene, and the other academies did not expect the Ninja Academy to use this trick. It seems that the initial 30 points have already been secured, which drives the spectators wild, all excited. As they fall at high speed, the superhuman realizes he's in trouble. The reporter, excited, praises the Superhuman Academy and comments that it's no wonder they were the last champions, moving so fast that they are almost catching up to the super ninjas. They are really powerful. The ninja then throws a smoke bomb in the direction of the superhuman, who starts coughing because of the smoke. The blonde witch calls the others to follow, but a smoke bomb appears in front of her, as well as in front of Bin and Ron. The ninja, still falling, tells the others not to worry, as there's enough for everyone, and calls them weaklings. The superhuman representative, furious, shouts that he's going to kill that guy. The reporter comments that the representative of the Superhuman Academy is furious and disabled. Bin complains that it's a dirty trick, while Ron notes that the gray shadow from the Super Ninja Academy is almost in the city. Zhaoli orders them to stop the chaos and maintain their positions, authorizing the representative to start and asking them to forget the two idiots. Meng asks if, even if he manages to reach the ground, is it really necessary to blow up the entire city? Xiaoli responds not to worry, as he won't be able to land. The ninja, laughing, declares that the 30 points will be theirs and that their academy will lead as soon as he lands, and says he'll take care of them when he finishes this. The blonde witch comments that he is close to the ground and asks Rong what they should do. Rong, with a missile launcher and a cigar in her mouth, says he's in her sights and tells him to dream about the points. She fires and hits the target, causing an explosion that leaves everyone shocked and in disbelief. Ron and Bin's mouths fall open. Xiaoli says that she warned them and comments that these academies would not be easily overtaken, asking everyone to always stay alert. The ninja's boot falls alone to the ground, and the reporter comments that just the shoes touching the ground doesn't count. Rong looks at him and, insulting him, orders the others to draw their weapons. The reporter, in disbelief, says that the Super Mage Academy threw away their magic wands and drew rocket launchers, machine guns, and laser-sighted weapons. Unbelievable. It looks like this event is turning into a gang fight. Rong, with 2 missile launchers, says she will show them what physical magic is. Ran, seeing this, comments that everyone there is a bit crazy, and Bin agrees, saying that Xiaoli was right. They will have to face these people to the death. Atop the eagle, 2 ninjas heal the representative, asking him to hold on while they do their best to help him. He stands up and says he was careless, noting that those weapons were upgraded. The medical ninja says he is still bleeding, but the representative says they used their magic wands in the last competition to attack the opponents and are now using missile launchers. "I can't believe this," he exclaims. Wrong, shooting with her machine gun, laughs and says, "That's it." The superhumans fly quickly to dodge the shots. One of them complains, while another tells him to stop whining and get closer for a melee fight. The superhuman with the representative asks why he doesn't see anyone from the Immortal Cultivation Academy. The representative tells him not to worry, as they always finish last in the competition. While the medical ninja continues the healing, the representative says it is unforgivable to have been made fools of in front of a global audience and yells for all ninjas to forget the 30 points and follow him to finish them off. Thus, a generalized war begins among the academies of super mages, superhumans, and super ninjas. The glasses-wearing reporter says everyone has gone mad, and what was supposed to be a monster hunting event has turned into a team battle, much more exciting than the monster hunt itself. I wonder which academy will come out on top. People around the world watch, thrilled. A group of 3 friends watches on TV. The boy in the gray shirt with yellow says he bets on the Super Ninja Academy from the east. The boy in the middle comments that the Super Mage Academy is also strong, and that the Northern Academy has not even attacked yet, reminding that they were the last champions. The boy in the blue shirt finds it strange and asks where the Immortal Cultivation Academy is. The representative of the academy is floating on her sword above their flying boat. The people present point, telling everyone to look and asking what the Immortal Cultivation Academy is doing. The reporter, in his helicopter, asks why they are standing there and if they have given up. The representative continues focused, maintaining mindfulness. Ron asks Meng if she has finished, and she responds that she is almost done. She opens her eyes and says she will show them the enhanced version of the Chi Dragon formation. She begins to concentrate yin and yang energy with her hands, creating a huge Genki Dama, leaving Ran and Bin in disbelief. Meng Qi, holding the Genki Dama, says she needs to focus, stay calm, and transform the Qi into a dragon. Ran, annoyed, says this is the technique of the sovereign sword god, and Bin, frightened, asks if it is indeed that technique. Sun Xiaoli orders them to stop it and asks if they came just to watch, explaining that this cultivation method has 6 levels, and what they learned is just the tip of the iceberg. Meng, with a slight smile, says the technique isn't of the same quality as the sovereign sword gods, but it's enough to finish them off. The people present and the glasses-wearing reporter are terrified by the size of the technique. The mechanical eye is agape as the reporter comments that this technique is not unknown. The mechanical eye says he no longer wants the payment and asks if he can leave, but the reporter replies that he cannot, stating he is a professional host and must continue until the end of the broadcast, even if it costs him his life. Blue Bamboo and Pink Bamboo scream that this is the damn technique of the sovereign sword god. Light Bu, lost, asks which sovereign sword god that is and why he wasn't informed about any of this. Black Bamboo comments that this isn't a battle, it's a massacre, and says they are going too far. The students of the Immortal Cultivation Academy, Red Bamboo, ask if they mastered this technique. Yan Sen, surprised, says she learned fast. Lan Chi Chi tells Yan Sen, the man in the black cloak, not to let his students act so recklessly. Meanwhile, several explosions occur in the sky amid the fight of the other academies. Wrong, with her rocket launcher, laughs and says they're all going to hell and she'll pray for their souls. The representative of the superhumans orders another to find a way to get close to the mages, as they are weak in close combat. One of the superhumans uses the heat sensor, detects the Genki Dama, and shows it to the representative of the superhumans, who screams that they are in trouble. Meng Qi realizes they have discovered what she is doing. The representative of the ninjas asks why the hell the Superhuman Academy is so agitated. Wrong agrees and asks what is going on. When the two realize the representative's technique, their eyes widen and they scream that they are screwed. The ninja comments that he had forgotten that those weaklings also knew this trick, and it's no wonder they have been keeping a low profile. One of the superhuman students says they don't need to panic, as he researched this buff and estimates it should still take a minute until it's ready. We still have time, he says, and states that the priority now is to deal with the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Thus, the 3 academies join forces and quickly fly towards the representative. The reporter begins to announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, 3 academies have joined forces. I can't believe the Immortal Cultivation Academy was preparing something like this. If this technique isn't launched masterfully, we'll all die. The students of the Immortal Cultivation Academy are insane." The ninja suggests that the Superhuman Academy attack the Immortal Cultivation Academy head-on, while they attack from the right and the mages from the left, adding that this technique takes time to prepare and the user cannot be interrupted. He says that they will first deal with these reckless students and then go back to fighting each other. Rong agrees with him. Sun Xiaoli comments that it's really a shame they realized and asks the representative how she's doing. She replies that the dragon is not yet complete and that she needs more time. Sun Xiaoli, with a slight smile, says that it's okay and that they can handle it. The glasses-wearing reporter says that the Immortal Cultivation Academy is ready for action. However, they're in a tough spot, as in addition to dealing with the other 3 academies, they need to protect their class representative. Ron commits to taking care of the ninjas, while Bin deals with the mages. Bin comments that, after so much training, it's time to show the results and says that they are no match for them, insulting them. The ninjas comment that they are sinister and that they were nearly annihilated. One of them jumps from the eagle and says they shouldn't think that just because they've learned some strange things, it gives them the right to be arrogant. He says he will defeat them as he did in the last event and asks if they have anything else to show. Ran, with a serious look, summons his sword and says he'll find out as soon as he faces him. The ninja representative tells him to stop talking and fight. Thus he draws his sword and challenges Ran to prove his blade with the blade strike. Ran quickly uses his blade storm, cutting the opponent's face. The ninja starts dodging attacks and asks what kind of technique this is, commenting that it might manage to injure him and that the fight is getting interesting. Ran quickly advances and cuts the ninja's shoulder guard, who thinks he is very fast, and asks if he doesn't usually attack with fire. The ninja jumps over him, telling Ran not to underestimate him. Ran replies that he said he would defeat him and tells him to prove it. The glasses-wearing reporter, excited, announces that Gray Shadow from the Super Ninja Academy was intercepted by Ran Zihao from the Immortal Cultivation Academy, and that they are having a fierce and exciting fight. He comments that the Immortal Cultivation Academy hasn't just changed its name. Their strength has grown considerably. Ran Zihao is using some kind of superpower that we've never seen before. But if things continue like this, we can't define a winner. The academies of super ninjas, superhumans, and super mages are in big trouble. The fight between Gray Shadow and Ran Zihao is becoming more intense. People begin to comment that, in the last event, Zihao didn't stand a chance against Gray Shadow. Thus, their strikes clash, and they separate. Gray lands on his eagle and admits that he underestimated him, saying that he has improved a lot. Ran, with his swords, replies that apparently he hasn't improved that much, and comments that he still hasn't reached the level of his master, who defeats opponents with a single strike. Thus, the two rush at each other at high speed. On the other side of the flying boat, Lan Bin, with his swords, intercepts the mages with his blind sword attack. The mages wonder what technique this is and say they have never seen anything like it before. Yerong says it's an outrage. The blonde asks Yerong what they are going to do now, and she tells her to leave it to her, as she will handle it, saying the others should go stop the nuclear bomb. The mages respond that they can handle it then. The ninja tells the others to go too, saying he'll take care of this kid. One of the ninjas asks the representative of the superhumans why they haven't done anything yet, and he responds that he is afraid it might be a trap. The representative of the ninjas says that those from the Superhuman Academy have no idea what they are facing, and that even if that giant sphere is a trap, they have no choice, emphasizing that only Zihao and Lan Bin are fighting on the side of the Immortal Cultivation Academy, and he doesn't understand why they are so apprehensive. He remarks that Zihao and Lan Bin are busy with them, and with the battle mages, their class representative is also busy, so those from the Superhuman Academy only need to face one girl, and asks why they are afraid. Sun Xiaoli remains silent, observing. The representative of the superhumans agrees, and decides that they will attack her. Ran Zihao summons a few more swords and says they chose the worst person to face. Gray Shadow asks what he means by that. Ran responds that Xiaoli's cultivation base is more powerful than theirs, and it's not a small thing. The representative of the ninjas is in disbelief and looks towards the flying boat. The superhumans tell everyone to move forward and stop them. The students of the Immortal Cultivation Academy tell Xiaoli that they are coming. Ran tells Gray that they should have sent their people to face Lan Bin or him, and so he asks Xiaoli to show them the power of the one who is closest to becoming an immortal. She stares at them silently with her sword in hand. Stages: Qi refining, spirit cultivation, spiritual refining, Tao coalescence, and immortal ascension. Gray Shadow is confused and orders them to stop bluffing. The glasses-wearing reporter begins to say that the students from the other academies are flying directly towards the students of the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Then, Sun Xiaoli closes her eyes and begins to inhale Qi energy. Gray senses a strange aura and orders them to turn back. As everyone is approaching, Sun Xiaoli uses the skill 8 trigrams of the mortal formation on her sword, and the weather changes. darkening with thunder and lightning. The representatives of the academies realize something. The formation that appears in the sky ends up trapping all the students who advanced against it, leaving them immobile. Sun Xiaoli says it's better for them not to move, otherwise they will be torn to pieces. The reporter, watching from afar, is scared. Pink Bamboo asks what superpower this is and comments that the other students are in serious trouble. Blue Bamboo asks if the 8 trigrams of the mortal formation was not meant to kill. Light Blue observes in silence. The viewers comment that the Immortal Cultivation Academy is extremely strong. Some people present say that the Immortal Cultivation Academy is facing the other 3 academies and still is at an advantage, not to mention that explosive skill there. A man with a backwards cap says they are too powerful and that the event isn't even going to be much of a contest. A blonde man asks what they are talking about and questions if they have forgotten the hero's motto, keep trying until the last second. He says that winners and losers are determined only in the final minutes. The bald man agrees and comments that he also thinks they think the same way. That's why they used such a lethal technique right from the start. The boy in the cap says that this technique has the strength of a nuclear bomb, which is quite unscrupulous, and that he has no idea where they learned it. His friend asks if he forgot that Yan Sen, the man in the black cloak, used that technique, saying that only he could have taught such a skill. The boy in the cap asks if it's possible to learn this kind of superpower. He replies that he thinks so, and mentions that he heard that, to learn it, one must go through hellish training, with no guarantee of success. A boy with long hair says his brother sent his twin sons to study in Class 2 of the academy and heard that they dislocated their hands from copying the rules so much. The boy in the cap asks what the hell they went through. Someone points to the class representative of the Superhumans Academy and asks what he is doing. The representative of the Superhumans starts to break the formation and says it's one after the other. Sun Xiaoli watches him closely. The representative of the Superhumans starts grinding his teeth, annoyed, and says they have never been treated like this before, stating that they are treating the Superhumans Academy as if it were nothing. Wrong comments that the representative of the Superhumans is getting nervous. Gray, frightened, says it wasn't in his plan to enrage this idiot. The man with spiky hair says that the representative of the Superhumans Academy is releasing his superpower as anger takes over him. He will unleash powers beyond his capacity and, in the last event, the Super Ninjas Academy lost the competition because they irritated the representative and got beaten by him. The boy in the cap says he understands. His friend replies that when that guy gets angry, no one besides the top 10 superheroes of the God class can stop him. The other professional heroes have extreme difficulty defeating him. The fight is going to intensify. In this way, the representative of the Superhumans completely breaks the formation that is holding him and tells them to never underestimate him, charging at Sun Xiaoli at high speed. Ron and Bin can't believe it. The glasses-wearing reporter begins to speak. The representative of the Superheroes Academy managed to penetrate the defenses of the Immortal Cultivation Academy and went towards the flying boat. This is the unique ability of the class representative of the Superhumans Academy, the insane mode. Ron tells Sun Xiaoli to be careful and says he's lost his head and that he will become even more powerful. She replies that he doesn't need to tell her that. She stretches her hand forward and says, "Suppress." Thus, a giant sword falls in the middle of the formation, leaving the Rainbow Rangers and other people in disbelief. Rand comments that she suppressed him. The superhuman keeps trying to break free. Meng Qi tells them to hold on just a bit longer, as she is almost done. The representative of the superhumans starts to struggle and scream even more, telling them to stop underestimating him. Sun Xiaoli says it's not going to happen and suppresses him even more with the power of the formation. The boy in the cap says that the berserker mode of the representative of the Superhumans Academy is something that even professional heroes have difficulty with, but she is managing to suppress him alone. The other man says it must be a joke. People around the world watching say that this trick earned him the title of the most powerful fighter among the 4 main academies. If he hadn't been taken down by the top 10 of the God class, he would have graduated a long time ago. And another monster that can rival him has appeared. I fear that the 4 most powerful students will lose their positions to the Immortal Cultivation School. A man asks what the hell he's talking about, and says that the squad leader of the Superhumans Academy hasn't been defeated yet. He's just suppressed in berserker mode. Either you knock him out, or he will become increasingly powerful over time. The blonde reporter says that this year's competition is full of surprises. The Superpower Academy from the South, which always ranked last, managed to surpass the other 3 academies this year thanks to the changes they underwent. However, the passive superpower of the representative of the Superhumans Academy berserker mode, converts rage into strength. Thus, a prolonged battle is completely disadvantageous for his opponents, as this ability allows him to exceed his limits. Even professional heroes do not underestimate it. Sun Xiaoli says he is a stubborn guy. The representative of the superhumans comments that he will go to her. Gray Shadow asks if they are tied. Ye Rong states that both are monsters. Gray says he will help the representative and jumps off his eagle, saying that the Superhuman Academy representative's passive ability can even help in the most desperate battles, and that the woman is reaching her limit. Ron asks if he is trying to run away and says the fight is with him. Gray Shadow questions why they are doing this and warns that even if they manage to launch the attack, they are too close and everyone will die, asking why he is so stubborn. Ran replies that he is stupid and states that if they are using this, it is obvious that they have a way to survive. Gray understands and points out, saying there is a UFO coming. Ron asks what it is, looking back, and Gray takes advantage of the situation to use the imprisonment art, trapping Ran Zihao. One of the ninjas, disbelieving, calls Ran a fool and comments that he fell for such an old trick. The representative of the super ninjas warns that this imprisonment ability will not hold him for long and says they are running out of time. Ran, annoyed, yells that it's too stupid to fall for such a trick. Sun Xiaoli calls him an idiot and says that the 3 representatives of the academies are the most powerful. He is still in the chi refining stage and cannot knock out the Superhuman Academy representative. The anger is making him stronger. If Gray Shadow joins him, she might not have enough energy to restrain him, and Sun Xiaoli says she cannot let the damn ninja get close to her. The ninja calls the others, ordering everyone to follow him, and warns that as long as the hot-headed guy doesn't pass out, he will become more powerful, and the bitch is too busy with him to do anything against them. Sun Xiaoli notices the ninjas heading her way and uses the suppression ability, trapping the other ninjas. Gray, scared, says he thought she couldn't lift a finger. One of the ninjas complains that it hurts like hell. Sun Xiaoli warns that she has already shown kindness once, but if they dare approach, she will pierce their hearts with hundreds of blades and asks if she was clear. Gray Shadow feels a gigantic aura coming from Sun Xiaoli and calls her a bitch. Sun Xiaoli thinks her bluff worked. Meng Qi's Genki Dama is ready, with 2 gigantic dragons appearing around the energy sphere. One of the ninjas, terrified, says it's over, but Gray tells him to shut up, stating there is always a way. Blue Bamboo asks why, when they were in the ancestral Mecca, the dragons weren't so big. Pink Bamboo says that if things continue like this, it will all repeat. Yellow Bamboo comments that they should know this better than anyone. Gray Shadow has an idea and calls Zhu to him. Zhu arrives and asks why he was called. Gray explains that to use this ability, the user needs to have a full mind, and that he will use illusions to confuse her. Zhu agrees and asks what kind, with drugs, eye contact, or sound waves, noting that they can't even get close to her. He warns that they are too far to reach her with sound, and that even if they scream with all their might, the other team wouldn't hear anything. Gray Shadow slaps him and asks if his brain is just for decoration, showing a loudspeaker and stating that such technology exists. He tells Zhu to scream with all his might. Zhu grabs the loudspeaker and yells toward the representative. Sun Xiaoli asks if she is finished, and the woman replies that yes, she is finished. She opens her eyes and wonders where she is, seeing her master, who asks what she is thinking about. She blushes, looking at him. Meng Qi starts bleeding from her lips, and Sun Xiaoli realizes that her mind has been disturbed, calling out to her. Meng Qi collapses, saying she was hit by an illusion. With so many stars in the sky, Yan Sen would never choose her. Sun Xiaoli asks if she is okay. Gray Shadow says it's time and launches a small explosive turtle. Sun Xiaoli notices the attack and jumps to defend Meng Qi. Ran Zihao cuts the explosive and the cage, stating that the damn cage wouldn't hold him for long, causing an explosion near the flying boat and throwing the representative overboard. Sun Xiaoli jumps after her to save her. Meng Qi says not to worry, but that she should deal with the dragons. Sun Xiaoli asks what she is talking about, and Meng Qi replies that the method of transforming Qi into dragons has a difference between the first and second stage. Even though she was interrupted, the dragons will not disappear, and they will explode if no one controls them. When the lives generated through spiritual energy get out of control, they become violent and more powerful than usual. The ninjas, excited, say they finally dealt with the desperate ones. Gray Shadow tells them to shut up and asks why the sphere still hasn't disappeared. Sun Xiaoli thinks that the mini teleportation talisman she created is in Zihao's hand, who is still locked in the cell, and the representative cannot move, so she wonders what to do. The mechanical eye and the reporter with glasses say they are out of control. The Rainbow Rangers and the Superhumans representative are in disbelief. The ninjas, scared, say it will explode and comment that they knew it, calling them damned from the Immortal Cultivation Academy. They say that if they cannot control it, they should never have used those attacks. Light Biu heads towards the Genki Dama. Yan Sen, observing his students, says that Zihao cannot maintain concentration, that Lan Bin only cares about his battle, that the class representative, Wu Mengqi, was completely careless, and that Sun Xiaoli was flawless, but still needs to be more incisive, stating that the path of cultivation is not easy. He hopes this battle has helped everyone grow, and thus stretches out his hand and suppresses the Genki Dama effortlessly, leaving everyone at the event in disbelief. Gray, still incredulous, comments that the dragons were suppressed so easily. Light Biu looks back, not understanding what happened. The blonde mage with a trembling voice says their teacher is amazing. Yan Sen, bored, says it's over. Sun Xiaoli holds Meng and asks if she is okay. She replies that yes, she will be fine after resting a bit, and says she is sorry, that it is all her fault. Sun Xiaoli states that it is not her fault, but there is something she cannot get out of her head. After all these years of training, their minds should be impregnable, and she asks how she was affected by an illusion of that level, from that distance, and what she saw. Meng, embarrassed, turns her face away and says it's nothing. The ninjas, talking among themselves, say that it was quite a scare. Another comments that he resolved the crisis so easily, and that the difference between them is monstrous, while another feels that something is not right. Gray Shadow loudly declares that the plan of the Immortal Cultivation Academy has failed, and says they must be more vigilant from now on, instructing everyone to do everything they can to beat the other two academies, as the first place will be theirs. Yerong tells him to tone it down. The representative of the superhumans says the battle has just begun, and orders the others to deal with the ninjas first. Then they will handle the mages. The bespectacled reporter announces on the broadcast that the Immortal Cultivation Academy is the first to land, thereby earning 30 points. The other representatives only remember afterwards that the first academy to reach the ground first earns 30 points. The flying boat lands on the ground, and the twins help the other students get off. Xiaolu comments that the three academies were so busy fighting and killing each other that they didn't notice when they left the scene. Xiao Yi says that's really stupid. A few minutes ago, they withdrew as soon as the battle started and thought the other academies had sent someone after them. Then they took some detours and say they worried for nothing, calling the others blockheads. Gray Shadow, annoyed, calls them damned. Ju holds him back and tells him to calm down, reminding that they are still 10,000 meters from the ground. One of the ninjas asks Gray what they are going to do, and if they're going to continue the fight. He replies that now that the Immortal Academy has reached the ground, there is no point in continuing to fight in the air, and says they will proceed in the competition by capturing monsters. Ran congratulates Meng and Xiaoli. Xiaoli comments that the two are stupid. Yansen thinks that they have not yet reached the qi refining stage, but they are quite interesting. The representative of the superhumans says they will also descend, even with a 30-point advantage, and states that it's no big deal, as they only need to capture a master-level monster to surpass them. Rong says they will descend too. The monster hunting event was in full swing, and the first part of the battle ended with the former Southern Superpower Academy, which had obtained the last place in the last event, now known as the Immortal Cultivation Academy, earning the first 30 points and taking the lead in the competition. The four academies were preparing for the second battle that was approaching. However, none of them had any idea that a wave of trouble was stealthily approaching. Meanwhile, in the Northern Hemisphere, in an amusement park, several people run screaming that it is a large-scale monster attack and asking for help. One of the swordswomen throws a stuffed bunny on the ground and stamps her foot, calling them wretches. Annoyed, she says the amusement park is horrible and not fun at all. The other asks her to calm down and says it's not that big a deal, calling her by her name, Ning. She responds that she will wipe this place off the map. It's terrible news. The amusement park is being attacked by a monster. The monster is so terrifying that hundreds of square kilometers of facilities vanished with a wave of its hand. Someone asks if this monster is Nakusp or Janaka. The man in the beanie says it's neither, and states that he has never seen or heard of such a monster. He only heard the lesser monsters calling it Your Majesty. The man comments that, in that case, it is a new species, and says that it is interesting. One of the guards asks Ning if all this chaos won't attract the attention of professional superheroes. She tells him to stop underestimating her. He says it's not that, but that the high-ranked heroes are quite terrifying. The other guard agrees and says that the dreadful heroes in the top 10 of the God class are on a completely different level from mere mortals. The red monster remarks that there are 50, maybe even more than 100 heroes in the God class, but they are nothing compared to the top 10 superheroes. The power difference between them is abyssal. The reason they hold the title of top 10 is that they have the power to turn the world upside down. Each of them has their quirks, so when they utilize their passive abilities, the effects vary from one to another. Ning asks if he is referring to Tear of Love and Light of Justice, and thinks that no matter how many times she hears them, she can't take those names seriously. The black monster says that those are just two abilities named according to their features. There are also lesser passive abilities, like increasing their power limits without any rational reason, and says that it is too strange. The pink monster adds that, for example, some heroes have a passive ability that makes them get stronger the longer they are not defeated. The ways these passive abilities are activated are also odd, like getting nervous or recalling things from the past. They mention that they heard Light Bu, the superhuman, is about to turn this ability into an active one, and warn Ning that they are their pillars, asking her to be careful. She, understanding, thinks she has never feared anyone, except immortal cultivators. Suddenly, Steel Beetle appears before them. The monsters, shocked, say that he is a member of the top 10 heroes of the God class, Steel Beetle. They thought that with the help of the Demon Queens, they could destroy the future of humans, as long as they didn't face anyone from the top 10. And right away they run into one of them. They ask what Steel Beetle came to do in the remote part of the Northern Hemisphere. Steel hears them calling her a Demon Queen and comments that she is indeed a new species. She says her armor has been upgraded. He walked around almost naked for 3 years waiting for this moment. The enhanced armor will ensure his return to the top 10 of the God-class heroes, and if he can subdue this new species and make it his pet, he might even take the place of the Rainbow Rangers. He says that God is on his side. Steel Beetle gets straight to the point and asks how much they want to become his pets, stating he has plenty of money. Ning, confused, asks what he means by money and comments that this little guy wants her to be his pet. The other swordswoman says that is very arrogant. Somewhere in the world, Macho Man sneezes. Ning says she'll take care of him and states they don't need to be paid. If he defeats them, they will go with him. Steel Beetle responds that's great and simplifies things, saying that with the upgraded version of his armor, he is no longer limited to the ground and will show them what he's capable of. He quickly transforms. The two guardian monsters warn Ning to be careful because he's the type who gets stronger over time and needs to be defeated quickly. The other swordswoman pulls a sofa and a parasol from her dimensional bag. Thus, Steel Beetle advances against Ning, but she easily defends herself, stopping him with her foot, and so, they begin to fight. The other swordswoman sits on her sofa, puts on sunglasses, and orders the other two monsters to make tea for her. They reply that they'll take care of it and watch the fight between Steel Beetle and Ning. 2 hours later, Ning lands a kick on Steel Beetle's face, sending him flying, and asks if wasn't he supposed to get stronger over time. She says it's been 2 hours since they started fighting and asks why she gets the impression that he's not getting more powerful. Steel Beetle yells, "Explosive armor," and quickly Ning appears behind him, asking if he can fight or not. After a while, Steel Beetle, kneeling on the ground, begins to cough up blood and asks how this could have happened. With the face of the armor broken on one side, annoyed, he says that the upgraded version of this armor allows him to use the plasma cannon he used against Yan Sen, the man in the black cloak, in an unlimited manner, and that it also amplifies all his attributes. And yet, he can't even touch her. He says she still has that disdainful look on her face. He comments that he's a more dragged-out fighter. However, even after 2 hours of combat, this new species of monster kept pushing him until he surpassed his limits. This is a disgrace for a former student of the Northern Superheroes Academy. Ning asks if the two little ones aren't lying and says she hasn't felt any difference, threatening to fry those two idiots if they are lying. Steel Beetle, annoyed, gets up and screams that he can't lose again. Ning is surprised. The frightened monsters comment that it's happening, the legendary and deadly flashback. Thus, Steel Beetle begins to remember his past. "Boy, my time has come. You will be the one to protect the future of the planet." The hero hands him the morpher. Steel Beetle, still young, is amazed and calls him the ancestral hero. The two frightened little ones say here it comes, and that this kind of crap keeps them from sleeping at night. The hero starts to gather energy, puts his fist on the ground, and uses Beetle Burst. The little ones embrace each other and say he has a new technique, the special technique of the old Steel Beetle. The swordswoman, quietly sipping her tea, says the name is a joke. Ning gets excited and comments that now she can feel it, saying he's getting stronger. She asserts that the two really told the truth. His combat power is reaching another level, and she says it's like them when they reach another realm. She finds it comical that their world has a way to elevate their forces. Meanwhile, Steel Beetle continues to gather energy. The swordswoman sipping tea asks the little ones what this beetle burst is and what it does. The reddish monster explains that he uses the excess energy in his body to send heat to the armor and generate hydrogen ions. Normally, these hydrogen ions are generated by the armor through solar radiation, and when the high-energy concentrated particles generated by the radiation pass through the ion cannon, they are launched as a powerful burst. The ion cannon then emits hydrogen ion particles with a high concentration of positive charges, causing widespread devastation. She asks them to summarize that. The black monster says it's a plasma beam. Steel Beetle continues to gather his energy. Ning says this is interesting and decides to try it too. She focuses and imagines an ice cream cone saying, "Ready," creating an energy sphere in her hand and saying, "Plasma cannon." Steel Beetle uses his plasma cannon at full power and tells Ning not to underestimate him, offending her. She throws her small energy sphere and tells him to try that then. Her energy sphere easily disperses the hero's plasma cannon, leaving him in disbelief. With the power of Ning's energy sphere, a huge explosion and flash occur, leaving the little ones in disbelief, while the swordswoman, with her tea, stops the explosion around her. Back at the academy event, Yan Sen starts to smell something again. Lan Qi asks what's gotten into him. He says nothing and mentions it's just a familiar smell. She asks if it's like last time. Surprised, he says it's strange, and notes that he's only 2,000 years old, wondering why he can't remember where the smell is from. Lan Qi questions what he means. He responds that's exactly it, and in his world, immortals take hundreds of years to reach their realms. To them, he's just a newborn. She says that's fine and calls him little boy, saying it's snack time. He sits with Lan Qi and says immortals don't need to eat. She responds that eating isn't necessarily just about filling the stomach. The Rainbow Rangers look on. The protagonist asks if they weren't supposed to have finished by now. Lan Qi replies that there's still a part left. The bespectacled reporter starts to announce. While the leaders of the Immortal Cultivation Academy and the Super Mage Academy are wasting time eating a stew, the competition seems to have reached a crucial point. Yan and Lan are thoughtful. The director of the Super Mage Academy states that the main academies are submitting their scores one after another, and says the Super Ninja Academy is at 120 points, the Superhuman Academy at 110 points, and lastly, the Super Mage Academy at 90 points. The reporter says, well, so far, we haven't seen the Immortal Cultivation Academy report their points. Judging by the images transmitted by the mechanical eye, the situation does not seem to be pleasant for them, who obtained the first 30 points. Meanwhile, around the buildings, Ran Zihao and Grey Shadow are exchanging sword blows, leaping from building to building. Furry, the monster with its sign, asks who will win the second round. Ran asks if Grey can stop this nonsense. He replies that Ran won't score a single point as long as he is there. Ran retorts that neither will he. Grey says he doesn't care, and so they continue to exchange several sword blows around the buildings. Bin, with a group of friends, is confused, while the monster insists that they should pay. The ghost monster says that since he is a free monster, if Bin wants to have him as a pet, he must follow the rules. The monster gets straight to the point and asks how much he can pay. Bin says he will pay 3 times and asks how about that. The ghost monster says that those from the Immortal Cultivation are broke and that he is still a monster of the intermediate master rank. He says the Super Ninja Academy would offer him much more than that just to clean their floors. Bin gets angry and calls him a damn monster. Bin's friends hold him back and tell him to calm down. Bin yells that they've only recently opened, that they don't have much money yet. His friends suggest they think of another way. The monster says that's exactly it, and that they are honorable people. There's no need for violence. They are civilized monsters. Yansen watches from a distance. Meanwhile, Lan Qi says that it looks like he is limping and that money is a vital thing. He says that actually, no, and claims he has plenty, that he has hundreds of thousands of tons of spirit rocks in his storage ring, and there are more than 100,000 spirit rock mines in his micro-world that have not yet been mined. Lan Qi, annoyed, says that in his world he might be rich, but here that has no value. He, confused, says he understands and thinks that spirit rocks have great effects even on mortals. It's really a pity that people don't know about their benefits. Amidst the buildings, Ju runs from the representative, apologizing. He says he's sorry and that he didn't want to use an illusionary magic to disturb her, saying he won't tell anyone about what appeared in the illusion, and asks her to let him go. Meng, embarrassed and angry, says she doesn't trust him and that today is his last day alive. And so it goes, one running from the other, while Ju pleads for help, saying she wants to kill him. Sun Xiaoli, walking in the middle of the city, says it's strange and asks where the monsters are. One of the ninjas tells the others to stay away from the girl. Rong also commands the mages to stay away from her. The blonde says they understood. Rong says that woman is on another level and that no one should waste time with her. A ninja with an eye patch negotiates the price with the monster when the lookout, scared, tells Hei that Sun Xiaoli from the Immortal Cultivation Academy is heading his way. Hei gets scared and jumps away with the monster. The monster asks what he thinks he's doing and tells him not to even think about using violence, saying they are heroes. Thus, Hei offers the amount in 5 installments, and the monster accepts. Thus, Hei uses the card to trap the monster. Sun Xiaoli climbs the building and says it's strange, asking if there wasn't someone there. She ponders. Sun Xiaoli, the isolated student, the bespectacled reporter, begins to speak. After the aerial battle, the other 3 major academies witnessed the great strength of the Immortal Cultivation Academy, especially Xiaolu, who is now being isolated from the confrontation. But I remember seeing this scene in the previous competition. It seems to be called the "you won't participate" tactic, a trick used by the Super Ninja Academy to deal with the class representative of the superhumans. The representative says that's why he didn't see any monsters or people at that event in the previous competition. He walked around the city asking where everyone went. His colleague says it breaks his heart. The reporter says there are 3 hours left and that the current situation of the Immortal Cultivation Academy is not at all favorable. Gray Shadow, exchanging sword blows with Ran, comments that they are finished and that the initial 30 points they scored were of no use. He says there are 3 hours left until the end of the competition and they haven't scored a single point, while the others already have over 100. They have no chance of catching up. Laughing, Gray recommends that Ran stop fighting and go cry in the arms of their teacher. Ran curses, saying damn. Meanwhile, Bin is unsuccessful in negotiating with the monster, and the ghost monster bids them farewell, calling them paupers. One of Bin's colleagues shows him the clock, making him worried. The representative of the superhuman states that the Immortal Cultivation Academy is out of the running and that he will focus on the other academies. The bespectacled reporter announces that the Immortal Academy has scored 130 points, leaving everyone present in disbelief at what happened. Gray asks what happened. The reporter assures that the information is not false. The twins, with several monster cards, say it was easy. Gray Shadow, annoyed, asks what this bunch of useless ones did. A few minutes earlier, the twins were talking with the monsters, showing a photo of their teacher grabbing the neck of Black Bamboo and saying that this guy is their master and that he is awesome. He beat several superheroes in less than a year since his debut, rising to the 2nd place of the God-class heroes. The monster furry asks what he is trying to say with this. He responds that it is just a matter of time until they reach the God-class level with the strength of their master, and says the master will be swimming in money. He adds that they don't care about money, but then they will offer a high amount. Furry asks if he is serious, and Xiao Yi confirms, saying that no matter how much money they have, they can't just squander it. He says it depends if he really is worth the price, then they will pay in installments. Half of the value will be distributed each month, and the rest will be paid in 6 installments next year. He asks what the monster thinks. The monster says he is in doubt. Xiao Yi assures him that he will receive the agreed amount as soon as he accepts the contract. The monster accepts. Gray Shadow comments that the damn Immortal Cultivation Academy fooled the monsters. Lan Qi, smiling, tells the protagonist that it seems his image won't come out intact. Ron laughs and says Xiao Lu and Xiao Yi are geniuses. Thus, the competition moved into the second part. With the tactics of Xiao Lu and Xiao Yi, the Immortal Academy, led by Yan Sen, achieved good results despite the obstacles from the other academies. After realizing that they could no longer suppress the Immortal Cultivation Academy, the other academies refocused on capturing monsters. With the competition at its peak, everyone is fighting to be the winners. Amidst the competition, a spaceship heads to the location. It's the 4 Monster Kings. Returning to the competition, the students of the Immortal Cultivation Academy talk among themselves and ask how many monsters each has caught. One responds that it went quite well, while Ron comments that everyone is in a good mood. Bin responds that it's not surprising, as this year they have a chance of victory. Sun Xiaoli says something is wrong and asks if they've noticed that the highest level monsters that appeared were of the master level. No one saw any higher level monsters. Ron asks what she means by that. Meng becomes thoughtful. Ron says that now that she mentioned it, in the previous competition there were high-level monsters, but this year they haven't seen any of them yet, and comments that it is indeed strange. Sun Xiaoli tells the twins to come closer, takes some flags out of her storage ring and hands them to them, ordering them to place the flags at the locations marked on the map. They say they will carry out the orders. She, with some notes on the ground, begins to search. Ron asks Sun Xiaoli if she thinks the monsters are up to something. and she replies that she doesn't know yet. But it's better to be safe than sorry. The twins comment that lately Big Sister has been having private lessons with the master every day. She has been becoming increasingly perceptive. Meng Qi says that Sun Xiaoli is right. She also feels that something is wrong. She just doesn't know what it is, and asks them to stop hunting monsters. Meng asks Xiaoli what kind of formation she will use. She replies that it is a formation she researched herself and says it allows reaching the Qi Foundation establishment for 10 minutes, but that she will need their help. Ron says she doesn't need to worry, as they can handle it. Bin says he wants to see how powerful the Qi Foundation establishment stage is. Sun Xiaoli sends the twins to the locations to position the flags, and off they go. Xiao Yi comments that it's like Xiaoli is acting as the teacher. Xiao Lu replies that so be it, and says he will do what she asked. Sun Xiaoli, in her thoughts, hopes it's just a silly worry of hers. Back on the ship where the 4 monster kings are, Janaka, trembling upon seeing the transmission, asks who the man at the central pillar is. Das replies that he is a new superhero he has never seen before. They say he is a new superhero in the top 10 of the God class. While one of them asks who he is, another comments that it would have been a terrible explosion. The energy contained in that giant sphere was immeasurable, and it disappeared with a slight lift of his hands. Nakusp, trembling, tells the others not to be afraid, and says he received a message from His Majesty. The passive ability of the heroes is not invincible. He encourages them to continue with the plan. Das says that the way he dresses somewhat reminds them of His Majesty's robes. Nakusp says that, just to be sure, they will do the following and start discussing among themselves. One of the 4 great weapons, the trident, is placed on the ground. The protagonist senses something. Lan Qi asks what it is and if he felt another familiar scent. He replies affirmatively. Janaka states that they will take care of the heroes of the God class and handle the students, mentioning that they have 30 minutes. The monsters accompanying the 4 kings respond, "Yes, sir." With that, they jump out of the ship. Lucas, upon landing, uses his ability to activate the spatial lock program, thus blocking all forms of communication and networks. The top 10 heroes of the God class wonder what happened. The spectators watching the broadcast are angry, questioning what happened to the image. The cameraman asks what is going on. Janaka orders them to isolate the heroes before they realize what's happening. Lucas tells him to stop giving orders, saying this is the first time he's using this. In this way, he isolates the Academy representatives. The protagonist remembers and mentions the superior demons that can take human form. Lan Qi asks what the hell he's talking about and what these superior demons are. Ron and Men Qi shout for Yansen. Bin tells Xiaoli to look up. The small monsters on top of a building carry the trident to the roof. One of the monsters asks if this is it. The other, seeing the instructions, says it's what's written there. The 4 monsters place the trident on the ground and start chanting together, holding the weapon. Using blood as a medium, the spirit within the weapon will be released. Suddenly the sky darkens, and multiple bolts of lightning strike toward the trident. The superhuman representative asks what is happening. Ye Rong lands and asks what that is. Gray Shadow says he has no idea. Amidst the smoke caused by the lightning, a humanoid demonic beast appears, a creation of a god through qi and blood. Sun Xiaoli, frightened, exclaims that it's a demonic beast and comments on its humanoid form. Trembling, she wonders how a demonic beast ended up there, especially a humanoid one. The Academy students ask, "A demonic beast, what do you mean?" The superhuman representative asks if Sun Xiaoli from the Immortal Cultivation Academy knows this new species. Gray says it seems that way. Ron asks Sun Xiaoli if she knows what it is. She responds that there are several books in the Academy library and asks if they haven't read them. Meng Qi says it's a monster from Lord Yansen's world, a demonic beast derived from the creation of a god through qi and blood. Ron and Bin, surprised, ask if the class representative knows about it too. She replies that only those 2 haven't read the books. Sun Xiaoli, seeing the demonic beast, thinks they are in big trouble. In the isolated space, the protagonist recalls the superior demons that can take human form. Lan Qi falls to the ground. Yansen catches her and says that, now that he's reflected a bit, he realizes he was slow to understand. Lan Qi apologizes for not being able to fly. He tells her not to worry. She asks what the demon he mentioned earlier is. He explains that it's a term given to the demonic beasts from his world that can become immortal. In short, they are monsters from his world, and their peculiarity is that they can transform into immortal humans. They are simple beings, despite their strong personalities and questionable choices when becoming immortal. He says that if his assumption is correct, the king among the kings of monsters is dead. Lan Qi asks how he knows this. He points at Lucas and Janaka and tells her to look. explaining that the monsters from her world are preparing to attack them with the help of a demonic king's weapon provided by the superior demonic beasts. She questions, "Demonic king's weapon?" The protagonist says that since it's a weapon refined by a superior demonic beast, there must be one around, and he needs to ask them an important question. The mage asks what he's going to ask. Excited, he replies that he will ask who gave that to them. He stretches his hand and uses spatial reversal, leaving Lan confused. This way, he locks the monster's spell, causing interference. Janaka asks Lucas what happened. Lucas wonders what happened. Janaka asks how it's going. He replies that the spell backfired and locked up. Janaka curses, commenting that this new superhero gives off a bad vibe. The protagonist, carrying Lan Chi in his arms, appears in front of the two monsters and overhears their conversation. On the Xuan continent, it's not only humans who have the opportunity to cultivate and become immortal. Some animals take this chance and absorb chi into their bodies, making the beast core gain magical powers and transforming them into demons. But according to the heavenly rules, a human body is necessary to continue progressing. They need to go through 4 processes: combination of chi and blood, the inefficiency of chi and blood, transmutation of chi and blood, and the creation of a god through chi and blood. When they reach the complete human form, it means they have achieved the immortal stage, an illusory ascension to immortality. Since they are beasts that transformed into immortals, people call them humanoid demons. Lan Chi gets serious and says that his students will be in danger with him there. Yan Sen, with a slight smile, says he can't protect them all the time and says they need to evolve. The humanoid monster looks at the students, leaving everyone stunned. Sun Xiaoli tells everyone to stand by and listen to her commands. The superhuman representative tells everyone to stay calm and says it's just a new type of monster, that they can take it down. The humanoid monster asks the smaller monsters, "Since you are the summoners, can you tell me who I should kill first?" The monsters reply that he can kill all those students from that academy and tell him to finish them quickly. He replies that they don't need to worry, as he will finish them before they run out of blood. The monsters are confused and ask, "What do you mean without blood?" And one of them looks at the cut on his hand, confused. The humanoid monster, excited, says he won't hold back anymore. Sun Xiaoli tells everyone to run, while the other 3 academy representatives order them to prepare for combat. As the cultivators begin to run, Gray and Rong, seeing this, say that the cultivation class is a bunch of cowards. Sun Xiaoli, shocked, tells them to be careful and says that they won't be able to defeat him. The humanoid monster shouts that he will kill the strongest first and asks who is the strongest. He points and says it's the one with the red cape. The monster is mistaken and says the strongest is the girl, throwing his sword towards Sun Xiaoli. She says he is the monster that is sealed in that weapon and that all they need to do is run away from him. When the monsters run out of blood, they will be safe. Ron yells to Sun Xiaoli to be careful. The twins, seeing this, are confused. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yi, one of the twins, jumps in front of the humanoid monster's sword to take the blow for Sun Xiaoli, leaving Bin and Meng in disbelief. Sun Xiaoli asks Xiao Yi if he is okay. He replies that he is, that it was just a scratch, and says they still need to win this match. Xiao Lu, angered, says that hurting her won't be so easy. Thus, Sun Xiaoli begins to heal Xiao Yi. The monster rushes towards them at high speed and says that solidarity is admirable, but they are merely fighters and cannot compare to him. The superhuman representative steps in front of the monster and asks why he is ignoring him, questioning what he means by saying the girl is stronger than him. Xiao Lu asks what the class monitor of the superhumans is going to do. He replies and tells Xiao Lu to get his injured brother out of there. He looks at the monster and says that he has endured enough, that he has lost his patience, and tells the monster to bring it on. The humanoid monster, getting close to him, clenches his fist and delivers a solid punch to the stomach, leaving him breathless and throwing him away, destroying several buildings, leaving Rong and Gray speechless. The superhuman representative falls to the ground, unconscious. Rong and Gray, frightened, ask how he lost so easily. The monster says he is useless. He looks to where Sun Xiaoli was and asks where she is and where she went. Sun Xiaoli hides behind a building. The humanoid monster says that she is indeed a cultivator and that she has splendid speed. The reporter continues to speak. "Dear audience, it is an emergency now. The top 10 heroes are being isolated in another space, while the students are having trouble with fights out here." The mechanical eye removes the stone debris from on top of it and says that they cannot broadcast now, asking what is happening and saying that no one can hear what he is saying. Ron asks Sun Xiaoli if she can finish off the class monitor of the superhumans with one blow. She responds that she cannot, and says that she had difficulties slowing him down due to the power increase of the superhumans as the battle time lengthens. The longer the fights last, the harder they become for her, and she says that it is really very difficult for her to defeat him. At the superhero headquarters, the secretaries start asking what is happening because the communication lines are suspended. One of the secretaries receives a call informing that people cannot get out, and vice versa. The president's secretary informs him that it is a spatial isolation and that some students and God-class heroes are being held captive. The president orders the formation of a quick rescue team and asks where the top 9 and top 10 heroes are. The secretary replies that they are heading to the edge of this world, trying to find the emperor of the beast spirit, and have yet to return. Currently, they won't be able to find other heroes at that level, but he says they will come back if something goes wrong there. The people watching the broadcast are outraged and ask why there's a blue screen. A boy watching on TV, furious, breaks the remote and says he should have gone to watch the Pele movie instead. Nearby, Rescue Team Number 1 at the border of the space is in action. The top 143 S-Class hero and the top 124 S-Class hero are arguing. The top 124 hero asks the other if he has found a way to disable it. The top 143 hero says he's almost done. A few seconds later, he says he's ready and manages to open a small hole in the spatial isolation. The top 124 hero asks how he's supposed to get through that. The top 143 hero says it's through the hole. The top 124 hero tries to enter, but gets his torso stuck and asks if he's joking, questioning how he's supposed to pass through that tiny hole. Suddenly, someone pulls him back and throws him away. It's the top 34 and top 39 God-class heroes. They tell them to leave it to them. The secretary informs the president that the top 34 and 39 heroes have arrived at the scene. The president says that's great and orders them to protect the students. Suddenly, a man tells the other viewers to look at the screen because it's coming back to normal. Everyone gets excited again, saying, "Finally." The boy returns to the sofa, calm, and says that in the end, he managed to keep watching. The top 124 hero asks the top 143 if the connection is back yet. He replies that it seems like it is. The top 34 and 39 heroes manage to break a large part of the spatial isolation. The reporter with glasses resumes announcing on the broadcast, "Dear audience, it is an emergency. The Demon King used spatial isolation to cut the connection, while I accidentally fell. The God-class heroes are fighting the evil king inside the space. Moreover, out of nowhere, the monster's power has increased significantly. For approximately 10 minutes, the new monsters have been defeating all the students from the cultivation, superhuman, ninja, and magic classes. Because the Cultivation Academy retreated first, few students from that class remain in battle. But the problem is that we don't know where they are. If the God-class heroes don't come to save these students soon, they will truly be in danger." The humanoid monster grabs the representative of the magic class by the neck. Ran, seeing this, says that the magic class monitor is being strangled to death. Yi Rong, with a trembling voice, states that his power is too great. She's dying. Bin, seeing the scene, quickly charges at the monster to help Rong. He strikes with his sword, but his weapon easily breaks. The monster says that he finally appeared and throws Rong in his direction, sending them both flying. Meng Qi screams Lan Bin's name. After the dust settles, Ye Rong asks if Bin is okay. When she realizes he is holding her breasts, she blushes and clenches her fist to punch Bin, but notices that he is dazed. The viewers watching the broadcast start to wonder who that monster is and if it's some kind of special creature, while others comment on how powerful he is. The humanoid monster stretches out his hand, and the sword returns to him. "I'd like to see how you'll try to escape now," he declares, rushing at high speed towards Ye Rong and Lan Bin. Suddenly, a giant boulder appears in front of the monster, launching him against a building that crushes him. Ran is confused by what just happened. The top 34 God-class hero appears, with his superpower enhancing his body 6 times stronger. "Looks like a new monster," he comments. Ran looks and shouts that the top 34 and 39 God-class heroes, Black Gold Superman and White Gold Supergirl, are here. Black Gold Superman tells his partner, who is a healer, to find the students, take care of them, and lead them to a safe place, making sure they are far enough away. Ye Rong lifts Bin and says she understands. Meng Qi notes that the God-class heroes have arrived and tells everyone to get out and help the wounded escape. Ran agrees. Sun Xiaoli orders them to remain calm and not leave but to follow her plan. She removes her cloak and activates a magic field, focusing for a second. An absurd amount of qi begins to gather around Sun Xiaoli. Ran asks Zhao Lu if they've finished placing the flags. He replies that they have, and that they positioned them at the farthest point, to the southwest. Sun Xiaoli explains that she is the center of the magic field. When she leaves, one of them will take her place to transmit the spiritual power to the southwest point, while the others must flee. Meng Qi notes that the center is the most vulnerable part of the magic field, but also where the spiritual power is most concentrated, which will allow for incredible power. Ran praises the idea, saying he hadn't even thought of that. Sun Xiaoli assures him that he doesn't need to be careful, as there are many weak points in the field that will deactivate it when she leaves for battle, which is why she needs him, Shi Hao, and Lan Ban to maintain the field. The reporter and the mechanical eye are startled by the debris from the boulder emerging from the building. When the dust settles, the humanoid monster reappears. The top 34 God-class hero comments that since the monsters appeared, it's the first time anyone has withstood one of his attacks. As long as I'm here, don't think you can harm any student, Kitty. The humanoid monster gets angry at being called Kitty, exuding a serious aura. The viewers, excited, shout, "That's it. That's the aura of a God-class hero." Others cheer. Black Gold Superman, finish him. Show your strength. A bald man yells for him to throw a Hadouken. The monsters, irritated, call the human a jerk, while one monster asks another if he's okay. The green monster replies that he is. The humanoid monster uses his technique, emanating an aura around the sword. Black Gold Superman notices the change in the monster's aura. The kitty quickly uses a fatal attack, and when Black Gold Superman realizes it, it's too late. The attack pierces him from side to side, leaving White Gold Supergirl and the reporter in shock. Black Gold begins coughing up blood and falls, reverting to normal. The humanoid monster asks how he dares to call him Kitty. The small monsters, excited, comment that he asked for it. The president's secretary comes running, informing him that Black Gold Superman has been defeated. The president, in disbelief, asks if there is another God-class hero nearby. The secretary responds that there isn't, aside from Black Gold, who was defeated, and the rest of the top 10. No other hero compares to the monsters. The president declares that they are doomed. The people, stunned, wonder if this monster is the Emperor of Monsters. While a man in a suit says they are done for, the monster Kitty notices the hero's partner healing him and says she's a healer, rushing toward her and telling her not to think she'll get away with it. As he approaches, he tells her to go to hell. Bin, hiding, calls for Sun Xiaoli. She sighs and attacks the humanoid monster, causing him to dodge and interrupt his attack. He asks what that was. Sun Xiaoli seizes the opening and attacks the monster at high speed, harnessing the power of the formation. With her sword, she appears in the sky and uses the attack with all the accumulated demon chi, forming a massive chi blade on her sword, leaving the monster shocked at the sheer power. Sun Xiaoli delivers the blow, cutting half of the city and everything within range of the technique. The people, seeing this, are all stunned, mouths agape, unable to believe it. The reporter and the mechanical eye are amazed at the magnitude of the attack. Ran asks if this is the power of the demon chi accumulation. Lan Bin says the city was split in half and the space shattered. Sun Xiaoli is shocked by the devastating power of her attack. Amidst the dust, she hears the monster coughing and asks if he's still okay. The monster, injured and bleeding from the mouth, says that the demon chi accumulation is interesting. The viewers, seeing this, say, "Look, he's bleeding." Kitty declares it's time to use his true power. Sun Xiaoli tells him to go ahead. The monster asks why she ran away before, saying that if she gathered this chi now, she must not have dared to face him earlier. Sun Xiaoli tells him to shut up, bring it on, and calls him a coward. The monster, excited, says, "Here I come." In Antarctica, two superheroes land on the ground. The hero with a moss green helmet says the last thermal reaction is right ahead. The hero with a blue helmet comments that he remembers when this place used to be an amusement park. He notices something and tells the other to look ahead. They are in disbelief at the size of the crater before them. The hero with the moss green helmet says that this hole is ridiculously large. The one with the blue helmet says this must have been caused by the emperor beast of all emperors. The moss green helmeted hero shouts that there are still people alive down there. The two descend to see who it is. Steel Beetle, still in disbelief, says he was defeated. The heroes land and ask if it's the guy who transforms, questioning if he's okay. He replies that he's fine. The one with the blue helmet asks if he fought against that emperor beast. Looking at the sky, he says they are not an emperor beast but something far stronger than those little animals. The heroes ask what he means. The one with the blue helmet asks if it's a new type, and recalls that it was said a new type of monster would appear, questioning if what appeared there is the emperor of that type. The one with the moss green helmet agrees that it must be something like that. The blue one says that as long as this superhero cooperates with them, no monster will stand a chance, and he invites him to follow them. The blue helmeted hero asks where he is and notices that he is hidden, wishing them good luck. The two are confused. Steel Beetle says he doesn't need a warning, and that if they want to fight, they'd better return to headquarters, stating that this world is no longer at peace. As the swordswomen walk, one asks Ning why she didn't kill him. She responds that he looks cute and says she doesn't want to finish him off. Her friend agrees. Ning calls the little ones, who reply that they hadn't even said anything. She shows a drawing of a cultivator and asks if there is any hero in their world who wears an outfit similar to that. The gray little one responds that there isn't, because, according to him, everyone wears outfits like these, showing a drawing with superhero suits. She thinks it's cool, and concludes that no one in this world can defeat them. The red little one asks Ning who the person she showed is. The other swordswoman replies that it's their archenemy, and says it's better to leave because this place is boring. The little ones ask where they are going. Ning replies that they are going to conquer the world and, by the way, wants to see how the royal beast is doing, calling the little ones and leaving them confused. Back at the event, Sun Xiaoli and the humanoid monster exchange punches at high speed, flying all over the city, leaving everyone astonished. Sun Xiaoli and the monster charge at each other again, shouting. The monster tells her not to act that way with him, and their fists collide, causing a loud boom. The onlookers in disbelief ask if this is real, while a blonde guy with blonde hair asks if Sun Xiaoli has taken some kind of drug. He says that must be the power level of someone in the top 10. The punk agrees, saying it must be. As Ning walks, she notices something. A monster hunt competition mixed with a battle between demons and sacred entities, monsters and heroes. The situation is now complicated. When the monster was about to finish off all the candidates, Sun Xiaoli cast a magical power on herself to increase her power level. The demon and the sacred entity are on the same level. Who will win? Sun Xiaoli asks the humanoid monster how he's feeling and begins using demon chi accumulation. The monster asks if that's all she's got and tells her to do it again as he uses the demonic blood pact. Sun Xiaoli quickly appears in front of the monster, landing a solid punch on his face, knocking him down. Then she swiftly appears behind him and kicks him hard to the ground. As he falls at high speed, he insults her. Sun Xiaoli appears on the ground before him and kicks the monster's face, sending him flying through buildings. When he recovers, he tells her not to think that this magic field can, but realizes she's not there and stops talking, asking where she went. Sun Xiaoli, in the air, holding her breath, begins to gather yin and yang energy, forming a giant spirit bomb. She uses the level 2 Dragon Chi Judgment. Suddenly, 2 giant dragons appear around the spirit bomb. Ron and Gray are left speechless, asking how they were summoned so quickly. Meanwhile, Bin and Meng stay near the formation flag. Ran comments that if they reach Demon Chi, they'll be able to walk on air, and says that even a 1-level change is immense. Meng explains that the professor said that in the cultivation world, the difference of just 1 level is like the difference between heaven and earth. Many low-level cultivators can't compare to even a single high-level cultivator. Sun Xiaoli asks the monster if he wants to know where this power came from, and then launches the technique toward him, explaining that it was a hack given to her by her professor. The monster, terrified, is left with his mouth wide open. As the technique descends towards him, Ran, frightened, asks if she's going to destroy the whole city, and reminds everyone that they are still there. Meng tells him to stop shouting and says that Sun Xiaoli knows what she's doing. The monster, enraged, orders her not to underestimate him, jumps in front of the spirit bomb, and redirects it, pushing it away. Everyone is shocked. The spirit bomb explodes, causing a massive explosion. The swordswomen, seeing this on the city's big screen, shout that it's a cultivator. Annoyed, they ask how those idiots appeared there. Ning calls the little ones and asks if they didn't say there were no cultivators in this world. The little ones, scared, reply that they didn't know. Ning grabs Ye-Ye's hand and says they need to leave now. Ye-Ye tells her to wait and look at their levels first, noting that there's one at the Ding Feng level, an intermediate, 2 beginners, and the rest are just fighters. Ning draws her sword and says they don't need to run anymore, asserting that they must avenge the destruction of their tribe. Ye-Ye, thoughtful, tells Ning to calm down and explains that she needs to be calm when facing cultivators. Ning asks why she's so hesitant and says that killing them would be a piece of cake for her. Ye-Ye asks if she has forgotten the favorite trick of those bastards. Ning asks what trick that is. Ye-Ye responds that it's hiding their true power to turn the tables suddenly, saying she believes they seem weak but are actually very strong, and that gradually, they'll make her surrender step by step. Ning admits that's true. Ye-Ye says cultivators are heartless and evil, and states that if she wants to defeat them, she needs a well-thought-out plan first. Ning agrees, saying that sounds better. The humanoid monster returns after the explosion, Bin asks if the monster is back already and says that explosion must have been stronger than 16 billion tons of dynamite. Ron says it's the first time he's seen this level of skill in real life. The humanoid monster wipes the blood from his mouth and says that was really scary, but didn't affect him at all. Sun Xiaoli asks if he doesn't know and says she can repeat that infinitely. The humanoid monster, surprised, asks, "What?" The man, talking to his friend, says that the final technique of the cultivation class is terrifying. The other responds that he doesn't know why he finds it so frightening. Ning asks yeah if she heard that. She responds affirmatively, explaining that materializing qi in the environment helps save both spiritual and physical energy simultaneously. That attack was created by that pervert. Sun Xiaoli, in the air, gives a slight smile and says she wants to see how many blows he can take, creating several small spheres of yin and yang energy around her. The humanoid monster asks if she's crazy. Sun Xiaoli raises her hands and says, "One more time." The monster, terrified, tells her to wait and says there's no need to rush. Sun Xiaoli tells him to take 10 hits already to stop being a fool, scaring Kitty. He runs, saying this isn't good, that he can't let her keep attacking like that. He looks back and sees the students, who cheer her on to strike the monster to death, urging her to finish him off. Bin shouts for her to use the chair on him. The monster, looking at them, gives a malicious grin, silencing the students. He grabs his sword and charges at them, asking if they still want to laugh and saying that while he may not be able to defeat her, he can definitely take them all out. Ran and the others are terrified and call out for Sun Xiaoli. Sun Xiaoli asks if he wants to deactivate her magic field. The monster, heading towards the magic field, says how is she going to attack 10 times if he shuts the field down. The frightened students begin to scream. Sun Xiaoli charges at Kitty at high speed, causing an explosion when their swords clash. The monster says she finally showed up and declares he won't let her use that ability. She looks at where her friends are and realizes that place is dangerously close to the magic field. She needs to find a way to move away from there. Sun Xiaoli jumps back and grabs sand in her hand. The monster, advancing towards her, says that ability is all she's got. At that moment, she throws the sand into the humanoid monster's face, blinding him. The monster curses at her. She runs off and says she won't fight fairly. She flies into the middle of the city and challenges the monster to catch her if he can. The monsters who summoned the beast, terrified, urge her to go somewhere else. The monster, enraged, orders her to stop and chases her at high speed. When he gets close, she stops to face him. The monster, with his fist clenched, asks if she doesn't know what true demonic qi is and delivers a strong punch to her stomach. She wonders how this happened. Meng becomes worried, and Ron asks what's wrong and if the spirit has been cut. Meng says they are feeding energy into the field, so it is still active. Xiaoli is thrown far away, and as she lands, the monster appears behind her and asks if she thinks he doesn't know who taught her the technique. He admits she is truly powerful, and that if he lets her use that ability repeatedly, he will be killed. Still, from the beginning, he has been relying on the field to stay strong. He then strikes Xiaoli with an elbow. The elbow strike from the monster sends Sun Xiaoli flying. The spectators are shocked. The monster charges at Xiaoli and asks if she thinks they are on the same level, boasting that he has attained demonic qi for 300 years, while she has only had it for a few minutes. Sun Xiaoli crashes through a building as she is thrown by the monster. Ran and Bin are worried about her. The monster declares that he knows how to maximize that power better than she does, calling her just an amateur, and tells her to admire the true power of this level. They begin fighting again, tearing through and destroying several buildings in the city. The representative of the superhumans states that they are doomed. Gray comments that even a puffed-up Sun Xiaoli couldn't handle him, so they have no chance. Sun Xiaoli and the monster start to unleash their qi while engaging in a battle of strength. The representatives of the ninjas, the superhumans, and Ron begin to tremble as they sense the qi auras of both. Sun Xiaoli tells the little cat that it's been 2 years since she reached Qi Ding Feng and asks if he's not ashamed to have achieved demonic qi after 300 years, calling it a disgrace. The monster intensifies his aura and asks if she continues to talk nonsense, pushing her back with the power of his aura. He then fires a red beam, slamming her against a building. Kneeling atop the building, she starts to feel exhausted, while the humanoid monster, with a massive monster-like aura, asks if she's trying to irritate him to weaken his spirit, saying that it's foolishness. He tells her that for a fake demonic qi like hers, this little amount of power is more than enough. He calls her a cultivator and declares that this battle ends now. The monsters that summoned the creature on top of the building start to feel dizzy and weak. Lan Bin, witnessing this, speaks with a trembling voice, saying that the monster's power source is enormous. Sun Xiaoli mentions that her teacher said there's nothing this magical field can't handle. When the time comes, she just needs to create a larger field. The monster asks what larger field she's talking about. Ran and the others, seeing this, wonder what she means. Sun Xiaoli, with a slight smile, admits she has no idea if she can do it and asks why not try. Ran and Bin shout that it's that move. Sun Xiaoli begins to chant, forming a large spiritual field. Invocation, sovereign god of the sword. The flags the twins set up at the beginning of the event start to rapidly channel ki through them. The monster notices and asks how she did that. Suddenly, the sovereign god of the sword is summoned in the middle of the city, leaving the humanoid monster surprised. The sovereign god of the sword calls him a low-class beast. Everyone watching is left speechless, unable to believe it. The three representatives from the other academies, irritated, ask the cultivator class why they didn't mention this before. Ning, angry, declares that girl must be killed. Ye Yi states they cannot allow her to increase her power. The sovereign god of the sword faces the humanoid monster and says that he is an inferior beast, asking how he dares to stand before him. The monster, shocked, asks how she managed to synchronize with the sovereign god of the sword and calls her a wretch. Then, he grabs the monsters that summoned him and flees at high speed, saying he will return for revenge. Sun Xiaoli tells the sovereign that he is running away. The sovereign god of the sword asks if he wants to flee, exuding his aura all around. He swiftly draws his sword and strikes at the monster. The humanoid cat realizes this in horror, curses, and begs the demon king to save him. The sovereign's strike causes a massive explosion, leaving a huge crater and destroying half of the surrounding city. Everyone is shocked by the scene. Gray and the superhumans' representatives start lamenting that their house was there. Bin comments that the Lord Sovereign is really good at destroying things. Ron replies that it's fine because their house isn't in that direction. Ye and Ning remain silent. The Sovereign says that the monster has returned to its original form. Ron sees the trident and the monsters falling to the ground, all stunned. The Sovereign God of the Sword asks how he dares to threaten the disciples of the sacred clan. Sun Xiaoli, exhausted, remarks that he's a bottomless well and says to the Sovereign that his attack was explosive, but the problem is that it drained all her spiritual power. He responds that it's understandable and tells her that being able to summon him at such a low level shows her great potential, adding that if her teacher, Yan Sen, saw this, he would surely be proud of her. Sun Xiaoli thinks that after that compliment, she shouldn't use this ability until she reaches demonic qi Ding Feng and reflects that she can barely retreat now. Sun Xiaoli notices something and asks the sovereign god of the sword why he is still there. He, serious, asks if she hasn't realized that she is in great danger right now. She asks what he means by being in danger. He explains that he can clearly sense, to the north of this world, two sinister individuals who are furious with her. Sun Xiaoli, perplexed, asks if the they he mentioned are the beasts and says that they just defeated one, which was no big deal, and that they just need to fight together again. The sovereign of the sword replies that she is mistaken. Sun Xiaoli falls silent. The sovereign says that if they reveal their powers, even without doing anything, she would die from the shock, and asks if he needs to explain how strong they are. He adds that, compared to them, she is just an ant. Sun Xiaoli asks if the difference in power is really that vast. He replies that she need not worry as long as he is there. Sun Xiaoli mentions that she is not yet a demonic qi cultivator, and asks how she will be able to use his power again, as she can barely stand right now. At that moment, she notices something and realizes that the magic field is still there, transmitting spiritual energy to her. She notices and, irritated, asks the sovereign if he is sacrificing his own lifespan to help her maintain the magic field. He, smiling, replies that he has lived for over 1,000 years, so it's more than enough, and that if something bad happens to her, Yan Sen will certainly kill him. He adds that no matter what happens, he will be affected one way or another, so he asks her to let him do this first, and then ask Yan Sen for a few dozen thousand years of life. She starts to respond, but the sovereign cuts her off, telling her not to say "but" again, and asks if she still hasn't found the way. Sun Xiaoli asks if he can break the space to reach there. The sovereign god of the sword places his sword on the ground and says that, with this closed field, their little game can be shattered with a snap of his fingers. Sun Xiaoli then orders him to do it and help Lord Yan Sen get out of there. He responds that, regarding that, he thinks he can't. She, confused, asks why. He asks if she really thinks he needs her to save him, explaining that Yan Sen is actually having fun while playing in that place. He adds that Lord Yan Sen reversed the ownership of that space, meaning no one but him can enter. Sun Xiaoli asks what they are going to do. He tells her to leave it to him and says the master will come out but that he won't be able to join him and won't fight those beings alone. He mentions needing that guy's help. Sun Xiaoli asks who he means. In the space, the ancestral mecha faces a giant green dragon. Das, on top of the dragon, laughs and asks his family members if they are seeing this, saying that after centuries, he can witness heroes facing danger again. Crying, he says that if his family were still alive, they would be so happy. The bamboos remain silent upon hearing this. 001 comments that he has been crying for almost an hour and asks if he's done. Das apologizes and says he gets emotional easily, that he has been underestimated so many times, and this time he is so happy. He points his finger and says they better not think they will escape this time, declaring that this beast from another world will kill them. The green dragon begins gathering energy in its mouth. 001 mentions they are about to fire again when the system announces that solar energy cannot be absorbed due to a lack of power. Das starts laughing, saying it's the end for them. Suddenly, someone rushes at high speed toward Das and the green dragon. Das notices and asks what that is. The sovereign god of the sword arrives, kicking the green dragon's face. The bamboos are shocked and ask why that fool is there. The sovereign immediately charges at 001, pulling him out of the space where they were trapped, and they arrive in the city. 001 says he doesn't need his help. The sovereign god of the sword tells him that without him, he would already be dead. Ran and Rong are surprised, exclaiming that the number 001 Mecha is there. The spectators, the reporter, and the mechanical eye are all stunned. Then, the green dragon emerges from the space. Ran asks what that is, while Gray wonders if it's a beast. The reporter with glasses asks the mechanical eye if that creature is one of their allies. The eye responds that it is not. The sovereign god of the sword tells 001 that he is very weak and asks how he couldn't finish off that little chick. 001 asks who his partner is and says that, if not for the lack of solar energy, he would have defeated someone as strong as him. 001 asks the sovereign god of the sword if, after all this, they could have a battle. He replies yes, whenever he wants. Meanwhile, inside the space where Yansen is, Janaka and Lucas, terrified, scream for help. Janaka says that the spatial confinement is useless and asks why he trapped them in there. Lucas replies that he has no idea. The sacred weapon, the true demon king, is running and begging for forgiveness, claiming he really doesn't know where the divine realm is as he flees. Yansen, seeing this, remains silent. Lan Chi asks if he isn't cruel because the protagonist beats him up, heals him, and then beats him up again. With a smile, he asks if that's cruel and says that when he was a child, during fights in the divine realm, he never killed anyone. In the worst cases, the person just couldn't walk again. Lan Chi laughs and says he isn't cruel. In her mind, she thinks he isn't cruel but sadistic, and that it would be much better if he just killed him. The protagonist asks if she is trying to deceive him and says he can smell the scent of the divine realm on that dirty body, then asks why he keeps saying he doesn't know. The sacred weapon, the true demon king, looks back and honestly says that when he realizes he isn't there, he wonders where he went. The sacred weapon, the true demon king, then looks forward again and sees the protagonist right in front of him. The protagonist slaps him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Yansen uses his shunpo, appearing in front of him, and with his foot on his face, says that this will be his last chance. He asks if he's going to tell the truth. Lan Chi comments that she thinks he should just talk already. The sacred weapon, the true demon king, says he really doesn't know. With a trembling voice, he claims he's just a small beast and asks why he doesn't believe him. The heroine Lan remarks that he's crying so much he nearly wet himself and says he probably really doesn't know. On the ground, he thinks he was finally going to be safe, but then the protagonist steps on his head, shoving it into the ground. Yan gets irritated. Das says they are so close and won't let it end this way. He orders the green dragon to finish them all and kill everyone. The dragon launches an attack toward them. The sovereign god of the sword swiftly intervenes, telling 001 to stay out of it, and kicks the dragon's attack away. Das commands the dragon to ignore him and destroy the ground. The dragon then launches several attacks toward the earth, saying it's going to work. Das remarks that there's plenty of blood left, so he can do everything calmly. The sovereign god of the sword asks if he wants to play that way and at high speed starts deflecting all the dragon's attacks, sending them far from the ground. Ran and Gray, terrified, say it's dangerous. The dragon admits that the sovereign god of the sword is on a higher level than he is, so he can't compare to him. Das tells the dragon to blow everything up along with him and says he believes that as long as they're alive, the demon king will come to save them. The sovereign notices something. The green dragon begins to accumulate energy within itself, and Das orders it to give them just a little tap, stating that it will destroy their whole world. The students, shocked, call him a bastard. 001 system announces, energy accumulated successfully. He starts shouting loudly, charging up the full power of the attack, leaving everyone stunned. The dragon asks if that's Tao-level synchronization. Das declares that 001 has unleashed all his power. The dragon launches the accumulated attack, telling him to get lost, leaving the students and the reporter speechless. The sovereign god of the sword tells him not to think he'll succeed, but then notices something and quickly dodges an attack, heading toward the dragon. When the power collides with the dragon, it creates a bright flash around them. Das exclaims that they are horrible, and thus he ends up being defeated along with the dragon, falling from the sky with his weapon broken. 001 asks if he didn't hit him hard enough that time. The sovereign god of the sword and Xiaoli fall silent. The sovereign returns to the ground and comments that he isn't so bad after all. 001 responds that he is annoying and says it's his turn now. The sovereign denies it and with a serious expression warns that they still have a bigger problem. The people watching the broadcast cheer and start celebrating, saying they won. Some friends hug each other, crying and say it's finally over. The reporter with glasses announces on the broadcast, "Well done, Ninja Academy, amazing. Cultivation Academy, well done, Magic Academy." The sovereign god of the sword and 001 remain silent. Xiaoli puts her hand on her head and says, "Dear Lord." Elsewhere, Ning, holding her sword, quickly charges at them, throwing the small ones away. In an instant, Ning effortlessly slices through the sovereign god of the sword, not even giving him time to react. Blood spurts from the cut made by Ning, leaving everyone shocked and unable to believe what just happened. Xiaoli calls the sovereign sir and asks what happened. Ning, standing atop a building, remains silent. 001 quickly catches the sovereign and asks if he's okay. Suddenly, 001 notices Ning and Ye flying from the other side. The spectators begin to wonder who they are and where they came from, while someone responds that they have no idea, having never seen them before. A man in a light suit with a trembling voice says she is extremely powerful. 001 declares that obviously they aren't human and asks what they are. The sovereign replies that they are superior demons and begins coughing. Xiaoli asks if he's okay. He says he is and orders her to stay in the protection field. With tears in her eyes, she curses in frustration. The sovereign god of the sword, with a shaky voice, orders her to stop and warns that if she cancels the field, she will be killed instantly. She protests, but the sovereign says that they are targeting her, and he won't let them reach her. He tells her not to worry and just stay there. Ning, with her arms crossed, asks if he wants to risk his life then. Ye charges at him. Xiaoli shouts that she's coming. 001 steps in front and asks if she wants to hurt someone else, demanding how she dares to ignore him. Ning, with just one finger, points downward, creating a massive pressure that forces 001 into the ground effortlessly, cracking the soil. The students hold on to avoid being thrown away. The spectators, seeing what happened, are in disbelief. 001 stops moving. The red bamboo calls out to him, concerned. The frightened spectators say that with just one strike, 001 was defeated, while some wonder if they are demons. Ye looks at Ning and gives a slight smile. Then, Ye charges at the sovereign. The sovereign starts coughing up blood, and Xiaoli grows worried for him. Suddenly, a laser beams toward Ye, making her stop. She looks to the side and sees that Light Bu, the superhuman, has arrived. Xiaoli asks what that light is and comments that all her wounds have healed. The sovereign god of the sword says that light isn't spiritual qi. A huge light falls upon the sovereign and 001, healing them. The spectators become excited, saying that Light Bu, the superhuman, has arrived. They are saved, while some cheer for Light Bu to send their enemies flying at the speed of light. 001 stands up and says that the idiot only shows up at the end. Black Bamboo remarks that he remembers that guy, who doesn't have any healing abilities. The small ones find Das and ask if he's okay, saying they've already captured the Demon King. Light Bu, seeing Ye, thinks she is underestimating him. Ye, upon seeing him, thinks he's just another naked guy. Light Bu raises his finger and fires a laser beam at Ye. She easily dodges it but notices her cheek has been grazed. Light Bu, with a slight smile, comments that he knows she's as strong as a superior imperial beast, but says the problem is that he is also no pushover for her. Ye, excited, says it's interesting, starts laughing, and tells Ning to stay put and keep an eye on the two on the ground, saying she wants to fight him alone. Ning agrees and remarks that the guy in his underwear is pretty strong, so she should be careful. Ye tells Light Bu to come at her calmly and calls him a pervert. Light Bu thinks about how she dares to insult him and uses energy purification at maximum power. 001, seeing this, asks if he's already using his finishing move at the beginning. Ye starts inhaling air and asks if that's the world's strongest attack, saying it's useless and blows the attack away. Light Bu takes this chance and swiftly strikes Ye Ye in the stomach. Ye Ye dodges to the side but realizes that Light Bu is no longer there. He appears behind her and says he can maintain that level of energy for over a year. 001, irritated, asks when they became mere spectators. The Sovereign comments that he didn't expect there to be a fighter with Tao synchronization at that level. The spectators, thrilled, cheer for Light Bu to beat her up and get that monstrosity out of there. Meanwhile, Ye Ye and Light Bu exchange a series of blows. 001 asks the Sovereign God of the Sword what Tao synchronization is. He replies that it's the world's power classification level and explains that that guy is at the Tao Ding Feng synchronization level, just a bit more, and he'll reach the divine realm. However, back in the space where the protagonist is, Lan Qi orders Yan Sen to stop, saying he was hit so hard it revealed his origin. She remarks that she doesn't think they'll get any more information and asks what they'll do now. He responds that they'll get out of there. Meanwhile, in the sky, Light Bu punches Ye Ye in the chin. The Sovereign God of the Sword comments that a warrior with Tao synchronization can destroy an entire nation in the blink of an eye, and at the Ding Feng stage, they're close to the divine realm. He explains that people in this world, without spiritual qi, rely solely on their bodies and wonders how that guy reached that level of power, saying it's so complicated and confusing. 001 remarks that he's a robot. The Sovereign God of the Sword thinks that no matter who he is, he has to hold her off, and asserts that the more time they buy, the better the situation will get. The reporter with glasses continues speaking. "Keep it up, Light Bu superhero." He says he feels something strange. Ye Ye tells Light Bu to hit harder. He is startled and quickly backs away, asking if she's serious and stating that it's impossible, it makes no sense, and that the girl has power beyond what exists in this world. Light Bu mentions that years ago, the superior imperial beast tricked him so he could escape while he protected the Earth's core. After years of training, he believed he could defeat her, but he wasn't expecting this. Compared to him, the girl is far more terrifying. In the space, Ye Ye asks if he's scared. Light Bu, with a slight smile, asks who's scared, begins gathering energy and says she's wrong. When a hero faces a problem, he becomes much stronger. Light Bu commands the system to back up the machine. Ran and Gray hold on to something and ask if it's an earthquake. Light Bu says, "Release the maximum power of the ray." Thus, a bright light begins to emerge, surprising everyone. Ye Ye extends her hand and says it's interesting, reflecting Light Bu's power back at him. The students, seeing this, ask how that happened. Light Bu ends up severely injured. He asks how this could have happened and collapses onto a building. Ron and Gray are left speechless. Ye Ye, with her arms crossed, says he used too much power and, by the way, deserves praise. She states that with just a bit more power, he would be the most powerful in his mortal realm, and comments that it's a shame. The system begins to announce, "Warning, core destroyed, unable to recover, vital signs are declining." The Academy students, in disbelief, ask if the strongest hero is dead. The people watching the broadcast are shocked and silent. Ye Ye declares that she has won. With his remaining strength, Light Bu says he shouldn't die like this, that he mustn't fall because he is the #1 hero in this world. His fall would mean the end, and he asserts he will never kneel. He mentions making a deal with his lord, and hopes his lord will grant him a bit more spirit and power. Then he screams, and his vital signs surge, creating a massive red energy around him. Ye Ye looks confused. The small ones comment, "There it is, the power of love, the light of justice." They say that apparently he died, which is impossible. The small ones call him an annoying worm. 001, annoyed, asks the small ones what kind of name power of love, the light of justice is, and says, "What kind of stupid name is that?" He declares it's about trust. Light Bu begins gathering the power of people around the world, becoming stronger. Ye Ye is stunned. People all over the world start raising their hands and sending power to him. Light Bu shouts as he gathers enough power and says that a hero never loses. Never. He unleashes a laser with the total power of everyone he has gathered, directing it at Ye Ye. Ning, seeing the attack is dangerous, tells her to be careful. The laser's power creates a massive light around the world. When the energy dissipates, time returns to normal. The students ask if he won. Light Bu is left exhausted. Ye Ye starts laughing with only a few injuries. The people are shocked by this. Ye Ye, excited, says that's cool, and admits the attack reached at least divine level. If her skin weren't so tough, she would definitely be hurt. Laughing, she comments that not only did he reach divine level power, but he also managed to resurrect, and that's why those monsters struggled against him. She says they are no challenge for him. Light Bu, exhausted, says that was all his power. Ye Ye remarks that there's a rule in her world. It's rude not to return a gift. With a serious expression, she puts her hands forward and uses the divine art, creating an enormous divine phoenix, the phoenix of the 9 divine realms. Ran and Gray, in disbelief, say they're screwed. Wrong asks what that is. Gray says it's a bird. Ran is stunned. Light Bu comments that he's reached his limit. Ye says that there's no need to hold back anymore and sends the divine phoenix toward the number 1 hero. 001 says he's doomed. If he takes that attack head-on, his body won't be able to regenerate again, and he calls for help. Ning says he should take care of himself first and launches an attack in their direction. Ran and Bin scream Xiaoli's name. Suddenly, a giant blue sword falls in front of the Sovereign and 001, shielding them from the attack. 001 recognizes the sword. Just as the divine phoenix is about to hit Light Bu head-on, Yansen uses his Shunpo and appears in front of Light Bu, slapping the phoenix in the face. While Lan Qi holds tightly to the protagonist complains that it's annoying and throws her off. Ning and Ye are shocked. Ran laughs and says it's Lord Yan. Yansen declares he's back. Light Bu asks if he's the superhero with the black cloak and thanks him for the help. He replies that he's grateful. The people, overjoyed, call him the second greatest superhero. The protagonist tells Lan Qi that it's time to let go, so she jumps onto the building. Ning and Ye are irritated. Yansen looks at them. Ye asks if he isn't an immortal with a foundation. Ning replies that he is, and says he's at the Dingfeng level of the immortal foundation realm. Ye says she knew it. Ning adds that judging by his strength and the aura he's emitting, she can tell he's at the peak of the immortal realm. Still, his aura seems very chaotic, different from what they saw before. Ye comments that he's only at the foundation of the immortal realm. Ning concludes that this means their stages are no match for him. The people start to gather their trust, and with their hands raised, say he is the second hero who came to help them, and that they will give him power. The protagonist, startled, deflects the energy, and asks what the hell that is. The people are in disbelief that he rejected it. Yansen, serious, asks them where the divine realm is and says he urgently needs to go there to teach those old bastards a lesson, remarking on how they dared to throw him into this hell, and declaring that when he returns, he'll strip them naked and beat them to death. Ning says they don't know. Ye asserts that human immortality practitioners are all deceitful, so if she tells him, he'll trick them at the first opportunity. She says that she and Ning are both at the beginning of the immortal realm, so a fight between them will be of no benefit, and she asks why he doesn't let them go, suggesting they send a letter via a demon pigeon. He replies no. Ye insists, saying that despite being at the Dingfeng level, if the two of them join forces, he might come out badly injured. He, serious, responds no, and demands she tell him quickly. Ye, irritated, calls him stubborn, and asks why he won't accept it. Ye takes a deep breath, points her finger and says the divine realm is over there. The protagonist turns and asks where. Ning and Ye say they'd better split up and run. Yansen asks if they plan to flee. He leaps onto the building and uses the divine art, golden cage technique, forming a yin and yang-shaped circle in the sky that extends into space with multiple layers, trapping them. Annoyed, they say they can't escape. Ye, angry, asks if he thinks she's afraid of him and declares that she won't run anymore. She says they will fight, as he wishes, and asks who's scared now. He replies that they won't stop crying until they see their coffins, and since they won't reveal where the divine realm is, he'll have to get serious. He then uses the soul restriction art. Ning and Ye complain, saying he's cruel for using that art. The sovereign god of the sword says he has to leave, having already used up almost 800 years of his life. Xiaoli asks what he means. He tells her she's safe now, but should never let her guard down, and that an immortal must always stay alert. He instructs her to remember to ask teacher Yansen to compensate for his loss. Xiaoli responds with an okay, and tells him to enjoy the battle, mentioning that it's a fight between immortals and that it will greatly help her improve in the future, as it's a rare sight in the immortal world. With that, he leaves, and Xiaoli starts to fall. Ran and Bin scream. Meng jumps to catch her, scolding them for only yelling and never actually helping, as she catches her in midair. Xiaoli says she's fine. The protagonist, serious, declares he's about to begin. Ning is thoughtful. Ye tells him to go ahead and says she's not afraid of him. He charges toward them at high speed. Ning notices and exclaims that he's coming, saying this isn't a joke, and charges as well. Ye stays back and uses divine art, raising her hands and shouting as she summons the 9 celestial mystic birds. She summons 9 mystical birds in the sky, saying that the crowned phoenixes soar above the heavens, and orders them to watch her dry up their little planet. The students start running, screaming that it's too hot and begging for help. affecting the entire world by drying up plants and the ground. Light Bio's system begins to announce, "Warning, warning, overheating." He says that this temperature doesn't make any sense and asks what on earth he's dealing with now. Light Biu starts to feel the extreme heat. The protagonist notices what's happening to Earth and deflects Ning's kick, grabbing her leg and throwing her far, hurling her toward a building. She becomes dizzy. Yansen uses his shunpo and grabs her by the foot again. She demands that he let her go. He responds that a naughty child needs a good punishment. She starts insulting him. He says that cursing will only make things worse. Ye screams that she's going to roast his world and raises the temperature further. With his hand, he uses the immortal law, creating a massive tsunami, astonishing Lan Bin. The tsunami begins to take the shape of an enormous dragon. The reporter with glasses, in disbelief, says that the surrounding rivers have dried up. A huge dragon heads toward the protagonist, who calls it the Great Sea Dragon. People, watching this, exclaim how incredible it is. Then, he launches the sea dragon toward the birds. The sea dragon and the birds collide, destroying each other and leaving only water vapor. A few seconds later, the sky clears up again. Ron asks if it's over. Gray responds that he thinks so. The people watching say it's not over. A man with blonde hair says that the protagonist isn't even using their faith and is still too powerful. The guy with glasses questions if this makes any sense and wonders if it's some kind of show. As the water vapor begins to dissipate, Yansen appears, telling Ye once again that he won't repeat himself and that it's not too late for her to tell him. Ye, furious, replies that there's no way and says she won't tell him, even if she dies. Ning appears behind the protagonist with her sword, ordering him to let go, and strikes with her blade. Ning is shocked when her sword shatters upon trying to cut Yansen. She thinks it's impossible. The demon sword was forged using the blood and hearts of powerful and rare wild creatures, capable of easily injuring someone of the same cultivation level. She wonders why it didn't even scratch him. Ning realizes and says that he's not in the immortal Sky Foundation. The protagonist gets serious and uses the golden core breath. Ning, in disbelief, starts laughing and says they're screwed. Yansen says he's already given them a chance. His ceiling tower begins to crack. The weather rapidly changes, turning dark with lightning and thunder. When he uses the golden core breath, the pressure from his power is immense, knocking everyone around to the ground. Lan Qi, on the ground from the pressure, says she remembers this feeling. Ning and Ye struggle against the pressure but are also forced down. Ning says it's great immortality and declares that he's a great immortal with a golden core. In the sky above the city where the protagonist is, the lightning intensifies. As Ning fights against the pressure, she says it's almost impossible to find an immortal at this level, whether in the divine realm or the hundreds of other worlds. She wonders why they had to run into him on this insignificant little planet. A golden core immortal is a rare existence and the supreme power of the divine realm, only being born every 100 years. Their powers are incomprehensible, and because of their rarity, they've never appeared in this world, making people unaware of their existence. Ning, with a trembling voice and tears in her eyes, says that this must be the fault of their damned bad luck. Lan Qi, using a megaphone, starts warning people, telling them that unless they want to say goodbye to the world, they shouldn't look up. She tells them not to get up and asks if everyone understands. Ron says he knows, there's no need to repeat it, and mentions he can barely stay conscious. People on the other side of the planet, witnessing the event, are also affected. They start asking how far they are to be affected too. One person says it's half the planet, while others say it's terrifying. Ye struggles to stand. When Ning sees, she screams at her that it's enough, says it's dangerous to face him and tells her to surrender. Ye stands up despite the overwhelming pressure and pain, saying she will never tell him. The protagonist asks if she's serious. She, furious, shouts loudly that she will never speak. Yansen snaps his fingers, increasing the pressure on her. In this way, her eyes start to bleed from the increased pressure, and she collapses face first to the ground. The pressure is so intense that it ends up affecting the planet, knocking it out of orbit from the solar system. The reporter with glasses is shocked, while the mechanical eye states that Earth has just exited the solar system's orbit. According to science, if Earth leaves its orbit, sea and ocean levels will rise, and the planet will turn into a giant snowball. Due to gravitational influence, other planets in the solar system would become chaotic, with the possibility of collisions. Rand shouts to the professor that he's gone too far. Shortly after, the pressure disappears. The man with the ponytail asks if he's a god, while the bald man with a cap says he's terrifying. Sun Xiaoli comments that this must be what the book means by a great god can destroy the world. Meng Qi asks if they will reach that level in the future. Yansen begins to descend from the sky where Ye is. She, battered and barely standing with a determined look, says she will never tell him. Ning, crying, says that's enough and begs Ye to stop. She falls to her knees, continuing to declare that she will never bow to any immortal cultivator. In her right palm, she starts to gather chi. Meng remarks that if she just told the professor where the divine realm is, he might stop, and asks why she is so stubborn. Sun Xiaoli adds that the book also said demons can fight well but are not obedient, saying they are inflexible. She notes that they want to conquer worlds, but strength alone is not enough. Grey Shadow notices that the protagonist looks different and asks Ran and Bin if their professor can also transform. They reply that their professor has always been like that. Ye, now on her knees, gathering chi, says he wants to know where the divine realm is. Yan Sen, looking at her, remains silent. Ye insists she will never tell, and with chi in her hand, she strikes her own forehead, leaving everyone in disbelief that she killed herself. Ning, enraged, declares that she will join Ye and begins gathering chi in her hand. Sun Xiaoli and Meng are stunned. Xiaoli says she chose to kill herself rather than surrender. Light Biu notices something. Ning declares that he will learn nothing. The protagonist, now furious, begins to exude a golden aura around him. Ning is terrified and says he is a source of the soul realm. Yan Sen raises his hand, reversing time to before Ye killed herself. Ye, frustrated, notices something is off. Grey Shadow asks Ran and Bin if their professor can transform. They respond that he just asked that. Ran and Bin are confused. Ron says he remembers that they didn't say that before. Yeah, now thoughtful, looks at her hands and says she remembers being dead. Terrified, she starts trembling and asks how this is possible. Ning, in disbelief, realizes it's the law of immortal void, time reversal. The protagonist says that this consumes power, but that, until he knows where the divine realm is, he can't let them die, and commands her to kill herself a few more times, increasing the pain she feels upon revival. At this point, Ning understands that in the face of true power, even wanting to die is not an option. Ning and Ye fall silent, trembling. Yan Sen approaches Ye and places his hand on her head. Light Biu, seeing this, says it's death. The protagonist puts his hand on her and uses the soul search technique, beginning to see Ye and Ning's past when they were young. He sees that they were innocent. In another place, he finds himself in a tavern. Various cultivators are talking, saying they've heard that the two princesses of the northern desert demon tribe were born. They fully transformed into humans at birth and became immortal demons. In this race for power, the demon race will dominate humanity. Some say that the two immortals are enough to destroy the entire world of cultivators, and now the major clans and cultivators from around the world have united, preparing to kill the two before they reach adulthood. They want to do this quickly to obtain the soul pills inside them, which can turn others into immortals. Poor demon tribe. They should blame themselves for being weak, not for being so ruthless. Yan Sen heard everything in the tavern. Sometime later, their tribe was attacked and fell swiftly. On a cliff, the humanoid demon king tells the cat-like monster that he will soon be defeated and orders him to take the young mistresses and escape. The cat-like monster, holding Ye in his arms, calls for Master Zhongqi. Zhongqi asks the cat monster why he is still standing there and says that if his daughters are captured to be used as cultivation pills, he will kill him himself. With that, the cat monster grabs both girls and runs. Ye, crying, sees her parents dead. The monster running says that the army of the divine realm and even immortals have come. He sets Ye and Ning down and tells them there's a powerful demon ahead and instructs them to follow the path and never return. They start crying and beg him not to leave them. The cat monster says his power isn't enough and that he can only guide them this far, urging them to be careful. He draws his sword and charges at the cultivators, luring them away, but is defeated with a single blow. On the bridge where they stood, a cultivator uses a seal to blow up the bridge, causing them to fall into the river. The protagonist, witnessing this, says he doesn't know why they are so bothersome, and that's how Ye and Ning ended up in the fantasy world. Ning, young and frightened, says the world is scary and asks where they are. Ye replies that she doesn't know either. Ning says she wants to go home. Over time, they ran from dangers and roamed the entire planet, searching through the weapons in their storage rings, and kept running from threats. When they became strong, they defeated the dangers and began wandering the world. The protagonist, after watching Ye's entire past, remains silent, leaving everyone deep in thought. Ye realizes it was the soul search technique and says she isn't injured. Yan Sen starts walking and says that if she doesn't know, she should just say she doesn't know. He asks why she irritated him so much. He tells her to get out of his way and says he never wants to see the two of them again. Ye stays silent. The protagonist orders her to leave while he still has patience. Ning asks if he's really going to let them go. Hyun-sen asks if they still want to stay there. She stands up, bewildered. The protagonist orders them to compensate everyone for the public property damage they caused. The small ones pull out several bags of gold and say they'll pay more, adding that there's still more gold in the car's trunk. The people say they need to pay a specific amount. Light Biu tries to get up and says they can't let them escape. Ning grabs Ye and starts running. They pick up the small ones and flee as well. Light Biu says they can't let them escape and asks Hyun-sen if he understands how serious the consequences are. He explains that they are far more powerful than any known monster and that if they're allowed to escape, it will become a huge problem in the future. The protagonist becomes thoughtful. Light Biu mentions that he saw how they could easily destroy their planet. Hyun-sen responds that he can do that too and assures that if they try to destroy the planet, he will handle them. Light Biu acknowledges his strength, but asks what will happen in the future, as time goes on, and what people should do when they return. He points out that the girls seem younger than their students, and that they are not strong enough to face them. Hyun-sen says he believes in his students, and adds that he will live longer than them. Light Biu asks what he means. Hyun-sen turns and responds that he is immortal, leaving everyone shocked. Ning and Ye land on a building as they flee. Ye asks Ning to help her, saying her legs have gone weak, but then notices that Ning has fainted, and so, the monster hunting contest came to an end. Due to Hyun-sen's last attack, the planet was knocked out of orbit. The chronological order of events was altered, and destiny itself was tampered with, directly affecting the population. As a result, the Alliance decided that this event would not be held for another 10 years, when only a few monsters and large monsters would be mentioned. No one expected superior demons to interrupt the competition like that. A month later, the world had changed. The huge statue of Light Biu was replaced by one of Hyun-sen. After the incident, Hyun-sen's rank rose from the second to the first hero in the world. Dolls of the professor sold like hotcakes worldwide, and his class was lifted out of poverty. Still, things were not over at the Tenjin sect. Ron asks Sun Xiaoli if she has seen the professor. She replies that she hasn't, and says she hasn't seen him in days and doesn't know where he went. In the staff dormitory, the protagonist is searching for something when he says he found it and comments on how forgetful he's become, wondering if he's getting old. From afar, on top of a building, Ye and Ning, hidden with binoculars, are spying on Hyun-sen. Ning asks Ye if he is the immortal emperor. Ye replies that, based on the fight they had earlier, she can't be wrong, and says that 99% of his cultivation is hidden. Ning says that's terrifying. Ye remarks that whether or not they'll become his disciples will be decided today. Crouched down, Ye urges Ning to hurry up. Ning asks Ye if she's sure he'll agree to be their master, and if it wouldn't be easier for them to die before even asking. Ye questions if he looks like a common immortal, and says that in reality, he's a legend stronger than the Supreme Lords. Ning asks if, given that he's such a strong person, it's pointless for them to be hiding up there. Ye replies that they're not a challenge for him and that his divine sense will ignore them, so they won't get killed. Ning asks what they should do now. Ye says they'll go straight to him and annoy him until he accepts them. Ning, terrified, says he's an emperor and that she's scared. Ye asks what she's afraid of, adding that he doesn't eat demons. The protagonist is focused on the object he was searching for. From a distance, they don't know what to do. Ye asks if they should count to 3. Ning agrees, so they count to 3 and appear inside the room where Hyun-sen is. Ye starts to say they wanted to ask something, but before they realize it, they're thrown off the building and land inside a garbage truck. Ning remarks that they're still alive. Ye comments that they were thrown out before even getting a chance to see him. The protagonist wonders what that was, then leaves the room, while they sneakily follow behind him. He looks back, but they hide. Ning asks if he saw them. Ye says he didn't, and notes that there wasn't any fluctuation in his divine sense. When they follow him again, they realize he's disappeared. They begin searching for him, but step on a demon trap rope. Dangling upside down, they complain about the pain. Hyun-sen gives them a final warning, telling them to stop following him. In a small hut in the middle of nowhere, in the desert, the small ones wonder what's wrong with the demon lords. The bigger one tells the other to forget about it if he wants to live a long life. They sit dejectedly, drawing in the sand. As days pass, the new school term finally arrives. Inside the classroom, the students greet each other with good mornings. The bald one asks Brother Lu how his winter break was. He replies that it was good, as he feels that by the end of the competition, this year he'll be able to gather qi in his body. Their long-haired friend tells Brother Lu that he knows it's not that easy, and that with his talent, it will take at least 20 years to gather enough qi. One of the students asks Ron what he's doing. Ron chuckles lightly and says he still hasn't finished his homework, writing on 2 sheets at once. The protagonist enters the room and says the break is over, expecting them to focus more on their studies this semester and become immortals soon. He hands out several scrolls, explaining that these bamboo scrolls contain the textbooks for the semester, detailing all types of herbs that exist in the heavenly realm and their spells. He mentions there are more than 480 billion types in total and says, of course, he won't let them copy this time. The students sigh. Yan-sen states that in 10 years, they must have memorized all 480 billion herbs. One of the students asks what he's doing. Yan-sen welcomes everyone and announces that the second lesson of Immortal Yan-sen's class will be about alchemy. Yan-sen writes on the board, saying that this group of herbs is their first lesson. He explains that when they become stronger, it will be easier to remember them all, and comments that alchemy is a long process, so they shouldn't be impatient. In the world of immortal cultivation, those who are persistent spend hundreds of years studying diligently to reach the first level of alchemy, but few succeed. He explains that a supreme alchemist, whether in the heavenly realm or any other part of the immortal heavens continents, is a powerful entity. A quality alchemist is comparable to a great nation. Ron and the other students are astonished. Yan-sen remarks that of course they are not very strong yet, and some can't even fight, but they can make others stronger and inspire them to want to fight. Ron asks if he's serious. The professor says this is a special version he made for them. In the future, he will teach them how to recognize, care for, and cultivate these herbs, as well as understand the effects of mixing different species. During this time, he will teach each of them individually and asks if they understand. The students reply that they do. And so, under Master Yan-sen's guidance, the students embarked on a new chapter in the world of immortality. This year, while the students gave their all to learn, 2 miserable demons were trying to get a chance to be taught by this professor. Ye and Ning, perched atop a building, say they want to go to school. Everyone thought that Yan-sen sensei's terrifying display of power before the competition would silence the world. Yet, in a world where magic, immortality, ninjas, and superhumans coexist, a battle of wits among various factions had just begun. Sometime later, night falls, and it starts to rain. Inside a church, a group of worshippers holding crosses recites something. When they finish their recitation, their leader shouts for their king to awaken. From within the coffin, a hand emerges. It's Count Dracula. Dracula asks who summoned him. The leader of the worshippers responds that it was him and addresses him as Your Highness, saying he's admired him for a long time. Dracula asks if he's human. The worshipper leader confirms that he is. Count Dracula injects his blood into the man's forehead, saying that from now on, he is one of them. The leader begins to transform into a vampire. Dracula declares that immortality and life will soon bring destruction, and with a sinister smile, he starts laughing. Somewhere in the world, something strange is born, beyond the comprehension of the Academy and the Superhero League. Meanwhile, the League has finally rebuilt the city and opened the graduation exam for each Hero Academy. A blimp flies over the city with a banner reading, "The 20th graduation exam for the greatest superpower academies." At the Superhuman Academy, the representative remarks that at least the alliance of those fools rebuilt the city and says he's been studying in that hell for 20 years. After training so hard for years, they are no longer as weak as they used to be, and nothing will stop them from graduating. The superhuman girl reading the list announces that this time, their evaluator will be Yan-sen, the Black Cloak, from the Immortal class. Upon hearing this, the representative is shocked and exclaims, "Oh crap! The graduation exam is about to begin." The place is the same, the people are the same, and there's even a familiar feeling. Inside the exam arena are Ran Zihao, Lan Bin, Meng Qi, and Sun Xiaoli. Meng asks which professor will be in charge of the exam this time. Bin says it doesn't matter, and mentions that if it's anyone but Lord Yan-sen, they will pass. Sun Xiaoli, with a slight smile, agrees, saying they've waited a long time for this. Suddenly, Sister Lan enters the arena and remarks that it's been a while since she's seen the Immortal class. Ran asks if she'll be the examiner. She confirms that she will be the examiner this year. According to the union's rules for previous graduations, the exam centers are spread across various areas of the city. The examiner for the Ninja Academy is the superhero Light BU from the Superhero Academy. The examiners for the Magic Academy are the Rainbow Warriors from the Ninja Academy. The examiner for the Superhuman Academy is the Black Cloak from the Immortal Academy, also known as Lord Yan-sen, the #1 hero. No one knows what the Union was thinking by having the world's #1 hero as an examiner, especially since each academy is competing against the others. This cross-examination method is simply nauseating. At the location where the Immortal Academy students are taking their test, Yan Sen appears. One of the students, surprised, asks what he's doing there, since he should be at the Superhuman Academy for evaluation, and how he returned. He replies that he left a doppelganger there. The student wonders what a doppelganger is. Ran and Bin celebrate that it's Sister Lan and not their teacher. Sun Xiaoli, thoughtful, asks Sister Lan what the rules are this time. With a slight smile, she explains that after the monster capture competition, they were recognized as the most capable academy in the world, and this time the rules are simple. If they touch her face within 10 minutes, everyone will graduate. Sun Xiaoli asks if it's starting now. She snaps her fingers and says, "Yes, it's starting." Sun Xiaoli quickly charges at Lan Qiqi at high speed and strikes with her sword. Sister Lan catches the sword with her hand, leaving Sun Xiaoli shocked. Lan Qiqi remarks that it's expected of Yan Sen's student and says she's tough, but it's just a little test. She asks if Sun Xiaoli wants to kill her. People are surprised. Sun Xiaoli tries to pull her sword back. Ran asks what Sister Lan's strength level is. Meng replies that she doesn't know, but it's not peak chi refinement. Meng warns Sun Xiaoli to be careful. Lan Qiqi throws Sun Xiaoli backward and says she forgot to mention that she can counterattack, then fires a magical lightning bolt at Sun Xiaoli. Ran and Bin are left speechless. Meng quickly manages to save Sun Xiaoli from the magical lightning. Lan Qiqi raises her hand and begins controlling the lightning, commenting that she'll be a handful, and launches the lightning again in their direction. Ran, terrified, says that this looks very familiar. The magical lightning creates a massive explosion inside the arena. People are scared, but the attack doesn't hit them. Ran, with his hands raised and 4 seals in each hand, slightly dazed, says he's not even a mage and that he's going to file a complaint with the student union. The spectators wonder if they're still alive when they notice 4 giant swords in the arena's corners. The protagonist had summoned them to protect everyone. Lan Qiqi notices and thinks he's very protective. Sun Xiaoli, with her sword on the ground, uses the array and starts refining essence into qi. The other students say they'll lend more spirit to Lu. Bin mentions that Ran is already exhausted. Meng says it's fine and that he just needs to hold on a bit longer. Lan Qiqi says that's what she was waiting for and tells her to bring it on. Sun Xiaoli declares they won't lose that easily. The two charge at each other at high speed, but Lan Qiqi is faster and delivers a kick to Sun Xiaoli's chin. Bin is astonished. Sun Xiaoli thinks that she's never fought someone from the top 10, but even so, they're really good. Lan Qiqi quickly begins spinning, launching multiple kicks at Sun Xiaoli. Sun Xiaoli defends herself and says that the days she spent training combat with her weren't in vain. With her right hand, she unleashes a chi attack, telling her to try that. Lan Qiqi swiftly dodges and comments that it was close. Meanwhile, as all the students are giving their best at the graduation tests, on the other side of the world, 2 hooded figures ask if this is the place. The other confirms that it is, an S-class banishment prison. In the stands, Ye Ye and Ning cheer loudly for Sun Xiaoli, yelling for her to take down the heroine and not embarrass their master. They wonder if she's okay or if she'll manage. Ning holds Ye Ye as she shouts at Sun Xiaoli to use her left hand first, not the right, saying she'll hit harder that way, and questions if she even ate breakfast. Yan Sen looks back, deep in thought, and Ning and Ye Ye quickly hide before he spots them. Sun Xiaoli throws an elbow, but Lan deflects it. Ning, watching through her binoculars, remarks that the real issue is that their master's eldest disciple is about to lose, and points out that the woman in pink, at first glance, appears to be at the peak of the innate realm, but is on the verge of reaching the golden core realm. Ye Ye asks why that matters. Ning explains that even if they overlook Sun Xiaoli's lack of experience fighting serious battles with people at the same innate realm, there's still a big gap between someone at the peak and someone at the early stage. Ye Ye asks if she couldn't summon the Spirit King. Ning explains that to do so, the opponent would have to allow her to set up the summoning formation first, and says that in the innate realm, summoning the Spirit King is almost impossible. Even then, it would only use 1,000th of its power. Fighting in a state that quickly drains spiritual power is a last resort, even for those in the golden core realm, reserved for killing an enemy who would otherwise certainly kill them. Ye Ye says that's not the right approach. Ning responds that there's still a chance if Sun Xiaoli uses her head, as all she needs to do is touch the girl in pink. Sun Xiaoli continues attacking while Lan Qi defends. Lan Qi comments that Sun Xiaoli thinks she's weak because she saw her training with her teacher, but says that she and her teacher aren't on the same level. Sun Xiaoli thinks that no, this is still far from the top 10, and she needs to find a way. Quickly, Sun Xiaoli ascends into the sky and uses the Genki Dama, leaving Lan Qi and the spectators stunned. In the sky, Sun Xiaoli declares that the second level of her Chui capacity for dragon formation isn't as powerful as the one she used against demons, but it's still enough to take down Lan Qi. She challenges her to withstand it. Lan Qi swiftly appears behind Sun Xiaoli, commenting that the sooner she launches the move, the more she lowers her guard. Then, Lan Qi strikes with both hands, sending Sun Xiaoli crashing downward, and asks if she wants to die before accomplishing anything. Back in the arena, Lan Qi says that Sun Xiaoli won't graduate by winning like that. Sun Xiaoli, on her knees, starts coughing. The dragon goes out of control. A man is left speechless. Lan Qi activates her battle magic at maximum power, overloading to 1000%, and lightning begins to form around her. Ning looks at Ye and says, "I told you, the early stage of the Golden Core realm." The spectators comment that Sister Lan has used all her power, but wonder if it's fair to use maximum strength against a student who isn't even in the top 10. Others remark that whoever created this move must be a psychopath and call it madness. Another mentions that fortunately, this is only the second stage. Lan Qi gets serious and sends her magical lightning toward the Genki Dama. Sun Xiaoli says it's now or never and tries to hit Lan Qi. The crowd becomes anxious and screams. Ran, lying on the ground, asks if she did it. Bin says that the formation can't be used anymore. Lan Qi comments that it's a pity, and if Sun Xiaoli had been just a bit faster, she would have landed her hit. Sun Xiaoli says she was so close and almost had it. Lan Qi congratulates her and says she passed. The audience erupts in celebration, shouting congratulations on graduating from the immortal class. They cheer, saying they're the first group of students to graduate in the past 10 years. Ron, thrilled, says they've finally graduated. Bin reflects that he's been in this class since kindergarten for over 10 years, and now, at last, he's graduated. Sun Xiaoli, still on the ground, asks how since they barely managed to touch her face. Lan Qi explains that making her use her best move was already enough to pass. Together, the four of them can defeat any hero below the top 10, and since they aim for the world's top 10, she encourages them to work hard, never limit themselves, and achieve their goals. She adds that she knows the innate realm is just the beginning for the immortal class cultivators and believes that one day Sun Xiaoli will be stronger than her. Sun Xiaoli lies on the ground, deep in thought, and so they graduated. They are the first students to graduate from this academy in 10 years. The students remark that the most intriguing thing is Sister Lan. Many students are more powerful than professional heroes, and there are plenty in the Superhero Academy, not just in the Immortal Academy. Sister Lan, known as the Queen of Evaluation, has worked as a professional examiner for a long time, and her rules have never changed. They say they don't know why the usually strict Sister Lan would be lenient with them.